And it's a long off season. Things get boring, the news gets dry. Trust me, I'm a journalist. I sit around all day looking for stories. And most of the time in the off season, those stories aren't there. And you're always tempted to kind of create a story or find a story. But doing this is just too much. And you have to watch for what's real and what's just a couple of guys behind a computer screen who are stirring the pot and trying to create as much blow up as humanly possible without doing any real research or having any credibility whatsoever. You can't fall for those things all off season. Otherwise, it's going to be a very drama filled off season. And
Europe in the West did not come easily into capitalism. It was dragged into it, bleeding and screaming. I'd like to dedicate this series to Mr. Bob Turansky, my high school Euro history teacher, who I first heard that phrase from as he began our section on the 30 Years' War. This is the story we want to tell with this series, specifically the story of the 30 Years' War and the apocalyptic wave of destruction it brought across Central Europe from 1618 to 1648. But more broadly, it's the story of the gleaming Terminator skeleton of capitalism, and a state capable of imposing capitalism, being ripped violently out of the fetid, decomposing body of feudalism during the long 17th century.
This is the story of princes and armies, of cool intrigue in royal courts and hot death on the battlefield, of people fighting for a world to come that would redeem the suffering of their lives. But it's also a remarkably familiar set of interlocking and escalating structural crises. Climate change, financial collapse, pandemic, and a social fabric torn apart by rapid advances in communication technology. These times may seem remote, but this is also the story of the birth of the modern human subject out of the wreckage of the previous age.
But to welcome a new era, the past had to be destroyed. Through blade, through plague, through fire and brimstone and damnation. I'm Chris Wade.
I'm Matt Crispin.
Welcome to Hell on Earth. October 31st, 1570, All Saints' Day Eve, an obscure monk from the backwater German town of Wittenberg sent a letter containing 95 doctrinal quibbles to the Archbishop of Mainz, and later most likely posted these 95 theses publicly on the door of the All Saints Church in Wittenberg. Nobody could have possibly imagined at that moment, but that simple post would be the beginning of one of the most seismic shifts in thought, society, and culture in world history. Though our series focuses on the events that occur a century later, we have to start here with the Protestant Reformation, the protest movement within the Catholic Church that would grow into a full-on religious schism and eventually lead to the collapse of the idea of Christendom, which had united Western Europe for 1,000 years. So Matt, why do we start the story of the crisis of the 17th century in 1517?
The crisis of the 17th century was brought about by an array of structural causes, from the struggle for the various classes of a dying feudal order to control the levers of newly empowered dynastic states, to the Little Ice Age that deprived the system of the agricultural inputs it depended on. The people of the early modern period did not experience these heightening contradictions directly, but rather through the intervening institutions that substantiated their social and political lives. Of those institutions, none was more crucial in providing legibility to the quotidian reality of European life than the Church. After the fall of the Roman Empire, the Catholic Church embodied the spiritual justification for the rule of the congealing military noble class that had inherited the Roman state's defunct coercive power. The contradictions of a revolutionary creed based on universal love, justifying the violent rule of jumped-up bandit chiefs, was never far from the surface. But throughout the medieval period, the church maintained its legitimacy by, among other things, monopolizing the ritual mysteries of Christianity. That monopoly was challenged in the aftermath of the Black Plague by the emergence of literate urban communities who found themselves unable to sustain their commitment to church ritual absent the social rhythms of rural life that had dominated the previous centuries. By the time the crop failures and hyperinflation and military conflicts of the early 1600s began, the notion of Christendom, the Western Latin religious community that encompassed European people from Portugal to Poland, had been irrevocably broken into hostile confessional camps. The pain caused by the decay of the feudal order was expressed socially where it could be, in the creation of new and mutually exclusive conceptions of God. This meant that when the peasants and townspeople, knights and burghers, princes and nobles of the Holy Roman Empire came to open war over the spoils of a waning agricultural surplus, it would be with minds fired by conflicting visions of religious apocalypse and rebirth.
More simply and directly, most of what we want to talk about in this series will be done in the shadow of Luther. Sometimes literally in his name, sometimes by passionate true believers, and sometimes opportunistically and for material reasons by those who found a justification or even cover for their motivations in the ideas about God that he nailed to that church door. In the next few episodes, we'll be moving backwards and forwards in history, giving more context about the political and social landscape of Europe that surrounded his life, and then followed directly from the ideas he unleashed. But we have to start with Luther, who had the right mind and critically was born into the right conditions to create a schism that changes the world that came before him into the world we have now. But only then, after much, much bloodshed. Martin Luther was a Chad. He was a pimp. He was an original five-tool player. He served, he slayed. He did not have to go that hard, but he put his whole goddamn Martin Lucy into it. This was a man who, if ever there was one, understood the goddamn assignment.
The original assignment understander has logged the fuck on. So great men, we all know, don't make history, but history does sometimes make men great. The social, technological, and economic conditions of Europe in the 16th century combined to create unprecedented pressures on the authority of the Catholic Church, and for a time, that pressure was contained almost entirely within the person of Martin Luther. It was Luther's particular and extraordinary combination of will and ability that focused that pressure onto the most vulnerable pillars of Catholic authority, and with a ferocious push, set about its collapse.
I think we can lay our cards on the table early here and say we are both big-ass Martin Luther fans.
I mean, he's fascinating, that's for sure.
I love talking about this guy. I love thinking about him.
He's one of those guys you look at and you can see, he's a Hegelian figure if ever there was one, embodying a historical moment. If Napoleon was history on horseback, then Luther is history on the toilet.
We'll get more into that in a little bit. Martin Luther was born on the 10th of November, 1483, in Eisleben, in the Saxony area of central Germany. His father had navigated the labyrinth of feudal debts and obligations to move from the son of a peasant smallholder to a copper smelter, eventually establishing a small but stable mining concern. Luther was sent to university in nearby Erfurt, where it was expected he would eventually study law and become a lawyer, improving upon his family's upward ambitions.
Luther's dad, by the way, was a sort of self-starter who made up the bulk of the advancing bourgeois of this period. He was motivated enough himself to take advantage of the loosening feudal obligations of life in rural Germany to save money performing agricultural wage labor enough to move to a city and invest the savings in a profitable business. And these are the people who are going to make the religious revolution that Luther ends up embodying, the urban bourgeois here. And for the Luther family's case, that investment was in the mining sector, which exploded during this period because of technological advances in mining technology. And so, in addition to making a bunch of fortunes of up-jump peasants like the Luthers, it also, along with all the New World medals coming from the Spanish and Portuguese colonial projects, together those things sparked a price revolution that filled the continent for the first time, really, since the fall of the Roman Empire, with hard specie currency, and that helped supercharge economic advancement during this period.
Which had been stagnant for centuries.
Exactly. So while the Luthers are prosperous burghers, and the patriarch Hans becomes a counselor in the town of Mansfeld, even then, though, their fortunes rest, as many bourgeois fortunes did, on a shaky foundation. Hans Luther never owned the mines he worked. He always leased them with borrowed money, and he was never able to actually pay off those debts until just a few years before his death. So he was clouded by the fear of bankruptcy basically his entire life. So the shortest path to secure a prosperous future for the Luther family going forward, for a family that did not have landed holdings, was the same one that was taken by most of the bright children of the emerging bourgeois.
And still to this day.
To this day, get a degree and work for the imperial bureaucracy. Get a job as a lawyer within the Byzantine court structure of the Holy Roman Empire.
Right.
And through that public sinecure, raise the family's fortunes.
But as often happens to young men at a crossroads, torn between a professional life devoted to reason and the search for something more, Luther needed a little sign to show him the way. And in 1505, Luther was nearly struck by lightning, caught in a terrible thunderstorm a few miles outside of Erfurt on his return to school. Terrified, Luther pledged his life to God, if God would just spare his life. And he survived the storm. Within 2 weeks, he had quit his academic pursuits and joined the St. Augustine Monastery. Throughout his life, Luther was known as an intense, brilliant, charismatic, and gregarious man. To his friends and intellectual allies, he was dedicated, supportive, encouraging, and to his enemies and detractors, a capable, challenging, and sometimes vicious sparrer. To the many strangers he would encounter on his rise to fame, a friendly and winning conversationalist, instantly magnetic, and down for a good hangout bull sesh. But, most of all, Martin Luther had the fucking heart of a poster. Absolutely prolific, concise, in love with arguing, never editing, never backing down, never afraid to make ad hominem attacks and call his enemies stupid, evil, or both, and when pushed by an opponent into ever more radical points, never retreating, and in fact doubling down, making those new points bedrock positions in his philosophy and theology. A man born for the forums 500 years before they were invented. So, young Luther takes the tonsure and becomes a monk. His time is spent in long hours of praying, fasting, confession, maintenance of the monastery, and generally obsessing over God and salvation. Luther gave his entire life over to the strict structures of Catholicism, and indeed, Catholicism provided structures for the entirety of feudal social life. Matt.
Now, the Catholic Church maintained its monopoly on ritual Christian life through an ecclesiastical bureaucracy that ran from the triple-crowned Bishop of Rome himself to the humble parish priest. Like all institutions of medieval life, it was structured to reproduce the rigid structure of feudal class rule. High church offices came with high salaries gained through compulsory tithes and often claims to a portion of the peasant-produced agricultural surplus in land under their direct control. They were often purchased by members of the high nobility for themselves and second sons who couldn't inherit their estates. While celibacy was fitfully enforced, largely to prevent the hereditary control of church offices, familial dynasties could still be bred in the upper echelons of the church. Popes were known to appoint a cardinal nephew to high office at a young age to secure their interests. Uncle Magic has the sanction of heaven.
And when we get to the 30 Years' War, there's an important cardinal infant.
Cardinal infant.
Little baby cardinal, adorable, 17th century boss baby.
So for these high-ranking church officials, the average peasant or townsperson would have little interaction with them. Likewise, the propertyless sons and daughters of lesser nobility, who were often sent to spend a life in quiet contemplation as monks and nuns in cloistered monasteries and convents. In reality, the monasteries often operated more like frat houses, with drunk rich kid monks, fat off tithes and free from most labor obligations, running around the countryside, stealing chickens and seducing farmers' daughters.
There's a reason there's a whole genre of Renaissance paintings of fat, jolly monks drunkenly contemplating huge tankards of beer.
Yeah, the monasteries were fail-son refugees,
yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Now, confession and preaching, the two church duties that we now associate with priests, in Luther's time were largely carried out by friars who were sworn to various religious orders. They lived among the people in towns and used their advanced university knowledge to provide counsel to the flock. And at the base of the ecclesiastical hierarchy were the humble parish priests, the most humbly born and least educated clergy, but the ones charged with saying Mass and administering the majority of the 7 holy sacraments, the ritual points of contact between the infinite compassion of God, represented by his church, and the common run of sinning humanity.
These rites, these sacraments, guided people through the ebb and flow of social life. Baptism, welcoming new life into the church. Confirmation, establishing the individual as a subject of the church once they were old enough to comprehend it. Penance, through which transgressions were admitted and absolved. The bestowal of holy orders, by which the church built its bureaucracy and hierarchy. Matrimony, by which people were confirmed in marriage and thus in the community. And extreme unction, the final rites to the sick and dying. And the most important, the Eucharist, in which the church exerts its special ritual status, where priests literally transform bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, allowing people holy communion with God in this physical reality. The sacrament secured people in a cosmic order that ensured their eternal salvation, and as such bound them in gratitude and thanks to the church. At least, that was the idea.
Now, the sacraments were, for the most part, not inspired by any biblical scripture. They were practices that had built up over the long centuries of feudal development after the fall of Rome, when the church alone held social life together, a task that was made considerably easier by the creation and monopolization of ritual affirmations of religious faith.
Yes.
The church helped stand up the power of Europe's military aristocracy, but also competed for power with it. Not only did the Pope control the papal states around Rome as a direct feudal ruler, the church coexisted uneasily alongside dynastic rulers with their own claims to social authority in places like France and England. In the more loosely controlled German lands of the Holy Roman Empire, German bishops ruled over 25 major secular principalities, as well as numerous archbishoprics and abbeys. 3 of the 7 electors who chose the emperor were princes of the church. The intertwined secular and social power of the church only exacerbated the tension between embodying a faith that posited universal peace brought about by universal love and the renunciation of earthly pleasures, and administering the rule of a class of warmongering, luxury-addicted aristocrats, some of whom wore the vestments of the church itself.
I might have forgot.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go.
I just-
I'll go move it.
Okay, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
just, it's more the thing where it keeps out.
By the early 16th century, though, this tension between godly and worldly power in the universally dominant church had begun to show some cracks. The previous century had seen a series of reform movements challenging church doctrine. The Lollards in England, the Cathars in southern France,
Albigensians, if you're nasty.
and the Hussites of Bohemia. To different extents, they all confronted papal authority and sought to reinvent the church as a way to bring lay people closer to the true Christianity.
Now, every sacramented religious order and practice that we've been talking about so far, that were established as Catholic tradition by Luther's time, those were all developed by the church in response to different reform movements, to neutralize them and co-opt them.
Right.
That was their dialogue with this fitful resistance to the contradictions inherent in this religious project. And these were the people who were trying to resolve the paradox of trying to live for Christ in this sort of counterfeit Christendom. And all of these elements that have been built up were done so to give people a greater sense of connection to the church itself.
Right.
That's it was a sense, the friars emerge, the religious orders emerge to speak to the spiritual lives of people who require some sort of understanding for why things are the way they are.
Yes. To literally crack open the manual and give you tech support for the church.
Exactly. And so all of these things emerge, and they all emerge in response to these reform movements, some of them peaceful, some of them violent. And throughout the medieval and early modern eras, these movements keep arising to challenge the existing state of affairs, the society of orders that so constrained and exhausted the lives of an exploited peasantry and an oppressed urban population. But since the church dominated the European social vocabulary, resistance to the status quo invariably coalesced into critiques of the church itself. They mixed local concerns like the Czech-speaking Hussites' alienation from a predominantly German-speaking episcopacy with more radical visions that recalled the revolutionary promise of Christianity before it was assimilated into the power structure of the Roman Empire. Free and equal life as brothers and sisters in Christ, sharing alike the burdens of toil for the benefit of all. None of these movements were able to move beyond their parochial origins, however, thanks to the united, violent opposition of secular and religious rulers, as well as the absence of any mechanism for disseminating their ideas.
Yeah, you can't get very far with a protest movement when you just have to like tell a friend about it.
It's not going to work. Not when you likely don't even have access to a horse.
Yes. The Hussite movement, in particular, cast a long shadow over Central Europe. Following Jan Hus's execution for heresy in 1415, Bohemia would face 15 years of armed conflict between Hus's followers and a crusade launched to eradicate them by the Pope and Catholic rulers. The Hussites actually won this conflict and succeeded in securing some concessions from Rome for the free practice of Hussitism in Bohemia. So we see the beginnings of a worldly conflict here of just how powerful the Pope will be over these regional religious practices. But these guys are also obsessed with the minutia of Christian ritual. Like, one of the main things people will argue about, what Huss got himself burnt at the stake over, is the physical and spiritual nature of the Eucharist. Whether the bread became God, which is good and correct Catholic doctrine, or whether God became the bread, which is a vile heresy punishable by death. When Huss was in prison awaiting execution, he said, "I may be a weak goose," which is what Huss means in Czech language, "but more powerful and far-sighted birds, falcons and eagles, will come after me." Incidentally, Huss's death by fire may be the source of the expression, "your goose is cooked."
Yes. So the consequence of this distinction is that the Czechs demanded the right to take both bread and wine
Yes.
with communion, which had been denied them. And it became the rallying point for the entire movement. Massacres, battles raged for decades in the Czech Republic, Bohemia, over this question.
Yes, the ultraquist itself just literally means both.
Yes.
It's boathism. Give me the wine. Give me the bread.
And so there is this ultraquist church that emerges, which is the Catholic Church and the greater power structure's concession to essentially Bohemian self-determination.
Right.
The Bohemian nation at that point is self-conscious enough to assert its independence from a centralized authority and elect its own king, for example, and also administer its own reformed religion within its borders. But of course, it only does that because it defeats within it the more radical side of Hussism, the Taborites, who were from the lower orders, who were opposed to the nobles, who were the ultraquist the ultraquist leaders, and fought them for decades, beat them many times, but were eventually overcome. And of course, then the real class-based element of this revolt that was always there is eventually extinguished, and leaving now a Bohemian church that is as much a machine to perpetuate social
Local
domination
nobility,
as
yes.
the Catholic Church had been before it.
And you can see already in the ultraquism and the Hussitism, stuff that is going to be very important in this series is the unique linking in this time period between the cosmic questions of transubstantiation of God and communion with the unique political character of things.
Yeah.
It's no coincidence that Bohemia both gets its own king and gets its own religious order.
Exactly, because we're seeing the ability of people to express like a political project and political subjectivity for the first real time.
Right.
Because of the deepening of process of urbanization and literacy, all the things we're talking about. But the only cultural language that is shared amongst all is the language and the vocabulary of religion.
Right. So then, there's one final piece of the pre-Reformation world we have to cover. Hell. Christian spirituality intimately wove the concept of eternal punishment for worldly sin and ritual absolution through confession to avoid it. By the late medieval ages, another concept had come to dominate Christianity: purgatory. The idea is an intermediary state of cleansing fire, where some souls who died in peace with God but still needing some purification are purified after death, and that the prayers and devotion of the living can aid this process along. This was very real, very heavy stuff for the early 16th century mind, and the sin, penance, purgatory chain was the currency of exchange, both spiritual and physical, between the church and the lay people.
Because the church's role in enforcing social consent rested on its promise of access to divine grace, it was commonly understood that very, very few people in Christendom would be eternally damned. Hell was reserved for witches, heretics, and Jews, those who consciously rejected God's love. People who were baptized into the faith and kept to its requirements could rest easy, knowing that they would eventually be reunited with God in the hereafter. Leave it to the priests to spend all day worrying about God and fretting about his desires and trying to see into the mind of him. As long as you went to church and did your tithing,
Kept your head down, gave a little money to the church, saw
were
the priest
golden.
every week.
you didn't have to spend so much time tormented by the mystery, the unresolvable mystery of God.
Yes.
The unfathomable, horrifying mystery of God. We have structures that are imbued with real meaning to you that assure you that that work is being done elsewhere.
Yes.
And that you-
We are taking care of it. We're handling it.
And that is a huge, immense weight off. And
Right.
I would argue that like the emergence of the neuroses of modern, secular Western identity is the imposition of this unfathomable, unanswerable question of God that we all now have to deal with as individuals in a way we never used to have to do. There was somebody else to do that.
And that is what this story is ultimately about.
Exactly. And it's that promise that we have people working for you. Like the customer service line to God is open. We are hearing you. We are valuing you. It's that promise of relatively assured salvation that is the spiritual justification for secular commonwealth and secular rule of the princes. It's the rule of the nobles that allows the church to extend God's grace to any willing soul in Christendom. Purgatory, then, was the spiritual justification for the institutions of the church itself. Easily accessible salvation, universal salvation, now that's a potentially destabilizing social force. The concept of purgatory evolved alongside the sacraments as one more bureaucratic hurdle separating man from God that man needed the church to help navigate. The relief of a quantifiable amount of purgatorial suffering for deceased loved ones could be had through pilgrimage to view holy sites and relics, the sponsorship of intercessionary masses, and for the people who lack the time and money for those sort of grand gestures, the purchase of certificates of indulgence, aka get out of purgatory early cards.
Ding, 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 indulgences.
If you had indulgences on your bingo card, cover it up.
Circle it now. So, we have this increasingly unstable church bureaucracy mediating ritual and secular life, and this obsession with the fate of the soul as an essential social force. The early 1500s also saw a paroxysm of conviction that the end of the world was nigh. Christian faith was infused with a strong belief in the apocalypse, the end of days, the return of Christ, and the judgment of humanity. But the conviction that such a moment was actually in the offing waxed and waned with the tides of medieval and early modern history.
Early Christians had lived convinced that Christ's return would occur during their lifetime. But the adoption of Christianity by the Roman authorities had the effect of sanding down the religion's eschatological edges. But following the fall of the empire, the constant warfare, misery, and exploitation of life in so-called Christendom triggered a cycle of social agitation that pointed towards an apocalypse both feared and yearned for. The coming of the millennium, the 1000th anniversary of Christ's birth, saw a continent-wide spiritual agitation that was channeled by kings and popes of the Latin Rite into a war to reclaim the Holy Land from the clutches of Muslim infidels, and in so doing, hopefully bringing about Christ's return. They failed at that, but succeeded in securing a beachhead for Christian control of the Levant that princes and knights spent the next 3 centuries fighting to maintain. But by 1500, a date that was biblically as freighted with apocalyptic resonance as 1000 had been, the infidel Turk held not only Jerusalem, but Constantinople, and threatened the gates of Vienna.
The Turk!
The Muslim, the Ottomans.
They're in the continent! How
Good
can this
Lord,
be?
they're knocking at the door. The physical security of Christendom itself was in danger, and its secular rulers did not seem up to the task of defending it. Clearly, many Christians thought God's judgment was being rendered, and annihilation was at hand. The assurance of salvation offered by the church felt more and more like a hollow promise. There was an increasing sense that upon his return, Christ would not look with favor upon the works of his supposed faithful.
One thing that I've been thinking about in terms of trying to make this story relevant for modern listeners is by the time we get to the 30 Years' War, 1618,
Yeah.
we are closer to them than they were to the First Crusade,
Jesus, that's true. Fuck.
right?
Yeah.
So that's just a way to think about how relatively modern all of this
It's
is.
true, and everything's moving faster every moment.
So this is all to say that Europe in 1517 was primed for a rupture. The church, which had been the single force unifying these disparate political powers that made up Christendom, was under growing stress, its temporal corruption eating away at its spiritual authority. Its role as the intermediary between your soul and God was under question, and the power of the princes to secure the realm from the godless invaders was faltering. And so we return to the Augustine Monastery in Wittenberg. Because on October 31st, 1517, Martin Luther sends his letter to the local archbishop complaining about the immodest sale of indulgences in the Holy Roman Empire. This letter contained a disputation of the power and efficacy of indulgences, a collection of proposals for a scholarly debate on indulgences now known as the 95 Theses. I think, inarguably, the most powerful single letter of all time.
The
powerful.
post of posts.
Yes. The theses were later posted at the Wittenberg All Saints Church door and quickly published in various cities in northern Germany. And though Luther initially intended his disputation as a means for scholarly argument in the church and aligned academies, and as indeed he had sent a similar disputation angling for a debate over scholastic theology just a month earlier. So the 95 Theses are really his second album, you know?
It's true. Yeah,
Nobody remembers the first.
The first one flopped big time.
Yes.
It turns out nobody really cared about nerd-ass scholastic points.
Yes.
They wanted something spicy.
And they wanted something that was invested in their actual lives.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like, oh, you're telling me that these go-to-heaven tickets are counterfeit?
Yes. I've spent so much money on this. So even while he had sent this other letter a month earlier, the immediate insane popularity of the theses quickly escaped academic circles through this still relatively underdeveloped technology called a printing press.
Mm-hmm.
And as church officials began responding to Luther's prompts attempting to dismiss them, Luther himself made the critical breach of cloistered debate circles by replying in vernacular German with his Sermon on Indulgences and Grace in 1518. Recapitulating his 95 Theses into a pamphlet of 20 brief paragraphs, this was an immediate, massive hit, being republished throughout Germany, going through multiple editions in the first year, stimulating the entire German printing industry to the power of Luther. For many Germans, it was probably the first work of a living German author that they owned.
Martin Luther was a character type that is remarkably familiar to a modern observer. Not only did he have the combative and pedantic drive of a born poster, his relationship with God was recognizingly modern in its angst. The story of his conversion by lightning was likely true in some respect, but embroidered with the passage of time and the growth of the Luther legend. But his faith was never serene. Luther spent his early years as a monk struggling with a deep awareness of his distance from God, of God's fundamental inscrutability, and of his own felt worthlessness in comparison to him. Luther's mind was too restless to be satisfied with the simple articles of faith that the church existed to reinforce. A significant intellectual turning point for Luther and the generation of churchmen who would take up his banner was the 1516 publication of the renowned humanist Erasmus of Rotterdam's Greek translation of the New Testament. This book brought the scriptures to life in a way church intellectuals like Luther had never experienced before, and by seeing the Word of God in this new context, opened a chasm between the doctrines and practices of the church and the text that church was supposedly inspired by. There's no mention of purgatory or most of the sacraments within its pages. There certainly was nothing about indulgences.
So where did this shit come from?
Where did this shit come from? Well, Luther had been chafing for a while against the placid theology of the scholastics, which implied that salvation was available to all who performed the good works demanded by the church. It was the indulgence campaign in Saxony of the Dominican friar Johann Tetzel that provided the focal point for Luther's anger at what the church had become. As soon as a coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs, is how Luther described Tetzel's sales pitch as he went from village to village, hawking indulgence certificates, the proceeds of which would help finish the remodeling of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, and pay part of the debt Elbrecht, Archbishop of the city of Magdeburg, owed to the Pope for the right to also claim the Archbishopric of the city of Maine.
You're literally paying this guy to buy another archbishopric.
Yes.
It's wild.
It's wild stuff, folks. For Luther, the formal promise of indulgences to shorten the time loved ones spend in purgatory was bad enough, but much worse was what regular people, not inclined to inspect the fine print, thought indulgences were. In a letter of complaint to Archbishop Albrecht, Luther wrote, "I do not so much complain about the quacking of the preachers, which I have not heard, but I bewail the gross misunderstanding among the people which comes from these preachers, and which they spread everywhere among common men. Evidently, the poor souls believe that when they have bought indulgence letters, they are then assured of their salvation. In exchange for silver, the shepherds of the church were leading their flock into the spiritual wilderness. This all generated in Luther a profound sense of alienation. If the relief of suffering, supposedly the reward for a sincerely felt remorse for the commission of sin, could be purchased so cheaply, then how could the sincerity of anyone's faith be trusted? The truly contrite would recognize God's chosen punishment as justice. Only the false-hearted would seek to avoid the suffering that God had ordained as the true price of sin, and yet those were the people that the church now assured of salvation. On top of that was the assumption, anathema to Luther that God's will could be swayed by the prayers of a priestly or even saintly middleman. Luther's disenchantment from the spiritual basis for church doctrine generally and the practice of indulgences specifically, as well as his ability to amplify that disenchantment into a continental movement, was only possible thanks to the advent of print technology. Luther read a printed edition of Erasmus's Greek New Testament. Print is how Luther was exposed to the humanist scholarship that convinced him that the donation of Constantine, the Roman imperial degree that ceded control of the Western Roman Empire to the Pope, was a forgery. Print allowed for the production and distribution of certificates of indulgence on a mass scale, and print gave Luther the ability to take his critique of the church beyond the ivory towers of theological disputation and reach a popular audience. This is why Luther called printing God's highest and extremest act of grace by which the business of the gospel is driven forward, and the last flame before the extinction of the world.
So now, while printing had been an established technology for over 60 years and had in that time been crucial in creating a new class of literate townspeople who were able to buy Bibles and religious commentaries by figures like Erasmus, it was still a relatively boutique industry, lacking a mass demand for products. You know, if you were noble, you would buy some books basically as an ornamental thing, you know?
Yeah. As a flex.
Yeah, as a flex. Look at this. I
Look
got
at
like
my shit.
I got like 20 books.
Look at my shit. I got Virgil.
Gutenberg famously printed a Bible and then promptly went bankrupt because he
Indeed.
couldn't get enough people to buy it. The number of literate potential customers for printed material was rising, but the business model of publishing discouraged all but a few centralized specialists to invest in. Printing a run of books involved a significant upfront cost with no real way to anticipate how much public interest existed for any given book. And by Luther's time, most publishers kept themselves afloat by printing government documents and church documents, including indulgences. Before Luther, indulgences were like the number one thing actually printed by people.
Yeah.
In the 15th century, as many as 2 million certificates of indulgences were printed in Europe.
Individual pieces of paper just fluttering about the town.
And most other books were, as we mentioned, luxury goods for rich nobles or churchmen to showplace their libraries.
Yeah. Luther's incendiary critiques of the church created, for the first time, an expansionary publishing industry. The townspeople of Germany, many fed up in their own way and for their own reasons with the preachings and practices of the church, became a rapacious market for Luther's writings, which were designed to be digestible and understandable to a lay readership. The wide distribution of printing presses in Germany, in contrast to the concentrated printing industry centers of Italy and France, allowed for a rapid transmission of Luther's words to a hungry audience who proved quickly that they were willing to purchase anything with Luther's name on it. What topic could be more compelling to potential literary customers than the destination of their immortal souls? Presses popped up like mushrooms to cover the surging demand. Wittenberg itself had only acquired a printing press in 1502 as a vanity project of the Saxon Elector Frederick, but soon the city became the heart of a North German publishing industry that flooded the empire with Luther's polemic. In the 2 years after the posting of the 95 Theses, Luther published 45 works, 25 in the theological lingua franca of Latin, 20 in vernacular German, put out 291 editions, 21 of them were 8 pages or fewer. All of them were filled with punchy, muscular, direct prose, perfectly calibrated to reach and affect a mass audience. Luther's theological insights could only be transformed into a creed capable of mobilizing vast forces against the established church due to his literary genius and mastery of the business of mass communication.
And not to put too fine a point on it, but, just want people to be thinking about, sudden new access to a vast amount of information.
Yeah, just changing the way people conceive of themselves
and their relationship to
racially-
power structure.
the relationship to other people, like changing their consensus on understanding of reality.
Yes. Interesting. So, over the next few years, Luther engages in essentially a flame war with various representatives from Rome. He publishes at an insane pace for the time, everything from responses to detractors, further arguments against church doctrine, commentary on the Bible, and tracts expanding the tenets of his new understanding of the Christian faith. And as he's writing them, as Matt says, the capacity of the printing industry is exploding around him, and Luther became the most published author of his time. Not only that, but Luther directly supervised the technical production of his printed works, helping merge innovative design flourishes from the Wittenberg artists like Lucas Cranach, which made his works instantly visually recognizable. while managing production schedules and divisions of editions between publishers to maximize the impact of his release schedule and anticipate the desires of his audience. He was building a religion. He was making a brand.
Indeed.
A genuine superstar of a new information age. And perhaps one of the first people we could recognizably call a celebrity in their own time.
There are extant pictures of Luther that were sent by him as gifts to admirers that he had signed at the request of the person, meaning he was giving out autographs.
He was giving out autographs, giving out headshots. We were actually talking about this last night of who could the first celebrity be, and it was pointed out that maybe Caesar was on coins or
Right.
something, but you couldn't read his words.
Right.
You couldn't know his own mind.
Yeah, like that. A celebrity is like is a new category, like an intermediate sort of figure,
Yes.
below the demigods of like traditional power.
You could have a parasocial relationship with Martin Luther.
Indeed.
So obviously the Pope can't let this stand. And in 1520, Pope Leo X issues a papal bull threatening excommunication unless Luther recanted his beliefs. In 1521, Luther is brought to the Diet of Worms.
Diet of Worms, no thanks.
A meeting of the estates of the Holy Roman Empire under Emperor Charles V, who we will get to next episode, to account for his heresies. After a tense trial, Luther steadfastly refuses to recant and is declared an outlaw by the emperor. Matt, you want to give the famous line he supposedly says to Charles refusing to relinquish his beliefs?
Here I stand. I can do no other.
Pimp, Chad. Awesome. When we get into who exactly Charles V is next week, the sheer balls of that statement will be even clearer. But before Luther can be taken into custody, Frederick the Wise of Saxony, the elector of Luther's region, organizes a fake kidnapping and spirits Luther away to seclusion in the Wartburg Castle. While in luxurious custody, Luther is corresponding with his allies among the clergy in the estates. He wrote more pamphlets. He began his work of translating, for the first time, the Bible into vernacular German so that the common people could finally encounter the Word.
Now, Frederick the Wise is one of the most enigmatic characters of the entire Reformation. Once Luther had been excommunicated and placed under papal and imperial interdict, Frederick could have arrested Luther at any point.
I believe the nature of that law was basically like it was legal to just kill Luther.
You could legally kill Luther,
Anybody in the empire.
but nobody in Saxony could kill Luther without facing the wrath of the elector, which was his choice. But it wasn't seemingly due to any real theological agreement with Luther. The pride of Wittenberg Cathedral, which was Frederick's project, was his collection of 19,000 holy relics, which included a vial of the breast milk of Mary and a twig from the burning bush. And officially, if you were to take a pilgrimage to see these objects, you would be granted a collective 1.9 million days of relief from purgatory.
And I just want to really highlight that detail as an illustration of like how hilariously prescribed and formulaic and just like unsentimental the indulgence trade was. You see the 19,000 relics, you get 1.9 million days off relief from purgatory. Like, how is a day even measured in the eternal hellfire of purgatory? You know, you're floating in this like post-life void of spiritual fire while the Heavenly Father, Lord God, creator of all reality, purifies your soul to receive his grace. And you're just like looking at your watch thinking, damn, glad I saw that breast milk. It could have been 1.9 million in 1 days. So it's no wonder that this whole scheme was so alienating to people.
Well, it is. Purgatory is an attempt to fill in a gap created by the newly urbanized social order. It's
Right.
like people are asking questions they didn't have time to ask before, and you got to have answers. And over time, it just becomes less convincing. People have too much time on their hands.
Yes.
And when they start writing to each other, too much ability to compare notes.
Yes, exactly. You know, I don't want to go too deep on this note, but I think it helps see these people in a more, a slightly more sympathetic perspective, because it's easy to think like, oh, these illiterate medieval mud farming peasants like venerating these obviously fake relics. Oh yeah, sure, that's a twig from the fucking burning bush. Somebody kept that in their pocket for 2,000 years. But I do think that the wild receptiveness among the public to Luther's critique of indulgences shows that, yes, these people knew this was bullshit. Even when they're deeply held Christian convictions, they knew they were getting scammed, which I think is a relatively eternal feeling among humans. Knowing society is screwing you in some way, even if you're just waiting for someone to come along with the right way to describe it to you.
Yeah, I mean, they honestly, a lot of them could have seen indulgence as more of like having to buy Girl Scout cookies from like their
Yeah, exactly.
coworker's kid. Like, oh, I got to do this again?
Yes.
Fuck off. Someone comes along and says, and this was actually a big thing for the burgers. Someone comes along and says, hey, you can have a cheaper church. And they're like, ding, 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 I'm listening. So Frederick never publicly broke with Catholicism is the weird thing. He may not even have ever met Luther in person, but he steadfastly refused every demand by pontiff or emperor to suppress Luther or his writings, and took the extraordinary step of having Luther kidnapped off the road from Worms to prevent his assassination. Now, why he did this is not really well understood. He never wrote it down, but part of the explanation may rest with Frederick's desire to see his domain of electoral Saxony, which was a far eastern backwater when it was split from the richer and more urbanized Duchy of Saxony, became a headquarters of humanist scholarship, and to promote the atmosphere of free inquiry that scholarship required.
And you know what? He's known as Frederick the Wise today, so you know
pulled
what?
it
He
off.
got the brand.
Like, you can really see the Reformation in part as the result of a stature-building contest between two branches of the Witten dynasty, the Albertine and the Ernestine,
Right.
who had inherited Saxony after their ancestor had split it up between the two sons, which is a peculiar form of primogeniture that only occurs in this specific part of Europe.
During this time.
yeah.
And we will get to how insane that makes
Yeah.
everything.
So what happened is that two sons inherited the Saxony. One got to choose how it was divided, and then the other one got to pick which one they
The
got.
classic serving a birthday cake method.
Yep. And so while you have the duchy being much richer and more urbanized, the electoral title is held as essentially a consolation prize in the more remote part. But that rivalry, that his desire to not be a backwater and to fund a church or to fund a university and to
have
try
a
to
popular writer and thinker located
and
there.
then to have this incredibly profitable printing industry emerge and this renaissance of learning that comes with it, and all these students coming flooding the Wittenberg. This is helping him in his competition, his stature of competition as a prince of the Holy Roman Empire.
Right.
And that is a key component of understanding the Reformation as such.
Yes. Because again, literally anybody could have murdered Martin Luther at any given time if it wasn't for
Exactly.
Freddie the Wise.
And it's clearly not because he was hit by a bolt from the blue, but from God's will.
Yes.
So while holed up at the Wartburg Castle, Luther corresponded with leaders of his nascent movement and his colleagues back at Wittenberg while commencing work on the first translation of the Bible into German, part of a project, as we said, to make the Word of God accessible to the masses, by creating what he called a priesthood of all believers. Meanwhile, throughout the German lands, Luther's message created a groundswell of popular enthusiasm among the literate population of the towns that saw communities begin to organize their own local churches in defiance of the demands of Rome.
So there's this period from 1517 to 1525 where Luther's Reformation is spreading relatively unchallenged in Central Europe. I mean, yes, he was branded a heretic and an outlaw, and it was technically legal to kill him on sight, but he had the protection of powerful princes like Frederick. Luther's message had a hyper-receptive audience, and as a bonus actually appealed to the aristocratic elites looking to assert independence from the Pope and the Holy Roman Empire. But in 1525, we see the first widespread movement of the Reformation getting out of Luther's control, as hundreds of thousands of peasants, inspired by Luther's ideas, now being taken increasingly in radical, anti-authoritarian directions by new preachers, like guys like Thomas Munster, rose up in violent opposition to their feudal lords.
Now, we've been discussing Luther's criticism of the church in theological terms. But since the church was perhaps the single institution most vital to the maintenance of the feudal order, Luther's movement immediately developed profound political implications. Each class within the empire processed these implications differently depending on their material position and interests. The imperial princes, most notably Philip, Landgrave of Hesse.
I love Landgrave as
The
a title.
Landgraves and the Margraves are my favorite ones, obviously.
Yes.
Warm and comfortable in their castles, saw in Luther's challenge an opportunity to wrest from the church the tithes and indulgence monies that flowed out of their territories, and also to undermine the emperor's authority as defender of the papacy. The merchants and guild leaders of the towns, less idle than their aristocratic betters, but still dependent upon the expropriation of peasant surpluses, imagine drastically reducing the costs of the church while also claiming for themselves the church's social authority. In the countryside, the peasants, groaning under the weight of accumulated centuries of feudal taxes and dues, as well as new innovations, such as the enclosure of common land, suffering from a punishing cycle of poor harvest and famines, the most recent of which lasted from 1515 to 1519.
Curious that there's a famine right when this whole thing takes
It is
off.
very weird how that happened. Saw something altogether more radical in Luther's call to empower the laity. If the church was not necessary to secure the salvation of the soul, then the rule of the princes and nobles that supported the church was just as superfluous. If a community could tend to their spiritual needs collectively without a hierarchy to mediate, it could do the same with their material needs. The fires of peasant rebellion were kindled by a number of radical itinerant preachers, some former clergy like Luther, some enthusiastic laymen, who traveled throughout the lands preaching a vision of collective action that would sweep away the feudal and religious structures of corruption and bring about the founding, finally and for good, of God's kingdom on earth. Rather than wait for a spurious reward in the hereafter, these preachers insisted that the common peasants of Germany possess the power to find their reward in the here and now, in the struggle to build a true Christendom, where the labors and rewards of existence would be shared equally. The most influential and energetic of these preachers was a former priest, an early follower of Luther named Thomas Munster. Munster spent the years before 1525 agitating crowds towards a violent confrontation with godless secular authority, in town after town, in sermons and pamphlets, often one step ahead of the jailer. In the imperial city of Mullenhausen, Munster published a piece saying, "All the world must suffer a big jolt. There will be such a game that the ungodly will be thrown off their seats and the downtrodden will rise."
That's heavy stuff.
Yeah.
You can get in big trouble saying that kind of stuff to people.
Seriously. Munster spent this time in written argument with Luther and his Wittenberg confederates, who refused to endorse his radical extension of the logic of reform. Luther responded by challenging Munster to a public debate.
Debate me, bro.
But Munster, who referred to Luther as that easy-living flesh of Wittenberg, had more vital priorities.
These guys, the prose that these guys sling at each other is so good.
It's just annihilate. It's just the best insults of all time.
Yes. So in 1525, peasant bands throughout southern Germany began communally resisting the authority of their alleged overlords. It began with mass refusal to remit taxes, but soon enough spread into a series of interlocking armed revolts that involved tens of thousands of peasants. Led in many cases by disaffected imperial knights with military experience, so you got all these vets sitting around with nothing to do.
And who had their feudal prerogatives clipped by the empire and the princes.
These disaffected knights from the Swiss Alps to the eastern border of the empire. They burned castles and monasteries, they destroyed feudal contracts, and while doing so, they promulgated a political project based on the abolition of unjust taxation and the end of enclosure of common lands and equal justice before the law. The most important expression of this project was the 12 Articles, which, like most of the peasant proclamations, was actually composed by literate townspeople allied with the movements. Amidst calls for economic justice were demands for the rights of communities to choose their own pastors. All demands were shot through with approving references to Luther's critique of the old order. The third article of the 12 Articles began, "It has until now been the custom for the lords to own us as their property. This is deplorable, for Christ redeemed and bought us all with his precious blood, the lowliest shepherd as well as the greatest Lord, with no exceptions. Thus the Bible proves that we are free and want to be free." The princes of the empire were slow to respond, but eventually began marshaling their own mercenary armies to combat the peasants. While the princes tried to put out the fires by agreeing to peasant demands temporarily while using periods of truce to gather forces to land a death blow, Luther watched from Wittenberg in horror.
The beneficiary of the Saxon elector's protection and patronage, and had been gifted the use of the monastery he lived in as a monk. But still, Luther had nothing but contempt for most secular princes, who he called, quote, generally the biggest fools or the worst scoundrels on earth. But he considered them necessary to uphold the system of laws that kept people from succumbing to their basest sinful instincts, such as failing to share their crop yields with hungry churchmen. Any political order that gave him the freedom to ponder the great questions of faith in comfort and security instead of tiring himself out behind a plow had to have been righteously ordained by God. For Luther, the only way that people could live in Christian peace was under the watchful gaze of godly overlordship. While the peasant forces lost cohesion and purpose due to their inability to coordinate their activities over distance or operate from a unified command structure, and the princely armies began disarming and massacring them in detail, Luther wrote a book meant to resolve any ambiguities that may have been perceived about his stance on the legitimacy of rebellion against the state, as opposed to rebellion against Rome.
Totally different.
Shortly after the climactic Battle of Frankenhausen, which saw the troops of Philip of Hesse and Frederick the Wise butcher over 5,000 peasants and execute Thomas Munster after torturing him for days, against the robbing, murderous hordes of peasants hit booksellers' shelves. Of the peasants, Luther wrote, "They must be knocked to pieces, strangled and stabbed, covertly and overtly, by everyone who can, just as one must kill a mad dog. Therefore, dear sirs, help here, save here, stab, knock, strangle them, everyone who can, and should you lose your life, bless you, no better death can you ever attain."
God damn, man.
Any loss of respect that Luther suffered in the eyes of the common people of the Holy Roman Empire, which was considerable, he was pelted with rocks in the town of Orlamunda, was more than compensated for by the respect Luther gained in the eyes of the empire's noble class. Luther really never recovers from this totally. His personal influence in the Reformation movement can be said to distinctly begin to drop at around this point. Other people, more vernacular leaders in different parts, start to take up a local influence because his authority has been undermined
Right.
by his public siding with the nobility.
Right.
But he does gain that legitimacy.
Hey, it's nice to have powerful friends.
Right. The peasantry, divided by geography and customs, intermittently illiterate, had shown themselves incapable of seriously challenging for power, leaving the princes and nobles free to shape the Reformation as they saw fit. They would build a church inspired by Luther that carried within it an instinctive hostility to the common masses of Europe, a hostility that would go on to shape the secular liberalism that would follow Protestantism. By this point, the Reformation had largely been constrained to the imperial cities, where town councils were able to remake religious order as they saw fit. The electors, landgraves, and dukes of the realm were more circumspect, seeing in Luther both a potential tool to enlarge their power and wealth, but also a potential threat to the stability of their existing power and wealth. The Peasants' War of 1825 helped convince them there was no longer any containing the popular energy unleashed by Luther's movement, and it was therefore the safest course to ally themselves with Luther in order to direct the energies away from the empire's economic foundations and towards the Antichrist of Rome. For his part, Luther was not overmuch troubled by the betrayed feeling of those who had sympathized with the peasant rebels and thought Luther would support them. In a letter to a friend, he wrote, "He that will not understand, let him not understand. He that will not know, let him be ignorant. It is enough that my conscience pleases God."
It is funny that, like, once you crack open the door of being like, hey, I can actually interpret the Bible.
Yes.
That you're like, well, all the things that immediately benefit me personally, those happen to be the exact words of God.
It's like, wow, as soon as I no longer have to subordinate myself to a social structure and can determine my own relationship to other social objects, I'm always right.
Let me check here in the Bible. It says that it's good for me to be rich and have powerful friends who protect me, and all the things that undermine that are actually wrong.
This is great. I sure as hell hope that the contradictions of and cognitive dissonance of this spiritual identity don't create a cascade of neuroses that cripples generations coming after me.
Now, let me go write another 30 tracks about how the contradictions and neuroses imposed by the other order are actually demons sent from hell.
Yes, yes.
Anyway, as Luther's forging these positions, allying himself with these princely interests, the Reformation continues to find its key audiences in urban denizens. These wealthier, more literate audiences would have plenty of reasons to be attracted to Luther's ideas. Church exemptions from city taxes, the large amounts of real estate that could be reclaimed from church offices, regaining control over local schools and other institutions from Roman influences. Even indulgences themselves had created mercantile problems. They had to be paid in actual coin, resulting in huge amounts of precious specie bleeding out of German lands and into Italy. Like, literally, your physical gold just being sent away to pay for these.
It's fucking up your
tickets.
trade balance.
Yes.
It's no good, folks. I can't have it.
It's bad for business. And there's also the value of asserting power of the free imperial cities and lesser princely estates against the emperor, who is the defender of the Catholic faith, and who until 1508 had to be crowned by the Pope himself. But this was tough business. There was a constant tension between just how far cities and princes could go in permitting the growth of the Reformation before risking actual conflict with imperial power. And just as this urban population was building the faith, they were building the industry around it, printing. You can see the building of this industry and audience in raw numbers. From 1500 to 1516, Wittenberg printers produced just 123 books, about 8 a year, mostly church tracts and documents for the university, as I mentioned before. Essentially a boutique academic operation. You know how most universities have university presses now? It's like that was basically all of it. After the 95 Theses from 1517 to Luther's death in 1546, Wittenberg printers churned out 2,721 works, more than 90 a year, probably more than 3 million individual copies, about a third of these Luther's own works. And that's just Wittenberg. Major printing industries grew in most major German cities, boutique presses in smaller cities, even portable presses to travel around with princes on military campaigns to spread the word of their victories, each exploding with a similar growth in output. By the mid-16th century, the pace of publishing is enough to sustain regular broadsheets relating current events, early newspapers. The print revolution is changing in fundamental ways how the literate population relates to society and to each other, literally changing people's minds. Not in the sense of like their opinions, though it's doing that as well, but how they conceive of themselves in society at a foundational level.
Luther's agonized, racing mind had been unsatisfied with the ritual symbols of faith represented by a compromised and earthly church. He replaced them with a set of symbols that couldn't be alienated by any worldly institution. Biblical scripture.
Literally, the Word.
Reading the Bible, thinking about the Bible, speaking and writing to others about what the Bible meant. These were the new sacraments of Christian faith. A ceaseless mental regimen that worked through the contradictions of living simultaneously as free beings and as subjects to an all-powerful eternal sovereign. This new kind of faith was deeply intuitive to a burgeoning urban population, living lives that moved at a much faster pace and were much more mediated by alienated market institutions than their peasant cousins. Luther presented them with the Christianity of the hearth, contained in the pages of a book on a shelf, portable and malleable, as was necessary for those who sought to survive the competitive pressures of trucking and bartering in a desacralized environment defined by interactions with strangers or with friends that the demands of business require to be treated as strangers. These evangelical converts could resacralize public space through membership in a community of literate believers who shared the same mental landscape provided by Luther's writings and the writings of his supporters. The Luther publishing boom not only simulated the accumulation and circulation of capital in German cities, all that money that used to flow into Vatican coffers to buy indulgences was now going to local printers and booksellers who used it to increase their capacity and to hire workers. It also created a spiritual environment fit to conduct business in.
So while Luther's building his princely aligned new church up in Wittenberg, others are pushing this Reformation thing even further. The towns of Switzerland were nominally part of the Holy Roman Empire, but had achieved functional independence for generations. First in Zurich, under the leadership of Ulrich Zwingli, then in Geneva under John Calvin, very important guy. Swiss free cities led the way for pushing Luther's concepts to what they considered their logical conclusion, but which Luther and his allies saw as dangerous heresy. Again, it's funny. It's like, no,
I already did it. You just have to read it and go like, oh, you're right.
Yes.
What you're still thinking?
Why are you? I'm done.
Wait a minute. You're thinking the way I'm thinking? Your brain's doing the same thing to my stuff that I did to the other stuff? No, you can't do that. That's not allowed.
Zwingli died in battle before Zurich really put itself on the map as a site of theological innovation, but Geneva was a different story. Geneva had successfully negotiated independence from the Duke of Savoy and operated as an independent republic at the time, a prosperous merchant city primed for Protestant innovation. The city's position as a merchant city at the crossroads of Germany and the increasingly Protestant southern France allowed Calvin, another preacher of seemingly limitless energy and eloquence, to emerge as the main rival to Luther's claim as spiritual authority. Turns out, much to Luther's irritation, that a priesthood of all believers, absent the guiding hand of a church hierarchy or a king of the church who literally wore a crown and said what was right and what wasn't, won't all come to the same conclusions.
Oh!
Yes.
Now, Luther didn't start off his project with the intention of destroying Christendom. At first, he assumed, adorably, that his undisputedly correct interpretation of Scripture would inevitably lead to church reform.
He's got the args. People
He's got
see
the args, folks.
People will see the args and they will come to the right
He will win
conclusion.
the debates, and then they will be forced by the logic of his argument to concede to him. Because they want to go to heaven? Doesn't everybody want to go to heaven?
Yes.
So Luther's reform movement would be the triumphant capstone of a series of reform movements that have been fixtures of the church since its foundation. But his excommunication and the repression of his followers, wherever allies of Rome were in power, disabused him of any hope of changing the church that way. It would have to be destroyed, root and branch. Because if these people would not see the light of God, it meant that they must, by definition, be under the spell of Satan.
Right.
It's the only way to explain their failure to come to the same conclusions as him.
When you only have two choices, God or Satan, it's got to be
It's
one
like
or the other.
these are the correct arguments, and you still don't agree with me. I'm afraid you have tested positive for the devil. So that means that the church went from being this institution that he was hoping to reform to one that had to be destroyed and replaced.
Right.
And this destruction must be waged by the people, and the only people who could wage a war of destruction against the church were the princes of the empire.
Right.
People like Frederick the Wise and Philip of Hesse, who had access to vast state revenues, who had the power and authority to dispense justice, raise armies, and go to war. As secular rulers began reforming the church in their own domains, Lutheranism as a practice began to take shape. It meant a church that maintained many of the hierarchical structures of Catholicism, only administered by the secular states rather than by the Vatican. Princes would appoint preachers and fund the primary schools necessary to spread the literacy scriptural appreciation demanded. Luther had condemned 5 of the 7 sacraments as unbiblical, but insisted on the validity of infant baptism and the Eucharist, even if the communion wafer may not turn into the body of Christ as the Catholic Church taught. Luther dismissed transubstantiation as baseless superstition, but the ritual of the Eucharist still held for Luther a real presence of Christ.
I just love how much you got to think about this little piece of bread.
Yeah.
It's
When it comes down to is that Luther had a subjective emotional experience with the Eucharist that he could not explain away. And the Reformed critique that said, no, there's nothing here, could not be defeated because it's not in the Bible.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, this new type of religiosity can't express subjective truth.
Well, that's the conflict that rages at the heart of him, is that he's all about the args, he's all about the by your logic, but in the end he feels something. But
Exactly.
I feel it's there, so it has to be, and he cannot argue himself away.
It's a career of invective. Like, he's screaming his lungs out for his entire career as a writer, and he's incredibly bilious and combative. And it's because he's trying to hammer everything into people's minds. He's trying to hammer his whole heart and soul onto the page. But there is there is always a latency and a loss of resolution through translation.
Right.
And by the time it becomes mere text, as powerful as it is, it's going to become denatured. And new people looking at it are not going to engage with the ideas the same way. And so the question of the Eucharist becomes this incredibly important one, because so much unspoken emotion rests at the heart of it.
Right.
The remaining sacraments that Luther held to were meant to connect believers to the institutions of this new Protestant church.
Right.
So the institutions that Luther and the secular authorities who rallied to Luther's banner in the decades after the Diet of Worms saw as the only bulwark against Catholic power, who they saw in increasingly demonic and apocalyptic terms.
So in the independent Swiss city, away from the power politics of the empire itself, townspeople and preachers like Zwingli and Calvin felt free to push beyond Luther's self-imposed boundaries. They noticed that the Eucharist had no more scriptural basis than any of the other sacraments. That Luther himself was busy writing this invective to condemn. So Landgrave Philip of Hesse, that doltish enthusiast of the early Protestantism, attempted to heal the breach between Luther and Zwingli on the question of the Eucharist before it could permanently divide the evangelical movement. At the Colloquy of Marburg, I love the names for everything.
We love them, don't we?
A colloquy. When was the last time we had a good
We have
colloquy?
not had a colloquy in centuries.
Let's get a colloquy together after this.
Let's do it, guys.
All right. In 1529, Luther and Zwingli carried out a grueling debate on the metaphorical and literal content of the scriptural phrase, "This is my body." On the first day of the debate, Zwingli, frustrated with Luther's stubbornness, asked, "Should then everything go according to your will?" Even though he had every incentive to accommodate those who saw the Eucharist as purely metaphorical in the interest of maintaining unity, Luther could not agree. He was, in his words, shackled. I cannot escape. The word is too strong. And this goes back to what we were just saying. It's like, you could feel Luther, despite his eloquence, despite his argument, you could feel him struggling with the page, with the word, with his own brain to be like, why can't I make you see what is inside my soul?
He is running against the limitations of language as a communication of truth. And
shackled. I cannot escape.
And he is stuck in this tragic relationship where he can never reflect on it and disengage from it because it destroys him over time. Not only did the Swiss fanatics, as Luther called them, adhere to a strictly literal Eucharist, they also asserted that clergy appointments and church governments were the business of the church members themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And while Luther was content to live the contradiction between free will and God's will, Calvin insisted on living instead with the full implications of predestination, a doctrine that had been promulgated by St. Augustine, but largely ignored by theologians until Luther. An all-powerful God knows who will be saved and who will be damned. No human act, from prayer to charity, can sway that decision. That might sound like a bummer, but it was a doctrine perfectly suited to the realities of urban power politics. In Geneva, Calvin brought together an alliance of leading citizens to exercise secular power while also dominating the newly formed civil church. Their brand of uncompromising, austere belief, propagated by Calvin's own prolific writings, would be hugely influential in the towns of southern France, the Spanish Netherlands, and the Rhineland.
Which is coincidentally where a huge trade road runs.
Exactly. Very weird. Yes.
Yes. As Luther's Reformation spread and splintered, other sects were becoming even more radical. Calvin may have disparaged the Eucharist, but there was one sacrament everyone understood to be untouchable if you wanted to keep your head on your shoulders. Infant baptism may not have been in the Bible, but it was the ritual that consecrated the relationship between citizens and their sovereigns. It's like the spiritual form of being issued a social security card, basically. You are now a citizen.
You are written into the books.
Yes. So by the 1530s, groups known as the Anabaptists promulgated a faith that bordered on anarchism. They rejected infant baptism, believing that only those who had freely accepted Christ and confessed faith could be baptized. And that faith rejected almost all forms of secular authority. And it sought to build communities wholly outside the realm of established society, sometimes including communal living. And naturally, these groups were seen as insanely radical and dangerous to Catholics and magisterial Lutherans alike, and were violently opposed, persecuted, hunted, and executed wherever they sprung up, including in Switzerland. In Zwingli's Zurich, Anabaptists were punished by being tied up and drowned in a river. A classic case of, okay, you asked for it, bro. This spasm of radical reformation would reach its most dramatic edge in the German city of Munster in the mid-1530s. There, a sect of Anabaptist ministers, with the aid of a wealthy merchant Bernard Knipperdoling,
Hell yeah.
were able to stage a quasi-democratic coup of city government and enforce Anabaptist principles through the secular civic authority. This would include mandatory rebaptism, a wave of iconoclastic destruction of church property, and eventually confiscation of property and declaration that all property was to be held communally.
Now, soon the local archbishop led forces to lay siege to Munster, and the isolated city descended into a frenzy of religious ecstasy as the Anabaptists tried to create heaven on earth in the waning stores of their food reserves. The stories of starvation, forced polygamy, violent persecution of unbelievers for the years-long siege became a cautionary tale for over-enthusiastic reformers after the archbishop's troops breached the city walls. The leading Anabaptists were tortured and executed. Their bodies were hung in gibbets from the walls of St. Lambert's Church. Eventually, the bones were removed, but the cages remain to this day. The Munster Rebellion bloodily confirmed the boundaries of religious innovation that secular authorities of all confessions would allow. Anabaptist sects such as the Mennonites would survive by adhering to a strict policy of political quietism while seeking the sponsorship of sympathetic landowners. Most would eventually migrate to the New World. The New Jerusalem would not be found in Europe.
The fact that the cages are still there on the church in Munster is
Just reminding everybody what happens if you fuck up.
This is you can go this far, no further.
Yep,
I really want to see those cages someday.
that would be sick.
By the late 1530s, Luther had suffered at least one heart infraction. His vision failed, his eardrum had ruptured, he had increasing heart pain, general weakness and fainting. His bowels failed him. In fact, for a guy who loves shit and fart jokes so much, for most of his adult life, Luther was beset by near debilitating constipation.
I think it makes sense. I think that's why he was always thinking of shit, because he hadn't taken one.
Yes, he was wishing for the shit that never came.
Yeah, like there is a story that might be apocryphal that he came to his apotheosis. He came to a religious epiphany around the question of faith.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing that motivated Luther, the thing that made him believe that like he was giving people good news with his religious innovations was the other side of all of this question of hell and damnation was God's grace.
Yes.
Freely given.
Yes.
And that is the other thing that he tried to communicate in his writing that ended up getting lost, because it was this subjective experience of grace.
Mm-hmm.
And he is said apocryphally to have had it while trying to take a shit.
Well, trying to feel the release.
Yeah, well, trying to feel the release in like a castle turret. We don't know if that's true or not, but it certainly fits with his general lifelong fixation on the anus and on shit.
Well, just some choice scatological humor from Martin Luther. On wishing that the Pope would have read his own writings, he said, "Devil, I have shit my pants. Have you smelt it?" And then later, but if that is not enough for you, devil, I have also shit and pissed. Wipe your mouth on that and take a hearty bite.
Yeah.
And of course, his line about the end of his life.
Yeah, like as his health was failing and he was kind of becoming aware of his own mortality, he wrote, "I am a ripe stool and the world is a gigantic anus." And he was just
Waiting to be
he's basically
pinched off.
waiting to be pinched off. Yeah.
What a mind.
Yeah, something.
Beautiful mind. Mm-hmm. So Luther spends his final years in Wittenberg, nurturing a growing family. He had taken a wife, Katharina, in 1525, corresponding with his associates, solidifying a new church doctrine in Protestant lands, and heaping increasingly dire abuse on his detractors in print. As he wrote to his closest associate, Philip Melanchthon, and incidentally, Philip goes on to lead the church after Luther, but when we're talking about brands here, Martin Luther, clean, simple, rolls off the tongue. Philip Melanchthon.
Well, it's even worse than that, because so Philip Melanchthon might be the most Simon Pure dork-ass nerd in world history. He's up there with like Isaac Newton. Just a pure, just a little bookworm dork. So he is a German theology student who was born Philip Schwarzbart, which is in German Black Earth. But because of his passion for the Word of God, which of course is in Greek, he changed his name to the Greek equivalent of Black Earth, which is Melanchthon. He is a fucking weeb for ancient Greece because it's the language of the Bible. He was a weeb for the Bible. Bible was his manga, basically.
Yes.
But he was one of the biggest dorks of all time, and
He's
it is very funny
essentially
because
Luther's TA.
yes, and they have a very funny relationship because Martin Luther is this like incredibly charming, personally garrulous Chad,
Yes.
wife and kids, just
Stories of like, was he'd roll through town, he'd like do a sermon and then head over to the local pub afterwards and just like host everyone at the table and just like ribald
he was like
conversation.
he was a classic German party animal type guy, and in fact, there's a collection of his of all of his conversations that he had while just like getting shit faced off of his wife's beer that he brewed, and like eating trenchers of stew. It's called Table Talk, and there's a lot of shit jokes in there.
Yes.
And then Melanchthon is just this weedy little dork who like can't look anybody in the eye.
Yes. I mean, for the amount of work that he did to build the church.
Oh, he was hugely powerful, but this is an example of why Luther is such a singular figure in world history.
Yeah.
Because you can't imagine Melanchthon holding this on his shoulders the way Luther did.
Yeah, there's a reason that it's called Lutheranism and not Melanchthonism, beyond just that it doesn't roll off the tongue.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is what Luther wrote towards the end of his life to Melanchthon. "I was born for this purpose, to fight with the rebels and the devils, and to lead the charge. Therefore, my books are very stormy and warlike. I have to uproot trunks and stumps, hack at the thorns and hedges, and fill the potholes. So I am the crude woodsman who has to clear and make the path. Master Philip comes after me, meticulously and quietly, builds and plants, widows and waters happily, according to the talents God has richly given him."
He's an indoor kid. God love him.
Luther's debilitating pamphlet writing addiction was contagious. an army of imitators, both lay people and clergy, rushed to add their own contributions to the torrent of ink spilled in the course of building reformed religious institutions. Among them were some of the most powerful princes of the empire. In 1541, Frederick the Wise's successor, John Frederick of Electoral Saxony, engaged in a war of words with his fervently Catholic Breton cousin from Ducal Saxony, we talked about this earlier, Heinrich IV. At one point in this literary duel, Duke Heinrich published a pamphlet responding to John Frederick called, this is the name of the pamphlet, Well-grounded, steadfast, grave, true, godly, Christian, nobly inclined duplicate against the Elector of Saxony's second defamatory, baseless, fickle, fabricated, ungodly, unchristian, drunken, God-detested treatise. That's the name of the work. John Frederick fired back with his response was titled, True, steadfast, well-grounded, Christian, and sincere reply to the shameless, Calphurnic book of infamy and lies by the godless, accursed, execrable defamer, evil-working Barabbas, also whore-addicted Hulfernus of Branchenweg, who calls himself Duke Heinrich the Younger.
Go off.
Calphurnic.
Yeah, this is basically this is a rap battle.
Yeah, it's a
This is
rap
an
battle.
actual rap battle of history. This is
Imagine-
what those really look like.
Imagine somebody comes up to you and calls you a whore-addicted Hulfernus.
Oh, it's go time.
Gloves are off. One subject of bitter argument was whether Martin Luther had ever referred to the corpulent elector as John Sausage. No matter how rich and powerful you are, no one can resist the lure of a good public flame war, and it reminds you why billionaires are on Twitter.
They can't get it. It's like you see everybody doing this,
And you
even
gotta
though
get
it's
in on
beneath You got to get in on it.
Everybody's having fun posting
Everybody's having
memes.
so much fun posting.
Why can't I do it as well?
Yeah, it's a whole new fun thing to do. Like, what else are you doing? Like, sitting on your throne, trying not to, trying to ignore your hemorrhoids while, eating another fucking turkey leg?
So I encourage everyone to get online and post to Elon Musk that he's an evil working Barabbas.
Yeah.
The 1540s also see Luther direct invective at the Islamic Turks, perhaps more understandable as their armies encroached ever more over Christian lands of southern Europe, and against the Jews. The Screed against the Jews was a relatively minor work in Luther's time, but as one might expect, it was appropriated to much higher significance during certain periods in future German history.
Luther's views on Jews change over the course of his career as a reformer. In his early days, he writes approvingly of Jews and sympathetically of Jews, claiming that the reason that they have to this point not reconciled themselves to Christ is that they were alienated by the awful, corrupt institutions of the Catholic Church.
Which would seem reasonable.
And
to-
that
from
now
Luther's
that
perspective.
the new scriptural biblical church had emerged, they could see the light. But later in his career, after that didn't happen, and they all said, no thanks, we'll stay with our community and traditions and everything, he said, well, then fine, fuck you. You deserve every calumny, every given to you, and that you should essentially... there is a genocidal implication in his work there. Yeah, just like if you refuse to acknowledge Christ, you are not reconcilable to Christendom.
Again,
as he conceived.
classic, I've given you the arts.
Exactly.
Why- and you
what
don't
are you
see-
doing? Same thing, like the church, the Jews, and the Turk. It all had to be destroyed to create a truly apocalyptic horizon.
On a rare trip to his birthplace in Eiselbahn, Martin Luther fell suddenly, mortally ill, and died in February 1546 at age 62. In 30 years, he had almost single-handedly shattered the unity of the Christian church, something that would have been unimaginable at the time of his birth. He had worked tirelessly to build a whole new confession of Christian faith, one born out of Scripture alone, accessible to the common man, free from the indecent mediating of some princely pope. His work had redrawn the map of secular power along lines of faith. Protestantism would be the common cause and motivation for alliances among northern German princes and in Bohemia to the east. Protestantism would soon be the ruling religion of Scandinavia and Denmark and the Netherlands, and after Henry VIII got too horny to obey the Pope anymore, England. While Catholicism would be protected by the Habsburgs in their lands of the Southern Holy Roman Empire, in Austria and in Spain, as well as in the stalwartly Catholic France and, of course, Italy. These divisions would be the battle lines for nearly a century of religious violence, and eventually, the 30 Years' War.
Luther had sought to convert Christendom into a continental fellowship of believers, all reading from the same hymn. By the time he died, the Holy Roman Empire was on the verge of war as rival Catholic and Lutheran power centers marshaled forces to crush each other, while Calvinist heresy spread throughout the cities of Western Europe. Without the disciplining structure of a universal church, universal religious truth broke down, leaving instead a patchwork of churches tied to local regimes of power, vying for control of territories and souls in Northern Europe, while the Pope and his infernal minions in Spain, Italy, and southern Germany gathered their powers for a counterstrike. It was certainly not what Luther had wanted when he set out his great project of Reformation, but Luther died nonetheless content that it was all God's will. If the people refused to heed his message, it was because they were not worthy of it. They would have to be tested and purified, as he himself had been. Having given himself over to God's grace, Luther believed that no action he took in God's name could have been wrong. Now, there's no evidence that he actually told Charles V at Worms, "Here I stand, I can do no other." But there's a reason that that line has for centuries stood as Luther's epitaph.
In October 1617, all across Germany, a massive jubilee was held to celebrate the centenary of Martin Luther's monumental act of defiance. 100 years of Protestantism. Special sermons were preached, plays commemorating the important events in Luther's life. Choirs of children sang newly composed songs, new broadsheets printed and posted commemorating the event. Souvenir medals were struck and handed out to participants. A genuine festival of confessional solidarity that established Luther's posting of the 95 Theses as the foundational event of the Reformation.
It's important to remember, the event that we begin this episode with, the hammering of the Theses, was, for this first 100 years, considered one event among several that were the founding events of the Reformation.
Right.
It was the creation of this specific pageantry around this anniversary, as we'll say, as a political project that gave that the historic truth to Luther's posting of the Theses as the beginning of it.
It is manufacturing history,
Yes.
of which we are still retelling in the same way. But hey, it's a dramatic moment. He's got a hammer, a nail, it's a broadsheet, it is striking it in the door.
The thing is, because this was an event of pageantry, they understood you got to pick an event that's going to give him a little zhuzh.
Yes.
And you can't beat a guy striding out there and hammering something into a damn door.
This was not an organically developed event. It was the plan of Frederick V, Elector of the Palatinate, himself a fierce Calvinist, designed to promote unity between all Protestants in the Holy Roman Empire and strengthen his anti-Catholic political alliance.
Yeah, the whole thing was funded by the Palatinate
Yes.
as a state, as a soft power project, basically.
He was the golden voice of the 17th century.
Yes.
It was projected as a moment of peace and accomplishment, the triumph of the Reformation in establishing itself in stable opposition to the evil papist authority. But remember the name Frederick V, because within 1 year of the Jubilee, his fanatical devotion to these Reformation principles will drag all of Europe into 30 years of hell on earth.
Boom.
This first episode of Hell on Earth is free and public for all listeners. All subsequent episodes will be exclusively for Patreon subscribers to Chapo Trap House. To subscribe today for the rest of the series, as well as all of Chapo's premium content, go to patreon.com/Chapo Trap House. Hell on Earth is written by Matt Chrisman and Chris Wade, with additional contributions in this episode by Michael Coase. It's produced by me, Chris Wade, with editing from our co-producer Nick Quaz. Show art and animation is from the great Ben Clarkson, and you can find a supplemental interactive atlas for the series by John White over at hellonearth.chapotraphouse.com. Our theme music is by Nick Diamonds, with additional music by Alessandro Takeshi, John Aarons, Austin Riley, Tyrant King, Blackout Princess, and Stale Cooper. Join us next week for the Black Death, the Universal Monarch, and what the hell is the Holy Roman Empire anyway?
Greetings, friends and chappos. It's Monday, January 9th. It's a travel day for one Matt Crispin, but fear not, both myself and Felix are here. But joining us for your edification is our good friends Hessa and Ben from Seeking Arrangements. Back again. Hessa, Ben, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
Thanks for having us.
It's always great to have you here. We've got it's been a busy weekend. We've got some big news stories happening over the weekend. So, just to kick it off, let's begin with there's a new date in January that will now live in infamy. That's right, January 8th in Brazil will now go down in history as somehow an even lamer coup attempt than the one we had in America. So, rule number one here, just for folks paying attention at home, if you are attempting to overthrow the government of your country on behalf of a recently defeated political leader, you have to make sure that said political leader is in the country at the time that you do the coup.
Well, yeah, okay, so that was a strange feature about all of this, right? Was that Bolsonaro and his most trusted, like, non-son lieutenants all went to Orlando, and they're like, all right, let's give ourselves, like, 5 days to plan this. 5 days, you know, we'll sit in the writer's room, we'll get some 5-hour energies, we'll bang this out. I have dark web Vivans, we're gonna get to the bottom of this thing. And after 5 days, what they got was, we're going to send, I'd say about 800 people to Congress when no one's there, and they're going to beat the shit out of a police horse until it dies, and then get arrested by the military.
Wait, did they kill a horse?
They did kill a horse.
Yeah.
Bolsonaro supporters saw a Brazilian
Continuing his
cop
vengeance
on a
against
horse.
animals.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it just, I mean, I would say they got about 5 times closer on January 6th. Like, at least they were in the building on January 6th. No one was there. No one was there. It was like the robbery from Bad Santa.
It's like
If it was a coup attempt.
the part in Airplane where they're all lining up to slap that woman, except they're all, it's like an 800-person line lining up to hit a horse with a bat.
Yeah. So when the military got there, after they had, like, you know, broken. First of all, I'm sorry, apologies to Brazil. Their congressional building looks like a fucking Macy's. After they broke the revolving door of the Macy's Congress and killed the horse, the military shows up and they start cheering because they're like, oh, this must mean that they've decided to break for us. This is like our Red October moment.
We won.
And they instantly get arrested. Instantly.
Well, I mean, I thought that was interesting because, you know, Brazil obviously is a country that's experienced the military dictatorship and coup. So, like, you know, they've had the military intervene in their democratic process before. But once again, the strong men created good times. The good times create coup plotters that are just waiting for the military to step in and do something. Sorry, you got to do some of the work yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, so, yeah, they had a coup very recently, you know? The coup that put Temer and then, by extension, Bolsonaro in power. But it's like, okay, well, you see why they sent a Washington-trained judge to put this all in motion. Why it wasn't just you planning it that time.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, I didn't know about any of this until researching before the episode. And I think that those people, everything they did was right. I agree with them about everything. That horse was a menace.
Yeah, that horse deserved it.
That horse was a menace. I think this might have actually been a targeted assassination of the horse, disguised as a coup attempt.
If this was just, like, they wanted to kill this one police horse, then it would be like, all right, let's hear him out. I don't know.
No one died though. No one like tased himself in the nuts or accidentally like shot someone there. No.
So it's not quite
Zero.
as
Not
funny
that I
as
know
our
of.
January 6th, but
Yeah.
you know, I just have to pass this along from Matt. He said how to tell January 6th from January 8th. January 6th attendees have names like Brunch Bunions. January 8th attendees have names like Hercules Carvalho.
Yes, yes.
Then he says, January 6th, Wern Engstrom takes a dump in the Senate cloakroom. January 8th, Lincoln Rockwell da Gama takes a dump in Palacio Justicia. I was thrilled to find out, though, that Brazil has their own groypers, and they have their own QAnon shaman. And I really like following the Brazilian groypers because one of them shared a photo of of a dildo in like a shoulder bag, and said this was found in the office of like a Brazilian Supreme Court judge, a sodomite toy. And then the military, covered it up. But
I love
you know,
the idea. I love the idea of being like so gay that you can't even like not take your dildo to work. It's like I can't go 8 hours without getting fucked in the ass.
Switching dildos at work like you're switching shirts. I love like Brazil is like simultaneously like 1,000 years in the future and 1,000 years in the past. Because like
Yes.
they say things like a sodomite toy, and then their like club music is like designed to be listened to while you're doing a drug called like kooky kooky that is just like mainlining like liquid mercury from thermometers into your bloodstream.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so yeah, half the people are named after Jefferson Davis. They, have names like Jefferson Davis, Pereira, Mercedes, as Matt alluded to. But then they also made Baby Rexha or Hexa. It's a
Did
country
they? I
that
thought she
contains
was Albanian.
No. There are just so many Albanian pop stars that look like her that you got confused. She is an actual, honest to God, Brazilian.
I thought she was a
Okay.
Albanian mafia as well.
That actually explains a lot about her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, she was the David Guetta blues song. She's the vocals on that.
I'm obsessed with that song. It's
Yeah,
so
that-
funny.
That's the song that the Brazilian Patriots, the Groypers, were standing up and singing at Brazilian January 6th.
It's maybe the most improvised sounding song I've ever heard in my life, and it somehow beats out the song it's based on, which is the previous most improvised sounding song of all time. They beat it.
So Brazil, they had their shot to do January 6th, and it was, like I said, somehow even lamer than our coup attempt. There's something like 400 people have already been arrested, and they're just like sort of sitting in a big warehouse right now, waiting to have charges filed against them. But once again, it's like, yeah, you can hope that your actions inspire the military. Look, we're all hoping the military takes over this country. I know I am. But like you can't just demand that they do it for you. You gotta have just a little bit of skin in the game. I don't know. I gotta inspire the people, and you can't just inspire them with a ripoff of our January 6th, which also failed. So, Brazil, step your game up, please.
It's so funny that they were like 2 days later. That's what was missing from January 6th. It was supposed to be if it was on January 8th, it would have succeeded.
Well, they had 2 years to plan this thing based on the failures of January 6th, and it doesn't seem like they really did their homework here.
Well, no one tased themselves.
That's true.
They read the manuals for all the tasers
Yeah.
before they went in.
But like
I
even more than that, it's like, well, this is a country that did have like a military dictatorship like not that long ago. Like you'd think that they would remember how to, I don't know, change the oil, do something. But literally they took the American plan of just go there and run around, and they'll have to take you to McDonald's.
I'm like picturing like crosscuts of this coup attempt, and it cutting back to Bolsonaro like looking at bananas at like at a Publix while like everybody wants to rule the world plays on this.
There's a room where the doctors will find you, Jair. It's called the hospital. Check it out. He's getting.
He
updates
is in
on
the
his-
hospital though.
Yeah, no, he's at the hospital right now. He's getting updates on his phone about how his supporters are like, Jair, we're here from you. The country is ours. It will never be taken from us. And he's like, sorry, be right back. I have shingles covering 99% of my body.
He's so funny. He's like the Jamila Jamil of dictators. He's so cool. I saw someone sent me a picture earlier today actually of this poor random woman who looks kind of like Bolsonaro in a bad wig at this restaurant in Florida. And they were like, oh my God, he has to disguise himself.
Well, I was gonna say, like, there's no way they can extradite him because there are too many old people in Florida who look like beanbags with random diseases. Like, there's no way they're gonna be able to find him.
It's like the mirror scene from Enter the Dragon when they try to catch him.
Oh, all right, guys. This should be easy. We're going into South Florida. We're looking for a guy with sort of like I don't know, distressed leather-like skin and 90%
Droopy dog jowls.
droopy dog jowls, and it's almost like he has a camouflage of liver spots. Should not be too hard.
We're putting out a bolo for someone whose face is sort of frozen in some sort of death rictus smirk, and currently has breathing tubes in his face at all times. And then is also, for some reason, his hand is also frozen rigor mortis style and a thumbs up. Just look for a man grinning and giving a thumbs up, very close to death.
Yeah, we're
Dougie
looking.
Jones. He's just like literally.
We're looking for Dougie Jones, who has a tube connecting his colon to a super soaker. Should not be too hard to find. We're gonna get him.
It's like it's literally 9 guys there right now.
No, but poor showing from Bolsonaro supporters. I mean, why the fuck would he go back to Brazil now after some weak shit like that? But Felix, I will disagree with you for a second here. Just to go back to what you said about the capital of Brazil and Brasilia. I think their capital is very cool looking. I think it's very cool and modern, and I wish we had a Macy's looking capital in this country.
I think it looks like the Grove.
That's why it's cool. That's why I like it.
I don't know. It's not very based. I don't know if you saw this, but you know how Viktor Orban is like just does every like internet conservative thing. He's doing a thing now where he's like decucking the architecture of Hungary and making it classical again. Bolsonaro didn't even do that.
Yeah, he's
And,
making
like,
it harder
it's-
for the politicians there to jump out of the windows where 12 guy orgies are happening. Getting bars all over the windows.
That guy was great. If there had only been some nice
love
wrought
that guy.
iron on those windows, he could have just he should have stayed there and fucked and sucked to his heart.
Yeah,
his
they
heart's
turned into the
content.
jail.
I literally, in my mind's eye, picturing this coup, it's all like waxed eyebrow, jacked, tanned Brazilian
Yeah.
gay hustlers.
No,
Like,
I know. I was thinking
taking
the same thing too. Because I had no clue. I saw like 2 videos and I was like, my only reference point for Brazilian culture are like really buff gay guys with like blonde facial hair. Like
Yeah.
dyed blonde
Yeah.
facial hair. And I'm like, I guess they're going crazy at the Capitol right now.
Well, it was the BB Rexa concert, you know.
Oh yeah, of course.
Some
but, you know-
some Brazilians are like marvels of bodybuilding and pharmaceuticals, and some
Yeah.
just like we've made the point several times that they're just it's America with Portuguese instead of English soup stock, and they just they look like dumpy Americans, but maybe like a shade tanner.
Mm-hmm.
I just once again, I'm loving the idea of Bolsonaro in the Orlando-based home of an MMA fighter, sleeping in his Minions-themed bedroom, watching his
Yeah.
watching his country go. I mean, it's just he can only watch in mute horror.
The Minions
from
room-
his Minions-themed race car bed.
Okay, I kind of do want to ask Felix, who it seemed like on the last episode you knew a little bit about this fighter. Why does he have a Minions-themed room in his house?
Oh.
Do you have any insights as to his mindset, his...
Minion mindset.
20 years of combined brain trauma.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Jose Aldo has always been one of my favorite fighters. He is one of the best 145 pounders ever. Incredibly exciting, fun fighter. At one point, an amazing, unbeatable Seaman champion. Like many fighters, suffered some vicious beatings towards the end of his career, and that probably activated the part of his brain that was like, "Oh, I'm soothed by sleeping on a Minion's comforter."
Yeah. He
Probably
literally
wasn't there before.
fluently understands what they're saying. It means something to him.
Yes.
I agree.
Meanwhile, Bolsonaro has just ruined the Minions bread spread by spilling the contents of his neti pot, which includes Bolsonaro's neti pot just contains the contents of his stomach that then he then pours into his nasal cavity and then sort of recycles it through himself.
I'm picturing him putting water in the neti pot and putting it through his nostrils, and it comes out the other side looking like the stuff Freddie Quill drinks in The Master, like glowing yellow.
Well, better luck next time to Bolsonaro and the Brazil style groypers. Better luck next time for them. But I'd like to move on now to another great news story from the weekend that deals with the return of a Chapo favorite Chapo character, a man we first encountered live and in person back at CPAC in National Harbor, Maryland. This is a favorite story of mine because I get to say the word, and I say word, but it's really more of a sound. That's right, schlap. Matt Schlapp. Schlapp, schlap, schlap. He's been schlapping all over the place. And listeners would, okay, so like, over the weekend, I saw the headline. CP, Conservative Political Action Union Conference founder Matt Schlapp accused of groping Herschel Walker staffer. And then I was just like, do mine eyes deceive me? Click through. And then to find out, listeners, this was a male staffer that he was accused of. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Shocking.
Because if a guy whose on-stage persona is Felix, as you described him, like sort of a community theater director, sort of like the Corky St. Clair of CPAC.
You know what? When I first said that, I was kind of like, there was something in the back of my mind that was like, I don't know, am I just saying that because he just sounds effeminate? Am I just doing like a replay of like the Lindsey Graham, Marcus Bachman thing? Is this like really there? I mean, like, who gives a shit? But no. He is of that type, of that specific type of movement conservative gay guy. And by of that type, I mean, they all have the same fumbling, they're exposed in the same fumbling way, which is basically like they find a straight guy who they like try to rape in their car. and then
During work hours.
Yeah, at like 3 p.m. And then when the guy like freaks out and runs away, they like try to FaceTime him like 9 times and are like, "Wait, I think you like misinterpreted me. I was like trying to pull your hamstring. I was doing an office prank on you." Yeah.
It's just like, it's so funny if like any old white guy with a noun for a last name is like, "Hey, do you wanna have an evening to discuss your political future? You need to bring mace or like a recording device with you."
When you guys contacted us to come on, I was like, okay, who's gay? Who's gay?
Yeah, something
So
else.
I just looked up Congress gay. Yeah.
We got a lot of gay stories for the gay Chapo today.
Okay, do you know his wife's name is Mercedes?
Mercedes.
Yes.
That's
Mercedes
a
Schlapp,
dead,
and
that's
she's a dime.
dead
And she's
giveaway to
beautiful.
me.
Yeah.
A little bit from the groping allegations from NBC News. It says here, quoting, it says, "He reached in between my legs and fondled me," the former Walker staffer told NBC News in a telephone interview. "To my shame, I didn't say anything to stop Schlapp." Stop the Schlapp! Stop the Schlapp! That's what people in Brazil were trying to do. They were trying to stop Lula from schlapping all over their country. He goes there,
I could see Detective Olivia Benson comforting this man and being like, "It's not
sure.
It's
It's very normal.
Yeah,
35% of victims don't react when assaulted.
yeah. Hey, don't blame yourself. Blame Schlapp. Schlapp is what happened to you, not what you failed to stop.
Slap happens.
That's Ice-T's line.
Yeah, they're doing real sick shit. It's called schlapping.
Slapping my crap. I'm slapping my crap in the corner over here thinking about Matt Slap.
You telling me this is a gay man who married a woman named Mercedes and didn't expect to be found out?
No, he has gay face. He has gay face.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can definitely see it in his. He has like pervy, just eyes, just the energy. His little like spiked
That
up
cherub
hair
cheeks.
in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so gay. This
His
looks like a
tan.
guy This
His
is a
fake
guy
tan.
who would message you on Grindr and be like, "I stan you. Your hair is slay. You are looking so stan today."
Just a few more details.
He has like, it's like he has gay face, but not like the life of like a confident like out gay man.
No,
like
no.
the type of guy who owns a gas station in rural Maryland and like can only have sex by like basically impressing surface on shoplifters.
Yeah, he has the kind of gay face where he's like, he's like very, like one of the cops at the beginning of Cruising is what I would compare him to, honestly, because it's very like, hi, like how are you, like friendly, kind of faggy, or can I not say that? Sorry.
Well, you can say that.
Yeah.
Fun.
Friendly, like faggy smile, and then suddenly like a switch flips and his eyes just go like total dead, like soulless evil.
Yeah.
Like, and then he just tries to grab your crotch. Like,
Well, a few more details from the story. It says the mid-level walker aide was assigned a chauffeur Schlapp who invited him to meet for drinks that night at the Capitol Grill restaurant in the Buckhead section of Atlanta. He believed the extra face-to-face time could help him solidify a personal connection with one of the party's most influential figures. See, I'm wondering if, like, this mid-level Walker staffer, if everyone around the office was like, yeah, that guy's probably gay, get him to chauffeur the Schlapp
Yeah.
around town. And
I was
help
just
him.
thinking,
maybe
just the
we're
hottest
doing
guy
him a
in the
favor.
office.
He could really have his career helped out by Schlapp.
No, if you're put on Schlapp duty, you're sus as hell.
Yeah.
You're sus as hell. I'm sorry to tell
dirty
you.
jobs with Mike Rowe. Schlapp. Today on the Schlapp escort.
Yeah, this is like, I have not seen this guy, but like, knowing that they put him on Schlapp duty tells me he's one of those young 39-year-old conservatives who has like a pompadour, but with the side shaved way too tight. And they're like, oh, he is perfect for this assignment.
He had the tallest hair in the office.
I love in the article I read, it was very funny. It was like he wants to remain anonymous so that his future as a GOP politician doesn't get harmed. And it's like, oh, honey.
Yeah.
Oh, honey.
As the two men began to drink, the staffer said, Schlapp apologized for the bar being dead. The staffer took Schlapp to Manuel's Tavern, a well-known haunt for Georgia politicos. About
Let's go
15
to
minutes
this. Let's
away.
go to this place I know called the Hole. It's a little more lively.
I love, I mean, just like you taking out like the sexual assault and like closeted aspect of this story, like hanging out one-on-one with like a 64-year-old man, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, this bar's dead."
I'm picturing
Like,
the part
you
in Touch of Evil where Orson Welles, the guy's getting Orson Welles drunk. Orson Welles is just like, we could kill him, we could do it.
It's because, sorry, what's it like? Sorry, this bar in Bankhead, Atlanta, isn't quite litty for you. But let's go to a different haunt that I know that's called Manuel's. It says Schlapp, who drank Tito's vodka during the night, began intruding into my personal space at the second bar. The staffer said. At one point, Schlapp bumped into the staffer's gun while their legs touched. The staffer said, prompting Schlapp to ask what he was carrying.
Oh my god.
Wait.
So this guy had a gun on him. He had a gun on him, and he still allowed this Schlapp to slap him up.
What
He
is
did
the
not stand his
point?
ground.
What is the point of 2A if you still get groped by Matt Schlapp?
Yeah.
Like a well-regulated militia is supposed to prevent this. It
It would be funny if he like double tapped him in the dome. After one he would literally be the new like president. He would be the president.
Absolutely.
Schlapp is the Martin Scorsese cameo in Taxi Driver. He's just driving around going, hey, that's my campaign office up there. You know who's in there? Not Herschel Walker. He's not in there. You ever see what a 44 Magnum does to a campaign staffer's pussy?
I mean,
one more detail here.
there aren't more allegations. Like, no way this guy hasn't been doing this for 20 years.
forever.
Well,
Yeah.
Milo claimed Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh,
claimed
yeah,
that he also,
Former Marjorie
grow
Taylor
hair.
Greene intern.
yeah, former.
Marjorie Taylor Greene intern and frequent user of random social media apps, Milo Yiannopoulos.
Milo Yiannopoulos, like, hey guys, I'm on
Such a
The Whale
ambulance
this
chaser.
weekend, not the movie, the new social media website that's just a worse version of Twitter that'll be closed down in a month.
Yeah, he has gone through all the like 9 apps that claim to be Vine successors.
Yeah.
Yeah, just flopping
just-
on every single one.
Just a few more details from the allegations. It says here, "Are you uncomfortable looking at me?" Schlapp asked later, making the aide even more uncomfortable than he already was. He said, in short order, he told Schlapp that he had an early morning and it was best to call it a night. When the two arrived at the hotel, Schlapp invited the staffer to his room. The staffer said. The staffer declined. Within a couple of hours, around 12:45 a.m., the staffer began recording videos of himself recounting what had happened, which he shared with NBC News.
That's so funny. The what? Well, I'm not pretty enough for you is like a grinder message. The funniest, most like meth head grinder message possible is like someone DMs you a picture of themselves and they're like, "Hey," and then 2 minutes later, "What am I not? I'm sorry, I'm not gorgeous enough for you. You fucking like stuck up bitch." Slap doing
suit
gay
yourself
training
then.
day.
Didn't know you wanted to come up with your career, though.
Now, those are poppers.
Internships, you know, assistant.
Those are poppers. But I was shocked. For no one else to come forward just means that the GOP is definitely getting gayer and gayer and gayer.
Oh yeah.
Because like he must have grabbed so many crotches. This guy,
Oh my God. Yeah.
Unless this was his soulmate.
unless unless he found the one. He found the one.
I mean, he had too much Tito's and he was like, "Sorry, I'm not pretty enough," and then dropped him off at home.
That is a very romantic way to look at it. That he, I mean, like logic dictates. Like, there's no reason for him to go to any of these places. There's no like special expertise he offers anyone. Clearly, like he was just visiting campaigns for the entirety of his career, just so he could like, corner
given a
guy
chauffeur.
like given a chauffeur who he could. Then attempt to like hold down and suck his cock forcefully.
Yeah,
But-
he got death in Venice by a guy named like Caden Richardson,
yeah.
who's like 35.
Yeah, this guy, like, no one has sexually assaulted more guys named Coulson than Matt Schlapp. But I do like your idea that he never, maybe he felt like a tingling of this impulse before, but this was just, he just connected with this guy. This was just like the one. That is a very beautiful way to think of it.
Yeah,
That's how he should spin it. Dude, that should be his PR. He should come out and be like, "I'm gay, and I met my soulmate that night. Baby, please answer my calls. Please answer."
what?
And then
I
his
like-
soulmate texted back and said, "I'd love help with my career after you lose 40 pounds."
Like, what do guys like this even fucking talk about? Like at the bar, like what could they like? You've seen Air Force One? That's a really good movie.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. Maybe Schlapp just needs a chauffeur, and he's got to complain about the old ball and chain Mercedes. And I would like to talk now a little bit about this is a New York Times profile that came out in 2018, and people are pointing out like this is a. So the New York Times trying to like do a little beat sweetening for the Trump White House, so they give this big puff piece profile to the Washington's hot new power couple. Title of the article: Meet the Schlapps.
How do you not change your last name if it's Schlapp? It's so disgusting.
Listen to this. It says this is a profile. This is a Meet the Schlapps, Washington's Trump era it couple by Elizabeth Williamson for the New York Times. It says here, so they're at a dinner, and it says, Ms. Schlapp's cell phone beckoned every few minutes as Mr. Schlapp, who said he had gained some 50 pounds during the campaign, ordered a green salad and offered to split the entree with his wife. He looked weary. The Schlapps had spent the weekend schlepping to multiple performances of their daughter Viana's school play, in which she played Liesel in The Sound of Music.
Drag queen ass.
Okay, sorry. Is this an extra?
Viana Schlapp, mama.
It sounds like the new Thomas Pynchon book that you're reading an excerpt from, literally.
No, but Felix, I remember back in CPAC, you said his presence on stage was like a guy going, "Places, everybody, places!" And come to find out that he spent the weekend going to multiple performances of his daughter's performance, like his daughter's appearing in The Sound of Music.
Yeah, and this was okay. And this was the year that Republicans lost the House and Senate, and Matt Schlapp spent all of this year just like bullying his daughter's understudies. Power couple indeed.
So it says here,
And he gained 50. So over the course of a campaign, well, let's generously assume
50
he
pounds.
gains like 50 pounds.
That is
General,
crazy. That's so much weight to gain.
Yeah.
Like, how long is the
Yeah.
campaign?
that means he was gaining weight. If we're going by general election campaign, he was gaining weight at a rate of 10 pounds a month. How do you like not notice?
He is one of those old gay guys who's like, take this away from me. I can't even look at it. I can't be living with it. And it's like a Fiber One
Would you
cheesecake
split
flavor
fries?
bar.
Would you split fries? We can't even. We shouldn't. You're right. You shouldn't.
Take it away from me.
Can you bring us fries? I'm sorry.
Yes, he's so large fry, small salad, and a Diet Coke.
That salad that he ordered for this interview is probably the first salad he's ordered in his life. Truly.
it says here, the Schlapps met in the George W. Bush White House, where Ms. Schlapp, who is known as Mercy and grew up in Miami as the daughter of a Cuban emigre, was a liaison to Hispanic and specialty news media outlets. Mr. Schlapp rose to the role of White House political director. He grew up in Wichita, Kansas, where he was a top-ranked tennis player and taught Charles Koch's son, Chase, how to play. Mr. Schlapp, Mr. Schlapp,
Teaching
who had a
Charles Koch's son. Interesting.
Mr. Schlapp, who had a preference for apparel emblazoned with the leprechaun mascot of his alma mater, Notre Dame, was nervous about asking the glamorous Mercy for a date. But the couple bonded over dinner at Morton's, a Washington steakhouse, where Ms. Schlapp ordered a slab of beef. I thought, I'm going to like this girl. She didn't get bird food, Mr. Schlapp said. Yeah, because that's usually how you assess your attraction to a potential woman is what she orders at dinner.
As he's eating bird food in the interview, salad. And I love the idea that bird food means like woman food. He's using like the British use of bird.
She's a top bird.
Food.
She's a top bird. She ordered proper scran at the footy.
So he was like intimidated by her because she was too glamorous, but then she ordered like, I guess, an entire porterhouse for herself and just housed like 28 ounces of beef. And he's like, oh, I could make this work.
Yeah, maybe it's a lavender marriage. Honestly, they might both be gay.
I could see
Kinda
I could see
lesbian.
Mercedes. Yeah, Mercedes is one of those like blazer lesbians.
That could be beautiful as well for them.
I just like that they both just eat actual bird food now that they're cutting. They have a feeder.
That's how he got so big. He's carbo loading with bird food.
Would you like to come back to my hotel room? I've got a great salt lick we can tuck into.
It's also so sad to be a closet gay guy who has like a blazer with the Notre Dame leprechaun on it, which is one of the worst logos ever created, is like so funny. That's like I couldn't make up a worse outfit for a guy to wear. You couldn't imagine a bigger red flag if someone was dressed like a literal red flag.
he's meeting with college mascots and offering to help them with their career.
He's in love with the Notre Dame leprechaun. He's just so feisty.
He's got some fight in him. So yeah, we've met the Schlaps, man. What a story, what a couple. I mean, of course, I should state for the record, Matt Schlapp they did reach out to him for multiple news accounts of this article. He has not made a comment other than to say that these through a spokesperson to say that these allegations are completely false. And he's been, this is a political hit job on one of the most powerful conservative leaders in the country. So just to be clear, these are all allegations about slapping. These are just slaps at this point.
They're slap.
We will update further if it becomes verified.
Just throwing shit at a wall and seeing which laps. It's like the sound of a hand covered in like lube hitting someone's ass.
Yep.
It's like
Yeah, a summer sausage hitting a wall.
By the way, I promise I'm a much calmer and nicer guy than it comes across on these interviews. Sometimes I get my Irish up just a little bit. And I also, thank you. And I apologize that I'm up here solo because my feisty and beautiful wife, who I'm so proud of, she's decided to become a multitasker. And yes, she's the better and more famous television star defending our conservative values every day. I'm proud of you, sweetheart. I know you're somewhere here. I can see you.
Well, I got one news story from the weekend. Did any of you watch Prince Harry's appearance being interviewed by Anderson Cooper on 60 Minutes last night?
No.
I did not.
Oh my God.
Okay, all I wanted to, I mean, like the interview was pretty funny. I was talking with Matt about it. We were talking with Matt about it last night, and I think the takeaway from the interview is one. Unlike his dad and brother, Harry has it like he absorbed his mother's ability to appear like a normal person in an interview, but like only so much because I totally agree with Matt that this guy 1000% believes that his family had his mother killed and is just swallowing it because that's the one thing that he can't put in the book. He'll put stuff about having his dick get frostbitten and like doing cocaine at 17, but he can't share his let's just say suspicions about what really happened to his mother. I just want to share this one part about how the interview opened. Anderson Cooper asked him, "You write about a contentious meeting you had with him, meaning Prince William, in 2021. You said, I looked at Willie, really looked at him maybe for the first time since we were boys. I took it all in. His familiar scowl, which had always been his default in dealings with me. His alarming baldness, more advanced than my own. His famous resemblance to Mummy, which is fading with time, with age." Anderson Cooper says, "That's pretty cutting." Prince Harry goes, "I don't see it as cutting at all. My brother and I love each other." So I
can definitely see him
his
doing
alarming baldness.
Yeah, doing a bitchy thing.
Something
where you
like Ben would say to Jacques.
Right, it's like you insult someone and then they're like, that's really rude. You're like, actually, I didn't mean it in a mean way. I was just being descriptive. It's just, I'm not assigning any value to it.
It's so funny.
I guess like, there's a revelation here. It's how much he hates his older brother, and I guess like how could you not? But I mean, there's some other pretty cool stuff here. Like, it says Prince Harry took cocaine at 17 and killed 25 people in Afghanistan.
Okay, yeah.
And someone who can relate to at least one of those things.
I don't. Okay, the 25 people is insane.
And
It's insane.
doesn't he say afterwards, like, "Oh, I don't feel bad about it because
He
they
said-
weren't people to me; they were just targets or something."
No, he said
He
my
said
no. He said
pieces
I
on
viewed
a
them as
chessboard.
chess pieces, as pieces in a chess game.
Yeah.
God.
But it's like I don't believe that. Okay, so he killed at least like 4 times as many people as King Vaughn. How do you tell that you killed 25 Afghans? It isn't COD. There's no scoreboard. It isn't kill confirmed. You don't pick up the dog tags. Like, did someone tell him? Is there a record keeper? Was he just
was a
gunning down
helicopter pilot.
POWs?
Well, he's a helicopter pilot. Those guns have cameras on them. So.
Okay, fine.
But you can, I'd be like,
okay.
well, you said like, how could he kill 25 people? He flew a fucking helicopter. That's just one squeeze of the trigger there. However, I have a theory about this. Now, Felix, you would suspect that the 25 body count for Prince Harry is cap. Are you throwing the cap flag on that?
Can you picture King Vaughn getting slapped to the ground by Prince William?
I
King
can't.
Vaughn,
You're right. I can't.
With one third the bodies.
Okay, that is your take on this, Felix. I'm going to slightly agree with you. I think he did not kill 25 people in Afghanistan. I think he killed one person, but it wasn't a person. It was a giant. He killed one of the giants in Afghanistan that the government is covering up, and one giant equals 25 human beings. So
that's so true. Oh my God,
he's part of the giant / Cyclops cover up that's going on right now.
He killed the giant who killed Pat Tillman.
Yes,
that's a movie. That's the movie they should make.
He avenged Pat Tillman.
Yes.
I also mentioned this, of course. There's the frostbitten cock incident, which again, I'm throwing a cap flag on this. A flag on the play. It says Prince Harry is being ridiculed online after revealing that he suffered a frostbitten todger during a 2011 North Pole trip, which made for a miserable time at the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. His frosted phallus fiasco, this is the Daily Mail, by the way, so they got this right here, was one of many bombshells broken by Page Six after obtaining a copy of the Duke of Sussex much-typed memoir. Upon arriving home, I'd been horrified to discover that my nether regions were frost-nipped, the now 38-year-old ex-royal had described of the shrinkage-inducing saga, which transpired following a 200-mile Arctic charity walk in May 2011. Okay, first of all, this is how fucking bored you are as a royal, is that you're doing 200-mile fucking Arctic charity walks? What are you, like Shackleton did that and half the guys in his expedition died. And you're not doing this for like a food pantry or something? What the fuck? But also, I believe that his todger got frostbitten, but like that doesn't just happen. You know, I mean,
how did that? Was his dick out while he was hiking?
He was getting topped off by a penguin or something. He was trying to molest a penguin, like
yeah, they were doing some horrible skull and bones ritual out there.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the only. He was
getting. He was getting his shit slapped by a polar bear.
Getting slapped by a polar bear. Polar bear pussy is mighty cold.
Also, like, would your dick just recover from being frostbit? Like,
I mean,
no, I don't think it would.
It seems like that. If any part of your body is just gonna fall off, you would think it'd be your cock.
Yeah. Right. I think honestly, what I think it was probably like a dare, like a stupid dare that happened. That one of his friends was like, "Oi, Harry, I bet you won't have sex with the snow."
Yeah.
Or you think I won't? All right, watch this. Like an hour later, he's like, "I don't feel so good. I don't think that was a good idea."
Listen, you cunt. I gave that snow all right, Roger, and then now we told you. See, I think he did it on purpose just so we could fuck up his brother's wedding. You know, you're supposed to be your brother's best man. You're like, ow, my dick is frozen. It hurts. I can't put pants on. My dick.
Rachel getting married, but Prince Harry and his frozen cock. I'm sorry, I keep referencing movies. It's so annoying.
No, it's okay. Instead of loading up the dishwasher, they're like loading it with, I don't know, like children. They're putting children in the machine. That's what they do at the royal wedding.
It's the only way I can differentiate these two is the bald one and the one who's not, because truly my only reference point for the royal family is the little gay kid. The Prince George, the little gay one.
The little gay kid is so iconic.
I love the little gay one. The little gay one is so cute. He's so funny.
Yeah, he's
talked about this.
Just like
there's so many pictures of him just like lightly holding his palm over his heart or like doing a double wave.
Limp wristed, yeah.
It's so cute.
Like, stop it, damn it.
After the queen died, I looked up the family line to power, and I was like, hey, how many of these old weird fuckers have to die for us to get a little boy queen? I need it to be
we need
how many people
an evil like 8-year-old queen is what we need.
He's so cool.
An 8-year-old gay queen.
Yeah.
I believe George is William's son. So I think Charles has to die, and then William has to die. And does George have an older brother?
I think there's a There's an old one. There's like a weird, ugly
It's an old
that
one
has
who's not gay. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Weird, ugly old one.
It's a weird, ugly old man.
We just have to get them
13
all in
years
a,
old, yeah.
a helicopter. Just a Kobe situation
Yeah,
where they're flying somewhere
Well,
else.
no. Get Prince Harry in a helicopter and fly over them. You know, hey,
Yes, yeah. It's like chess. They're just
they're
chess
just-
pieces.
it's
Three
all-
queens.
And when you get George, when you get the gay King George, that's checkmate. And then you knock over the piece.
Absolute checkmate.
So
That's mate in 3 moves. Charles, William, George. Get him in there.
It also is so funny to describe shooting people from probably an Apache helicopter with like a 40 millimeter cannon. To describe that as like a chess game, like they're chess
Yeah.
pieces to you. It's like so psycho, so
Yeah.
American Psycho to be
Yeah,
like
yeah, exactly.
they're just pawns.
Yeah, I call unloading like 10,000 50 caliber bullets in like 10 seconds at a wedding party. That's called the Sicilian defense. You should study it. All right. Well, closing out the show today, I have a reading series that an eagle-eyed listener of ours suggested for today, and it's a very good one. It comes courtesy of the New York Post, and it deals with an issue that I think is becoming more and more of a problem. That's right. I'm talking about the woke mind virus, and there's a lot of the woke mind virus going around, and I think I'm probably going to be the first one ever to make this comparison. But like, have any of you noticed that like wokeness is the new religion?
It's like a religion, yeah.
It's like a religion.
I was
It's like
thinking
religion,
that.
but
I was
like-
just too scared to say it.
You were too scared to say it.
I thought I was the first one to notice that, but I think we all may have realized that independent of each other.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. Religions usually are pretty good, but wokeness, that's not good. What's the bad side of religion? That's right, cults. Wokeness is not the new religion, it's the new cult.
That's so true.
And then for people who have lost family members to this cult, they're beginning to turn to the figure of a deprogrammer. This is an article in the New York Post, headline, Parents Say Their Kids Were Brainwashed at School. Seek deprogrammers. This is about Florida, like a Florida mom who wants to deprogram her kids from being woke and gender. And there are people that are going to offer their services to de-woke and de-gender children.
I'm
I
just
would
gonna
like to
be
say that,
honest. I want that job. This is a huge.
Yeah.
I'm really,
So-
really
so
fumbling.
Torquemada, you'd be
I
like-
am really fumbling the bag by not opening up my own, the Benmar Institute for deprogramming your lib children.
Well,
I could make so
love
much
the
money.
idea.
Yeah, there's some really good shit here. You can audition here for the Torquemada of the woke virus.
Like rounding up a bunch of blue-haired kids and being like, "You're gonna go into this restaurant and you're gonna leave a pocket Bible as a tip. All right?
I love the idea. I like that is such a good second act for Ben. Like to be like the Ray Donovan for They Fab Daughters. Like you just come in and fix that situation. You are the one they call in for that.
Be so much money. I'm sure they make this. And like
Oh my
the
God.
person who's doing it now is this like fat lesbian. Like the
Got it.
deprogramming lady is like she seems like someone who just specializes in being at the forefront of the most annoying cultural trends. Like this is someone who was doing like sensitivity trainings in cafes in like 2013, and now she's realized that those tides have shifts, and now she's just, finding the next grab.
The richest parents, the most annoying parents in the world to try and deprogram their children. But also,
it's like,
I would like
your
to
kid
say,
is a hysteric fucking idiot. Who do you think they got that from?
I would also like to say I buy a copy of the Post every morning because to read page 6, and it's really I really hate doing it because on the cover every single day of the Post it's like it'll say something like The Walking Dead, and there'll be a picture of like a migrant child crossing the border. So I always try to
pretty
flip
bad.
to page 6 before I put it on the counter, but they have so many. Their like articles about LGBT shit have gotten so desperate recently. Like I saw one the other day that was like former U.S. Marine Navy SEAL comes out about being pressured to be trans, and then reversing it. And it was like a guy who transitioned from male to female at age like 37, and then now he's like 50 and detransitioned and is like, I'm just nervous that other people can get tricked like I did.
You already joined the military, asshole.
Yeah. And the article is like,
Pretty
because
easy
it's the
mark.
Post, because it's the Post, it's like so and so who is 50 with like 200 confirmed kills, 8 Purple Hearts, and 1 Medal of Honor. It's like so fucking stupid.
Well, this New York Post article does not disappoint. It begins like, Beth Penske, a 54-year-old single mother from New Jersey who now lives in Florida, never tells anyone that she's estranged from her only son and daughter. Okay, throwing the cat flag on that. She tells that to everyone she
Yes,
She's
absolutely.
she's telling it to the Post right now. bitch.
The New York Post.
Usually I keep this thing kind of private, but for the New York Post, I'll put my family, the fact that my kids hate me. That's going on the front page of the major national newspaper.
98% of cashiers have heard this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every Publix cashier in the town that she lives in.
Well, Bolsonaro's heard
probably-
it.
Yeah,
You stole
Bolsonaro.
You're gonna see her. She says, I lie all the time, said Penske, who told the Post her kids have rejected her because they're woke and she is not. I can't tell anyone I don't have a relationship with them. I had so much shame about it. It looks awful for me and makes me feel terrible, so I lie. It's like, this is a coping strategy that I'm sure Miss Penske is very familiar with.
Literally like hanging out with your gay friends and being like, I look so awful right now. That's what she's doing to the Post reporter. I look terrible right now. Oh my God, I'm so ugly. I look so bricked up.
I
Like,
gained like 3 pounds.
yeah. Oh my God, no. It's
You're
not even fair.
beautiful.
But her attitude changed when she and a number of other mothers read a Post story in November about Annabella Rockwell, a graduate of Mount Holyoke College, who claimed she'd been totally indoctrinated into hard left ideologies at the school and had to be deprogrammed. I saw Annabella's story and my life turned upside down, Penske said. I realized I wasn't alone, and I saw what happened to her was similar to what I think happened to my kids. I've never even considered trying to find a deprogrammer. I didn't know they even existed, but I think it's too late for me and my kids. They won't even talk to me. So here's what you do, Beth. You got to fake an illness. Like, fake that you have cancer, that you're on your deathbed, get your kids to come, and then as soon as they're in the room, boom, deprogramming starts. Start showing them those PragerU videos, put them in the Clockwork Orange setup. You start
Lock the door.
Cue up some Matt Walsh, and yeah, let the. My kids have been brainwashed, so let the brainwashing commence.
Also, Annabella Rockwell, I just looked it up. The Post story was in November, they said. She would have been, I think, 34 years old. Like, all these people, they pretend that they're, like, college students. It's, like, this weird thing I've noticed. Where they pretend these people are college students. They say, like, Mount Holyoke graduate. And this woman graduated from Mount Holyoke in 2014. So that is almost 10 years ago.
These are people who have conscious memories of the Carter administration being like, I think someone pushed hormone blockers onto me too young.
2014, when the woke mind virus was at its most rampant, famously.
I was 45 when I was brainwashed. So it says, a Manhattan mother of 5 daughters told the Post that she saw their indoctrination into gender and race ideologies start at Dalton, one of New York City's poshest private academies. Jeffrey Epstein, former math teacher there, and worsen when her girls went to college. Most of them went to Ivy League schools. See, here's the other thing. I think a lot of this, like, complaining that college brainwashed my kid shit is like the contemporary equivalent of having a bumper sticker that says like my kid's on the honor roll or like Harvard or Yale. It's just like it's a way of saying my kid's got into a good school. But
Yeah,
like, ooh,
damn, the
ooh,
whole
they're
fa-
they're
the whole family
brainwashed now.
sucks.
Yeah. The emotional stress is unbelievable, said the mother, who did not want to be publicly identified. I consider myself a Democrat and a liberal, but it doesn't matter. I've had fights with some of my girls. I've had fights with some of Ben. This is where you come in. I've had fights with some of my girls just because I wouldn't get myself a Rainbow Pride Starbucks cup. The cup itself became this huge battleground. Apparently, it matters what cup you hold.
Okay, so this woman is the most borderline personality disorder person I've ever heard of in my entire life. To tell that many lies in a row at that kind of like
definitely lying.
she's definitely screamed at someone at Starbucks.
No,
for
she
giving her
harassed a
a pride
barista.
cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then to like start it off by being like, I'm a Democrat and a liberal, actually. But this cup, can I speak to your manager, please?
But
and
also,
then like
look,
the
even-
kids just being like, Mom, please stop, please
Yeah,
stop.
please shut up, please shut up, please shut up. But like, even in the rare event that her children are like really uniquely annoying enough to be like, Mom, you don't have the pride cup in your hand, you're homophobic. Like, even if that is the case, you taught them to be that way. It's your
Yes.
failing as a parent.
My
for
brother in
having-
Christ, you made these children.
It's like these are your kids, bitch.
Ma'am, you can't return this coffee. You already poured Bailey's into it surreptitiously under your coat.
It says, the mother said two of her daughters have tried to estrange themselves from her because they're critical of what they see as her lack of political correctness and disinterest in gender and race ideology. We actually would be estranged if it weren't for me not giving up, the mother told the Post. I keep
That
coming
is,
back to...
there's so much there.
Wait, Hessa, listen to this. She says, we would be estranged if it weren't for me not giving up. I keep coming back to the battlefield. I wanted a deprogrammer, but didn't know where to get one, so I try to do it myself. A little bit of wildcat cult deprogramming, just a little freelance on the side. Just a little hobby I picked up.
A lot of other deprogrammers don't like my maverick style of deprogramming.
Walker, Texas deprogrammer. Here's we get into like the actual person who's offering their services as a deprogrammer. It says Kay Yang, 36, a former activist for trans and gay rights in upstate New York, at one point identified with they/them pronouns, but she said she deprogrammed herself before becoming a full-time deprogrammer in 2018, and is now busier than ever. So it's boom times for people for self-appointed deprogrammers.
What's this woman's name again? I'm just
Kay Yang.
Hey, Yang.
And then just like the letter K and then Yang is how they're attributed in the Post article.
Oh my god, amazing.
Yeah, no, she truly just seems like someone who is, like I said, specialized in being annoying at the right time for a lot of money.
Yeah.
It says, in addition to her website, Stop Female Erasure, Yang has a website called The Deprogrammer and runs a YouTube account under the handle The Deprogrammer and works with parents and their children individually. Okay, she's not working with anyone. By works with, she means people comment on her YouTube, and then we'll give a quote if solicited by a New York Post journalist.
And the picture is her in like the burnt over district, like next to a sign that's like, this is where women's rights started. It's so
Yes.
funny.
It says Yang often leads anti-gender ideology protests at gender clinics and prisons. I just like
Prisons
she's
is
outside
so
a gender
crazy.
prison.
That's actually so scary because like imagine being a trans woman in like prison, either men's or women's prison, and this psycho shows up to give a presentation to the whole prison about how you are completely a psycho hypnotized Manchurian candidate for wokeness. That's like so crazy.
Yeah.
I hate getting moved to the woke general population part of the prison.
I need protective custody. I need
I
a
guess
safe space.
that's what M City in Oz was. I guess.
Is that the J.K. Simmons guy?
Yeah.
Or-
Well, Emerald
he was
City's
the
like
opposite.
yeah, he's based.
Yeah. Emerald City, like J.K. Simmons was in
Emerald
like
City
the
is
regular
cringe.
part of the prison. Emerald City is cringe and lib because they have like an open office arrangement, whereas J.K. Simmons and the Nazis are in like the traditional prison part of prison. Like, there's a lot. I guess I don't know. I'm pretty sure this character showed up in one of the many seasons of Oz.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sure.
It says here, she leads anti-gender ideology. I just want to remove the word ideology and I want to go to an anti-gender protest outside of prison or a clinic, a gender clinic. It says, as well as at the National Monument in Washington D.C. So she's leading an anti-gender protest right next to a giant stone cock. Good job. This is what we're fighting for. This is what we got to deprogram people.
Fallout 3 mod that puts her in the game next to the National Mall.
A typical YouTube video.
How many people show up for this?
Yeah,
Like, do they get numbers?
I feel like it's probably just her screaming at a building.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it seems
has
like.
to
That's
be.
exactly what it seems like.
Yeah, because the pictures that accompany this article are so funny because it is just both of these psychotic women alone in the middle of a field. Like,
Yep.
Yeah. And then I love the one where
no one even wants to be next to them.
she's holding up the gender ideology flyers, and they look like they're designed to look like lottery tickets. Which I think is
they look like. I'm reading what says: "Stop female erasure in language and in law around the world." Then it says gender ideology defies basic biology, and then the other says lucky pot o' gold.
It's so cool.
It says here, a lot of these parents are completely bewildered, Yang said. A lot of them notice the marked difference in their children's behavior. Then all of a sudden, she identifies as he. A lot of this is like a cult, except parents don't realize their child is being indoctrinated. Not from an old-fashioned cult that takes you away somewhere, but through schools and their devices. This is happening to kids everywhere, even with those with a robust family life. Tennessee-born Ted Patrick, now 92, was well known. He just transitioned, actually. It's like Ted Patrick is the father
got me
of
late, y'all.
deprogramming.
Formerly Roberta Patrick.
It's worse now than it was then, Patrick said of the 1970s. But parents are more scared and weak than they were then. You've got to get these kids alone. I've snatched people from Yale. I deal with the mind. He's a Yale snatcher.
I love the idea of
These
a
parents
guy.
are weak now.
I love the idea of a guy who was one of the white students who tried to prevent integration of schools, being like, it's way worse now for woke ideology is way crazier now.
It goes, I've snatched people from Yale. I deal with the mind. You have to go into the mind, into that container, and bring the real person out.
So this
guy
guy's
sounds like an
92.
absolute quack. Yeah, he's 92 years old and talking like
I just imagine trying to explain woke gender ideology to a 92-year-old. It's just elder abuse. Like trying to be like, hey, dude, you got frog person? You want to know about that, Grandpa? It's like be in jail for that.
Okay, going back to it says there's another mom. It says Dorothy said that they have been estranged off and on since her daughter's sophomore year in college, with the young woman once refusing to go to Thanksgiving dinner with the family because she said they were celebrating Columbus's genocide. She had what she called an awakening and became very angry at me and her father, Dorothy said. It was a big personality change. We are conservative, so it became a huge problem. We were not allowed to visit her on campus. She went on a mission to convert her brother against us. She told him that he should be against us because we're conservatives and that we should all be against men. What really scares me, Dorothy added, is that it reminds me of the Cultural Revolution in China, where there was a whole lost generation of kids who hated their parents. Yeah, a
Period.
phenomenon that's only happened in China in the 70s.
It's so funny to have an entire article about the idea of adults being like, my kid grew up and decided they don't think the same thing as me, and that I'm so annoying and insane that they don't want to be connected with me anymore. So I hired a deprogrammer to fix their mind.
Well, I mean, I think like the figure of a deprogrammer is very attractive to people like this because I think it just is like a mirror reflection of how they acquire the beliefs that they have. Which is just basically having someone berate them into breaking down their identity and reforming it within a group context. It's just So he's like, oh, well, what's the opposite of that? We need to do that to my kids.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a one really funny quote here from Kay Yang.
Also, this reminds me of the SVU episode with Isabelle Adjani, not Isabelle Adjani, Isabelle Huppert, where Isabelle Huppert hires a cult rescue specialist to save her son.
No.
Her husband.
Her ex-husband hires the cult deprogramer to get the kid away from Isabelle Huppert because she's like a radical matriarchist. She's a misandrist.
Well,
She
actually,
studies-
Will, what happens? They each hire cult rescuers, and Isabelle Huppert's cult rescuer is a cool former Marine guy who has like base of operations and everything, and her husband's cult rescuist is like a psycho who kills himself and the kid.
I somehow have not seen this SVU episode.
Whoa, really? It's my favorite
Yeah.
episode. It's so good.
All right, well, I know which one I'm watching tonight.
Absolutely.
It's very rare for me to hear of an SVU episode I've not heard.
I think I watched it with Will last time we hung out.
Oh yeah. We were deep into the SVU, and then the Isabelle Huppert. That's like that's the Cadillac of SVU guest appearances. 'Cause, man, that one comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up this season, Charlotte Gainsbourg on SVU.
Kay Yang on SVU playing herself.
No, this is what Kay Yang says. He goes, to your point, Ben, about how she's always been on the cutting edge of annoying people. She says, I thought I was on the cutting edge of promoting rights for gay people, Yang said. But then I started looking deeper into where this was coming from and who was paying for it. And I started to get very disillusioned. We were with children talking about sexuality and gender identity without the knowledge or consent of their parents. So this is when she began her career as a gender activist, but now she's a gender deprogrammer.
Yeah, you need the consent of the parents, famously. Everything you do with the consent of the parents to a child is completely moral and the right thing to do. Especially when they're over 18, when they're legal adults and should be able to think for themselves. That's when you really need to hire a deprogrammer and try and fix them.
I was talking to a 92-year-old about sex and gender without the consent of his parents.
I'm so sick of explaining to all of my cousins at Christmas dinner that the kids aren't here because I flipped out about Hunter Schafer or something.
So back to Beth Penske, the person who was willing to give her name to the New York Post. It says, that's when the break really happened, Penske said. They told me Florida is full of white supremacists and that I was becoming one. My son said Florida is a scary place full of racist people.
Wow, such cap. That's completely untrue. I can't believe the son said that. I also love this Bitmoji-ass picture of her praying on the stairs.
The pictures
Like
of her,
Bitmoji.
the pictures of her are really, really good. She's completely alone in all of them.
Joshua hasn't spoken to his mother in 4 years. 1 year ago, Penske said Haley told her mother not to contact her anymore. Penske's son said no comment when reached by the Post. Penske's daughter did not return calls. But Beth Penske's ex-husband, Andrew Penske, backed up everything she said in a call to the Post. Andrew said he has slightly more contact with his two kids, but not much. It makes you sad and angry at the same time, he said. I worked hard to pay for their schooling because I grew up poor and couldn't afford to go to college.
Sure.
I wanted them to have what I didn't have. To be cut off without explanation is very tough. It's even worse for Beth, who is a great mother and who would always be there for them. I think this generation of kids is being poisoned by what they're being taught in school. Yang is sympathetic to both parents and children who became estranged over what is taught in school and seen on the internet. Children aren't stupid, and they recognize there is injustice in the world, Yang said. And of course, kids don't want people to suffer, and they want to help. So the people behind this new ideology hook them with that. and that's how they get to them. They hook them by appealing to their innate sense of like right and wrong and wanting to help people. Hey, the first dose of compassion is free, and then you're hooked. Then you'll be buying empathy on street corners. You'll be selling your body.
I love
to feel justice.
It's like so funny to be like, yeah, my kids are being so unreasonable by not talking to me. And when I contacted the kids for the New York Post to talk to them about this article that I'm interviewing their mom for, about how they suck, they said no comment.
Well, I mean, it shows that like the kids still have some residual love and affection for their parents just by saying no comment, and now they're being not instead of giving a full dossier to the Post about how fucking unbearable their parents are.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, just to finish out the article, it says they hook them with this, and that's how they get to them. Once they get you in, they can get you to do anything. They subvert the will of the self and replace it with the will of the group. Most kids don't realize they've been made part of a group, and they've been activated. Oh my God. Genderman activated.
Activate. Turning into a Power Ranger.
I'm just imagining like joining Little League and then just being like a deprogrammer, being like, no, don't stop. You're being made part of a group. They put you in the same outfit. They make you follow rules. They promise the offer of winning, but then they can get you to do anything.
Oh, you're joining a gym to improve yourself? Interesting. I know a few other people who go to that gym and do the same exercises.
So yeah,
really
there
makes
you
you
go.
think.
That's how parents are dealing with the woke mind virus today. But Ben, would you like to just like take a chance to like audition? Like how would you deal with these snot-nosed kids not coming to Thanksgiving, yelling at you about what's the incorrect Starbucks cup and about how Columbus Day celebrates genocide? How would you straighten these brats out?
Ben, let's say my parents hire you to detransition me. How would you talk?
I'm not taking that bait. I'm not going to get in a fight about that. But truly, I think the one thing, like, you do reverse psychology. You just have the parents start being the woke ones.
Yes.
You have the mom start talking about how Columbus was also transphobic or something, and then it's done for. The kids will lay off. That's how I would do it.
No, yeah.
That would work.
I would show up and tell
that's-
this woman, like, you've got to dye your hair blue. You've got to do all that. You've got to get the biggest.
Like,
hit.
because think back to when you were a kid. Like, what would be the worst thing imaginable? Like, if your parents got really into the same music you like, and my dad would be like, yeah, hey, son, that 9 Inch Nails, pretty wild stuff there. He wants to do what? Like, man, come on. We love it.
We could tell this woman that she needs to transition. Like, if you want your kids to not be gay,
You have to go on T.
I'm gonna need you to do some little operations here just to save your children who you love so much.
They find out you've been on the Bernie payroll after they've been on T for 6 months, and they just like it's like the Kaiser Soze moment. Usual suspects.
Oh, there we go. Hessa, on a show that I'm a co-host of, I think you've set the record for most movie references in about an hour and a half Chapo episode.
I can't believe it. I'm embarrassed.
they were all fire.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I think we should wrap it up there for today. But Ben and Hessa, always a joy. If people would like
Thanks
more
so much.
Ben and Hessa and Seeking Derangements in their life, what should they do?
You can find Seeking Derangements everywhere podcasts are, and that does include Patreon.
And you can find our other call-in show on the app Call-In, which is call-in only. We are the 4th most popular show behind 3 transphobic call-in shows. So.
That's your duty.
We're really holding it down to that app.
You got to fight the deprogrammers. If you would like to get programmed, please call in to Ben and Hessa's call-in show.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Our
Always
pleasure.
enjoy. Thanks, everybody. Chris, do we have any more plugs on our end?
I have a ton of plugs. I have so many that I'm just going to record them in post. And here I am in post. All right. Hell on Earth premieres this Wednesday. Yes, the first step of Matt and My's new history miniseries on the 30 Years' War and the violent birth of capitalism will be in your free feed this Wednesday morning. All subsequent episodes will be for subscribers only over on our Patreon feed. That's patreon.com/Chapo Trap House. We also have a special site with an interactive atlas over on hellonearth.chapotraphouse.com, so go check that out. And tickets are still available for our Hell on Earth launch party on Friday, January 20th at Littlefield here in New York City. That will be a live recording of a special Hell on Earth bonus ep, plus an audience Q&A with me, Matt, Will, and friend of the show, Matt Karp. Ticket links to that are in the show description. I will also take producer's privilege and plug another personal event. Me and my wife, Molly, who some of you probably know from our music podcast and introducing, are hosting a party at Elsewhere here in Brooklyn on Wednesday, January 18th. We'll be DJing some tunes along with some of our good friends from 8 p.m. to midnight. Should be a fun time, drinks, dancing, etc. That's free with RSVP on Elsewhere's site. I'll put that link in the description as well. So if you're in Bushwick and looking for something to do on a Wednesday night, come through, and maybe they'll let us do it again on a weekend sometime in the future. Finally, the Talking Simpsons crew has added a second show to their San Francisco Sketchfest shows that Matt's going to be a part of. So that's Matt and the Talking Simpsons guys. They're going to be talking about Simpsons Predicted It at San Francisco Sketchfest. The second show is 10 p.m. Wednesday, January 25th. Link to that also in bio. Those are the plugs. Thanks, guys. Listen to Hell on Earth this Wednesday.
Okay.
Beautiful.
All right. Well, that does it for us.
Amazing.
Bye, everybody.
Thank
Bye.
you guys. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Hi.
Currently holding up the vote.
Yeah.
I think what they want is they want someone who they can trust will go over, will like actually follow through with a threat to not raise the debt ceiling. Because
Yeah.
they know that, but politics as usual type establishment people, they can play around with the debt ceiling, but they understand that the actual consequences of default would be so catastrophic that they can't really press that button as much as they want to flex about it. And they want to press the button, and they want someone who they can trust will take it seriously. And because Kevin McCarthy got to where he is by just kissing everyone's ass and saying whatever it took to get him in a position of authority, they know that. And they're like, we don't trust that you're not going to fucking Welsh on all this when the time comes.
Yeah.
So they want a real G.
Yeah, they need a top G, not a Connor like Kevin McCarthy. But yeah,
The thing is, though, it's like if it came down to it, if it came down to like a debt ceiling showdown, I don't think they have the votes for that. And also, like, even if they did, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I just don't see that. Even if they did, they're not dealing with the O'Bungler administration. They're dealing with the Brandon Imperium. And it's like, if any Democratic president would print the $1 trillion coin, it probably would be Brandon, right? he would probably be like, "Oh, that's a cute holdout. We're printing the coin. Fuck off."
Yeah, like the concessions being offered by McCarthy to the Taliban 20 are it would allow just one member to call for a vote to oust the speaker, more members of the Freedom Caucus to serve on the House Rules Committee, and promises to vote on bills like term limits and border security bills. But yeah, I think the real issue is whether like how seriously are they going to threaten to default the economy to cut Social Security and Medicare? But I mean, once again, like every time the debt ceiling and default comes up, man, they really shouldn't have just constructed that giant red button that says "Destroy the U.S. economy, do not push," and put it in a room full of toddlers who just see a red button and want to push. Yeah,
It's
they
like
shouldn't have done that. They should unplug it from the economy. So like let them hit the button, but like a little speak and say, a little busy box for them.
Every time I've ever seen a sci-fi movie where there's a big self-destruct button and then somebody hits it and you know, oh, that's so stupid. Why would you build that in the first place? It's like, I'm sorry. I apologize because we literally did that.
I mean, talk about, there's just a lot of talk about like antiquated institutions, but I can only presume that button was there in the first place due to like, I don't know, Spanish doubloons artificially decreasing the value of gold.
The other guy whose name is being floated for Speaker of the House, I mean, I know you guys must have seen this coming. I mean, quite frankly, I'm surprised we haven't heard more about Byron Donald before. Byron Donald. This is his moment to shine. And I just love that because I'm like, who the fuck is Byron Donald? He's a congressman from Florida. And he's
I'll tell you who he is, sir. He was one of our finest congressmen.
This is Byron Donald's moment. Byron, it's your time to shine here. I mean, like, so I don't know. It's just this is all about rules, and it really is. It's funny to watch a guy as obsequious and ambitious as Kevin McCarthy be served a bowl of his own shit now 9 times in a row and have to eat every fucking spoonful of it. That's fun, but at the end of the day, like, does it really matter who's Speaker of the House?
Yes, it does. They're in charge of what comes to the floor. They determine.
Yeah, but
the
anyone who
agenda.
realistically is going to be Speaker of the House, like, is it going to change anything? I mean, it's just going to be. It's going to be some.
I mean, they want one of their own who will press the button because they want to end it all, and that is, I mean, that has always been the argument for like the right-wing reactionary populism as a accelerationist forces. They are the only people anywhere near any levers of government who actually don't give a shit if the whole thing collapses, because they're, for the most part, it's because they're too stupid to actually understand what they would be doing. Not because they have any kind of, some sort of willingness to push beyond the limits and, break boundaries. Like if they got what they wanted, they would be as horrified as anyone else. They're just literally too stupid to know what they're fucking with. But that does, I mean, you gotta ask yourself, like, do you want this thing to come down or not? Because these are the people who are gonna fucking do it.
Yeah. I mean, again, though, would they have the vote if it actually came down to that? And I still it's hard to imagine those freshly elected Long Island, New York Republicans voting to end the world when they represent a bunch of suburbs who just want, like, they just want stormtroopers in the subways. They don't really want a apocalyptic reckoning with the world economy.
Someone did just vote for Lee Zeldin to be Speaker of the House. I forget which Republican House member did that. Lee
Republican
Zeldin.
fucking Beto. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I will say, though, one of my favorite aspects about the speaker box drama is, like, I mean, this has been pointed out on Twitter, but because, like, no party officially controls Congress yet, it means the cameras on C-SPAN, like, the cameramen are free to just get, like, they're going Renoir style. They're going to do Jonathan Demme close-ups on people on the House floor, and they're showing you little sneaks, little peeks at the House of Representatives that you normally wouldn't get on C-SPAN. But in this case, the one thing I really appreciated is really taking in for the first time George Santos, as he just sort of like appears in the background of every frame on C-SPAN. I see it's just like, dude, my man has like the glossiest lips I've ever seen.
Very
lips
shiny.
His lips are so shiny, and he's got these weird glasses on and like an ill-fitting tie, and he's just sort of like haunting the fucking background of like every one of these shots of like the negotiations going on, not negotiating with anyone. And in fact, he has missed now 2 roll calls to vote on this. They've called his name twice, and he just hasn't shown it, which makes me think that George Santos is not his real name.
Yeah.
No,
I think that's the case.
Yeah. He is stumbling around. He's dressed like a teddy bear. He always looks like he just got done sucking on a ring pop. And he's probably like in the process of doing the Brazilian equivalent of like a sovereign citizen defense to prevent being extradited by the federales or the federalinos or whatever they call them over there. Who knows what's going on with him? It is very sad to see how lonely he is in the house, because like the house is like America's playpen for people who cannot have a job anywhere else in the world. And for George to be an outcast there, well, God, he's, I won't say he stepped in it. He's just, I mean, probably the weirdest liar in the world, right? He told one of our first Twitch mods 3 years ago that his mom died in 9/11, unbidden, out of nowhere.
And like,
our friend Pedro.
That's a pretty easy thing to fact check. Who died on 9/11?
Yeah. A lot of ambiguity there.
It's like the starting lineup of the 1934 Yankees or something. These are names that people can like find pretty easily. We've actually compiled, thanks to our research assistant Justin, compiled a list of the known lies that George Santos has been caught out in. So I'm just going to run down briefly. He lied about attending the Horace Mann School in New York City. He lied about attending NYU and Baruch College. He lied that he worked for Citigroup and Goldman Sachs. Lied that he owned 13 rental properties. He lied about his role in the DeVolder organization, allegedly the name of his family's firm. He lied that he is a Jew whose grandparents escaped the Holocaust. That his mother was a financial executive who died on 9/11. That he employed 4 Pulse nightclub shooting victims, which is, again, like just every atrocity of the last 20 years, this guy is like a Zelig figure for.
He is, yeah. He's Forrest Gump. What hasn't he been involved with? He's like, I sold the balloon to Balloon Boy.
He is Forrest Gump because he's lying about all of this, just like Forrest Gump was. By the way, if you actually believe that bullshit he was spitting on the fucking bus bench, I got a bridge to tell you. He's a full scammer. So is George Santos.
He also lied that he founded a charity. He lied about being gay, being married. But however, I gotta say, after seeing him walk around the floor of the house, I don't think he's lying about being gay. I can say that pretty safely. Going on, it says that he is not a criminal. He committed check fraud in Brazil. He lied about getting mugged in 2016, and he also lied about buying tickets for a Hawaiian vacation for an ex-boyfriend. But now just for that, no one wants to talk to him or be friends with him in Congress. I think that's quite shabby.
I don't know. First of all, doesn't every Brazilian just kind of commit check fraud?
Yeah,
as like a rite of passage.
Well,
like, I mean, if we're gonna start going after Brazilians for check fraud, are we gonna go after Germans for drinking? I don't agree with that. Okay. Is there precedent in the House rules? I think some parliamentarian geeks may know this. If you have to take a gay or straight test, if they put a man or a woman in front of you, and you have to pick, sort of like the infamous conjugal scene from Sons of Anarchy. I don't know.
Put like I don't know, sensors on your genitals and then show you gay and pornography of the gay and straight varieties, and measure the blood flow to your nether regions.
Yeah, why doesn't he just make it so his thing is lying? Like in the way that like Lauren Boebert, she made her thing guns, and Marjorie Taylor Greene made her thing being like everyone who's ever been banned from a Best Buy. Like, just, a lot of people in America are just inveterate liars, and he's one.
I
of them.
know, and yeah, no, he's like as I said before, he is the perfect congressman, and I hope he stays in office. I really do, because he represents America in a way that most people in the House of Representatives can't even dream of. Felix, going back to the thing you said earlier about like, do they have the votes to if they really wanted to like crater the economy and default on the debt ceiling? Do they have the votes for it? And Matt, that brings to mind to me one of your favorite phrases from Michael Clayton. You say, "Do you got the horses for it?" And I'm just imagining the Freedom Caucus being asked, "Do you have the horses for it?" And then Marjorie Taylor Greene bursts in and says, "Nay." Okay, I saw this morning. Did you see I shared a clip of that Ali Alexander Stop the Steal guy screaming about Marjorie Taylor Greene? Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
He was in his feelings hard about Marjorie Taylor Greene. And he goes,
I will not suffer this harlot. I will not be taught vows and loyalty, commitment from a whore.
and I would ever take advice on morality from a whore. And like his voice just totally cracks when he calls her a whore. And like that's how you know he was really, he was really. I also read another clip of that guy where he calls himself the father of dragons.
Okay.
And that he can pluck anyone from Congress because he gives birth to national movements. I'm like, dude, father of dragons, fucking stop. Dude, have a jaw first. How about that?
Well, so there seems to be a lot of meltdowns in that world. A lot of meltdowns in the world of people who like kind of attach themselves to Kanye, who is, I don't know, no one's like seen or heard from him in like 2 weeks, right? But
yeah, I don't know what the hell. I think he's chained to the same radiator they had Jordan Peterson on.
yeah, presumably.
He's retired to a small exclusive retreat among him and his close friends. It's high in the Bavarian Alps. It's a little known luxury resort known as the Eagle's Nest. That's where he's recording his new album there.
Well, one way or another, everyone who attached themselves to him in the, I guess it was sort of marketed as this is the precursor to Yay 2024, right?
Yeah.
Like this is the early makings of his presidential campaign. All those people, except for like one or two, have had massive public breakdowns in the wake of it. Almost like they are, sort of chained their fate to an unreliable cokehead with bipolar disorder. This is very similar to if that happened. But Ali Alexander is, even before the EA World meltdown, he is notorious for claiming that he has blackmail on like pretty much anyone. He you could make up a guy and be like, hey, Kevin Smuckers said that you aren't the real leader of the Stop the Steal movement, and he would go, I have recordings of Kevin Smuckers that would end his life.
Well, I mean, this is what he's saying about Marjorie Taylor Greene. He says that he is going to report to the state of Georgia evidence of a crime that she's committed.
She's probably reported it herself by doing it on camera. Like what the fuck? He did in the same outburst, though. Did you see that he said he had recordings that would get Tim Pool sent to prison?
The recordings of his show?
Yeah, or I guess maybe Thomas's Tim Pool song.
No, he has a recording of the emo rock song that Tim Pool released. That should get him sent to prison. Yeah. He's going to ADX Florence for that horse shit.
Yeah, he's serving in a cell block across from Chevelle.
Yes. Yeah, the recording Ali Alexander has is Thomas's I Want to Hang Out with Tim Pool song.
Yeah, we should pipe that in. Tim Pool song.
Just finished 8th grade. Nobody knows the sky, but it's time for a vacay. We're gonna have a party tonight. Come in a swimsuit. We ain't got no rules. And don't tell your parents, but we're partying with Tim Pool. Partying with Tim Pool. We're partying with Tim Pool. I am only 15, living every kid's dream, partying with Tim Pool. Partying with Tim Pool. Man, this guy is so cool. No other kids here, dizzy from this root beer, partying with Tim Pool.
Just a live update here. Kevin McCarthy just lost his 9th bid.
This is great. This is like watching a perfect game. This is like you're watching a pitcher like dole out, like, you know, it's like getting to be like the 7th or 8th inning. He hasn't walked anyone. Zero runs. It's just we're witnessing greatness here. And like I said, I hope it can. I don't want Congress to do anything. I want them to be doing this like 6 months from now.
I mean, they will have gotten what they wanted then, because that fucking debt ceiling has to be raised, and if they don't have a speaker, they can't do it.
That's true. Well, okay, if that's the case, as I suggested yesterday, then Consul Biden must just simply seize power. He needs to just ban Congress. Just get rid of it. Get rid of a representative body in our government. Emperor Biden, the citizens of our republic demand it. You must restore honor to our republic.
Print the fucking coin.
It can't be Brandon, because he is too associated with one of the culture strains. It's going to have to be some army guy, some nonpartisan army guy to come in and say, okay, enough of this nonsense. No more Congress, and no more Brandon either.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
if he did that, most people would just be like, thank God.
Thank you.
They'd be relieved.
You know, yeah, if you seize power and you say this is the start of a new age, this is the second American Republic, blah, blah, blah. If you do that, it doesn't matter what you cloak it in, what you say, as long as, like, Castle is still on TV. Mm-hmm. You know?
Or
that's really
the rookie feds.
Yeah.
The rookie feds.
The rookie feds.
That's really
rookie
it.
Feds.
But no, I want to go back to what you were saying, Felix, about all of the sort of yay hangers-on who have all had meltdowns and turned on each other. A phenomenon that we're seeing, I mean, like, the House Freedom Caucus, or like them getting what they want, or the more power that they get, the more fallouts and infighting among them that seems to transpire. Like, you know, like, they're all beefing with Marjorie Taylor Greene now. She's been excommunicated. And we're seeing a similar phenomenon happen on Elon Musk's Twitter, where, like, all these people, they get their accounts back. Their posts are no longer throttled. You can the cat turd beanies are no longer being embargoed. You can ship them across state and international borders. But, like, what are they doing? All of them are just reverting to just attacking each other and going insane.
Because they all hated each other before.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
easy to be high-minded and talk about how, like, X person deserves freedom of speech when they're gone. But, like, once they're there, you're faced with the reality that you're all fighting for, like, the same attention economy as everyone else. I think Cat Turd was actually trying to stop this, because yesterday he made a post that was like, does anyone notice that conservative posts are being throttled and that Elon Musk is being throttled? Which is like,
so give them something to focus on other than just hating each other and themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying. But it's like, who would be doing that?
What I loved about that post, he said it must be a rogue employee. He's just fired like 3,000 people. There's one ghost in the machine left, like the last Japanese soldier in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Throttling cat turds, fucking.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of that guy. He's in a cave throttling posts, making it so you don't see Elon Musk's replies. He's hidden deep in a server room. I don't know. It was a valiant effort by him, because, like, look, you know, if you're an online content creator, political leader, you don't want infighting. Cat Turd doesn't want this. This was supposed to be a happy year, but
come on, man. Cat Turd, we had such high hopes for this. We're all gonna get laid. We're all gonna get dethrottled, and now we're still the same miserable shitheads we were before, because we want everything to be different and we want some sort of radical change, but we're absolutely too much of huge pussies to do anything about it other than fucking whine, other than complain about it and expect somebody else to do it. And then if we get anywhere near any position of power, all we can do is throw a fucking tantrum.
That goes equally true for yours truly.
Until something happens, just by the sheer dysfunction that you bring into the proceedings because of your inability to press any coherent vision for anything.
One thing I do like about the fact that posts are still being throttled. Elon Musk, he's being censored by himself. What I do like about that is that they added the totally spurious view count to your tweets now to please these shitheads, because they were like, I have 8 million followers, but my posts only get 30 likes. Well, now you can see the number of people who have viewed your posts, which I'm sure is completely made up. But look, like with the House Freedom Caucus, like there's no pleasing these people. The last thing they ever want is to get what they want.
No.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, Matt.
Yeah, to get what you want is to be confronted with the fact that you're still you even after you got it. And there's nothing that you can do about that. So you have to find a more outlandish and insane and self-destructive fantasy to pursue in the hopes that someone along the line, somebody drops a fucking cinder block on your head and ends your misery, which you're too much of a fucking pussy to take care of yourself.
No, the best thing that could happen to these people is for the FBI to just arrest them for political.
Oh God, they would love it. They get to go to jail. They get to be the ultimate oppressed, political revolutionary. Oh, they would be so happy.
Well, if you could design like sort of like a villages type jail.
Yeah, pickleball every day.
Yeah,
the cafeteria is made to look exactly like a cheesecake factory.
Well, okay, let's game this out. If there was like a left-leaning military coup, if there was like a I don't know, a free officers movement in America, how do they deal with? Yeah, you know, we're all hoping, God willing. How do you deal with like the Hitler particle suburbs in America? You don't do the like you're not being prosecuted, you're safe, there won't be recriminations, blah 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 thing. You instantly go into like, oh, you're so dangerous, we're sending you to a FEMA camp. But the FEMA camp is like the villages.
Yeah, they just throw a fence around it.
No, just take the neighborhoods they already live in and declare them FEMA camps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can post.
Yeah.
They can't vote or anything. They can't leave. But they get to post all they want on their own internet to each other. And there could even be bots that could be libs that they could yell at because they wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Right. You would have like paid actors go in and be like, ooh, I'm your re-education officer. And they just you know, issue like horrible straw man talking points. Like they say the stuff that Steven Crowder says when he's dressed up in a dress. Mm-hmm. And you know, they can all pat each other on the back for like resisting the re-education officer. You can convince them that they're living in like conservative Hogan's Heroes, and that would occupy like all their time. Give them like a libtard Colonel Kurtz.
Colonel Clink. Colonel Kurtz said that they could become Kurtz, but they're now
right.
The FEMA camps are now administered by a blue hair Colonel Clink type figure.
Yes, exactly.
Cat's good.
They're like pre-made. Yeah, they're like pre-made tunnels for them where they can they go in and like can use Parlor, like watch secret NASCAR races, and they're like, oh, they have no idea we're doing this.
He had an iPhone and a coffee can. And just like the real Hogan's Heroes, the people inside the Nazi POW camp will be, in actuality, sex-crazed lunatics murdered by a good friend after filming thousands of sexual encounters in the sort of seedy world of swinging and rough sex in the 1970s.
Yeah. Well, it will be Hunter Biden.
It was a group grope. It was a group grope, Marjorie.
She's been to at least a few.
Yeah. To circle back to the segue I wanted to do is we were talking about George Santos, fugitive from Brazil. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about another fugitive from Brazil. I know you guys have seen the amazing footage of recently deposed patriot Jair Bolsonaro wandering aimlessly around the state of Florida.
God.
And I got to say, there is nothing that suits him better than that video of him walking around a Publix in Florida, like not buying anything, just wandering around aimlessly,
absorbing the vibe.
And I know I'm not the first person to suggest this, but like, if Jair wants to run for office in Florida, that is a layup for him. He could run as a
Easy.
Democrat and win in Florida. Like, it'd be easy for him. He would love it.
Easy times. I mean, I will say, I think he could make it in. How it goes is anyone's guess, because Jair's manner, his gait, his general way of being ever since he has left Brazil is very season 5 Junior Soprano.
What was up with that, like, didn't he almost lose a leg recently? Like, his leg was rotting off because of some flesh-eating bacteria?
I'm sure. I don't know anything about this,
No, I
but
saw-
like
I saw
sight
the-
unseen, yes, I'm
I
sure.
saw the pictures. They were pretty gnarly. He had some sort of skin infection on his leg. Yeah.
And yeah, no, he's gone to Florida to because his lawyer. No, this is not just a vacation. His lawyer is like basically like every right wing South American. You eventually end up in Florida if you lose power or you park your money there to avoid taxation. But no, he's there on advice of his lawyers because he could potentially be prosecuted under the Lula government for the many crimes he did in office. But Jair, I just like Florida is basically already Brazil. But like think about it, like it's just there's so many things. There's so many. God, think how many doctors there are in Florida. Think how many hospitals there are he can spend time in. Think about how many dangerous animals he can pick a fight with. This is like. This is the perfect second, third, fourth act. I don't know where he's at in life this far, but Florida is where it's at for Mr. Bolsonaro, and I'm loving seeing him join our wonderful country.
Well, he can get all his gangrenous limbs bitten off by gators and replaced by cybernetics. He could be kind of like Raiden in Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, a game I've been playing on my Steam Deck a lot. I do think it's absolutely a new chapter because his wife did not join him.
That's true.
Very conspicuous. He has been staying with former UFC featherweight kingpin Jose Aldo, once the greatest 145-pound fighter on the face of the planet. Jose Aldo does have a room in his house that is Minions themed.
Yeah.
We are to presume, maybe we'll say there's a 33% chance that a freshly divorced, freshly out of power, after attempting the most half-assed coup in history, it made January 6th look like, I don't even know, like the work of Bismarck. He is now sitting alone, divorced, alone, out of power, in a Minion's bed. And Jose, the former champion, this guy with tons of respect, this guy who goes into the gym, coaches fighters, he's probably like, hey, I'm going to my gym. I got to coach my guys. Maybe you should go out and do something. And Jair's like, oh yeah, no, I actually, I have some plans. And he just does the thing that every alcoholic husband without a job has ever done, and wanders around grocery stores and train stations, pretending that he was at work.
Like, okay, he's perhaps newly single. I mean, like, come on, Florida. This is Valhalla for him. Do you know how many Republican MILFs are down there that would love to get minioned out by the former president of Brazil?
Yeah. Oh man. Well, there's certainly no short supply of like leathery woman who kind of like, hey, oh, you just got to party, honey.
There's a lot of
forget about her.
There's a lot of exotic animals that could fuck his shit up too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he
Boa
get eaten by a
constrictors.
manatee.
He could be the first man ever like paralyzed by a manatee. The first man ever attacked by one.
But Bolsonaro wades into like a mangrove in Florida, and then is immediately just gang mobbed by manatees like piranhas and stuff. The manatees do to him what we all thought as kids, like what we were talking about like a few episodes back about how disappointing piranhas are. They're just waiting for a taste of Bolsonaro.
Banana.
All right. Well, moving on to the reading series for today's episode. Over the holiday break, there was a lot of people were messaging me about this. I've had to wait some time to cover this, but it's been another stunning revelation in the life and times of one Mr. Rod Dreher. This current revelation was about as surprising as finding out that Rod thinks that sexual attraction to men is the baseline setting for the male of the species, and that like being sexually attracted to women is essentially something that needs to be trained and learned into people through cultural programming. This current revelation about as surprising as that one. Rod's father was in the KKK.
No way.
I mean,
What?
honestly, like, that is like the least interesting thing about all this, because it's a long post and Rod is once again very much in his feelings. But, you know, to a certain degree, it makes me feel bad not for the man Rod is today, but for the person, like the kid he once was. Like, it actually, like, I feel some modicum of sympathy for Rod in the past. I mean, not Rod now, who I think is pretty much irredeemable, but the piece really makes it clear that like his asshole dad and family ruined his marriage and life because they just couldn't accept how fruity he was, and they were just mean. They were just mean to him his entire life, despite how desperately he wanted their approval.
Yeah, it's like one of those classic deals where all of the white blood cells just go crazy. Like, they had this kid, and it's like, he's not one of us. If he'd been in the wild, he would have been eaten by his mother.
Yeah.
Like, this one didn't come out right, you know, and that happens. And, you know, if that happens to you, you have to come to terms with it somehow. Most people do it by, you know, saying like, sorry, parents, like, I have my own worth, but Rod took a different path.
A very different path. One could say that he took the ideology of his forefathers, his literal forefathers, and, you know, made it a little fruity.
got a little nice with it.
Yeah, what if we were taking that burning cross and cooking bouillabaisse over it?
And like, you know, a lot of the piece is Rod, of course, stridently condemning the Ku Klux Klan. Good on him for that. Let's give him a round of applause.
That's brave.
You know,
Yeah,
sort
well
of,
done, sir.
you know, like just sort of condemning a culture of like Southern racism and bigotry. That's all well and good, but that's not before. That all comes before he suggests that his father's racism and membership in the Ku Klux Klan could have something to do with being demonically possessed by Freemasons. So, Rod is. I'll get to it.
Okay.
All right. Just a few highlights from Rod's "A Darkness Revealed" column. This is his magnum opus in the American Conservative, of course. So he writes, in 2002, when I was living in New York, my wife prevailed upon me to go see a Catholic therapist to deal with the anger over 9/11 that was eating me alive from within. Great. I mean, just already, just so good. My wife prevailed upon me to see a Catholic therapist to deal with the anger I had about 9/11.
How did you find a Catholic therapist in 2001?
It's got to be
Like,
I mean, shit, my
directory?
dad wrote a whole novel about a Catholic therapist. So there you go. He's going to see
okay.
Dr. Morales, star of The Treatment, the novel and short stories. No, he says here, in the first meeting with the therapist, he told me that he was going to get me to see the awful truth. That under the right circumstances, I could have been piloting one of the planes that struck the Twin Towers. Okay, that is a
Amazing
good therapist. That is a
Amazing
great therapist.
therapist.
Because, like I said, like Rod probably walked in and did not even get to articulate the phrase, I'm dealing with anger issues over 9/11, before the therapist was just like, this guy could easily be one of the 9/11 plotters.
Yeah, he probably
This guy
said
could
like 2
absolutely
words.
incinerate an office building full of people because of some obscure religious trauma or pathology. Under the right circumstances, I could have been piloting one of the planes that struck the Twin Towers. No way, I thought. This made me so angry. Yeah, so angry he was probably thinking about blowing up his therapist's office and cutting his head off or something. I clashed with him on other issues and ended the therapy early. No way! I really want to know the other issues he clashed with on his therapist other than you could have done 9/11.
I just can't believe that Rod didn't take well to therapy.
Yeah.
You know, who would have
Catholic
guessed?
therapist.
Yeah. You try as hard as you can, but, you know, it's just not. For some people, it's just not the right thing.
And then he goes, but I still was mad at him for daring to say that I might in any way have done such an evil deed. Okay, we'll leave that there for now.
Okay.
Jumping around, he says, moving along in the article, he says, anyway, I've said what I need to say, I do think, in a strange way that I have been gifted as a writer to have arrived in a time when the ways of the Old South, the good and the bad, were a living memory, and that the people of that era were not historical abstractions to me, but souls made of flesh and blood. Today, it would be impossible for young white men to have a relationship with Oliver McNabb, an old black farmhand we called Preacher, who was the cook at my father's hunting camp. Preacher, so called because he used to stand on the yard at Angola State Penitentiary and preach the gospel as he understood it, had done time in prison for killing his wife's lover. He was dear to me in my childhood. He loved all us kids, children of the hunters. He made jelly cakes for us on our birthday. Truth to tell, I would have preferred to have stayed in the hunting camp kitchen on the bluff high above the Mississippi on those cold winter mornings rather than go into the swamp in search of deer. I like drinking paper cups full of hot, sweet coffee with the gas heater burning brightly, listening to that old black man tell his stories. I was innocent back then of the social order and what it had done to Preacher and men like him. I just knew that I loved him, and he loved me. He called me for some strange reason Clyde. He had funny names for all his kids. That's not a funny name. He just didn't know what your name was. You made that little of an impression on him, Rod. This man you loved more than your own dad. He kept calling you Clyde, not because it was a nickname. He thought it was your name.
Okay. Up until the Clyde detail, I thought that Rod had completely hallucinated a Green Mile type event in his childhood.
This is a Beautiful Mind. This is like Paul Bettany in A Beautiful Mind.
Yes.
And I like that he was like, I was ignorant of the social order back in that day. I just simply took it for granted that the felon who was the cook for my dad's hunting camp was embedded in any kind of social order in the South. Going on here, it says, I wonder this morning if Preacher knew that my father, with whom he was friendly, had been in the Klan not 10 years earlier. If he did, how did that affect the way he saw my dad? Did he know of other white men at the camp who had been Klansmen? I'll never know. Not this side of heaven. I do believe that, as sentimental as it sounds, Preacher has spent his time in heaven praying for them. That's who he was, a convicted murderer, a believer in Jesus, and a teller of delightful tales to white children he plied with jelly cakes on their birthdays. Once again with Rod, I appreciate the psychology he renders in all of his articles.
He doesn't have to see a therapist. He has thousands of readers who get to do like massive online role-playing therapy of him. I mean, every article he writes, it's just like, okay, what's going on with Rod here?
You also don't really need therapy if Bagger Vance is in heaven praying for you.
Jesus Christ. He says here, jumping ahead now, he says, I confronted my father with this knowledge. He had he's talking, of course, about the fact that that he wrote a whole book about the death of his eldest sister called like The Little Way of Ruthie Lemming or something like that. We've made fun of it in the past. We made fun of all the dead people in his family for a while now. But no, it's about how he like moved his family back to like the parish he grew up in Louisiana. And that like he was expecting, because he wanted to embed himself in a life of tradition connected to like, faith and family and like, like the soil that he had sprung from. And of course they all treated him like shit. And he's talking about how his dad had just like poisoned the well for like his sister and her kids for Rod and his family. So he says here, I confronted my father with this knowledge. He had the power to change the narrative, but he wouldn't do it. To do so would be to admit that he had once been wrong and that was something he could not do. He told me in a separate argument that the Lemming girls, his niece's family, were right to reject us because y'all are so damn weird.
I mean,
oh God,
what can you say? Obviously we do not agree with most of what this man did in his life, whether it is being a member of the Klan or siring Rod, but when he's right, he's right.
He definitely got that right. He pegged him on that one.
Yeah.
He's Rod and his ways they're citified. They're not countrified. They're citified. And he says, I fell chronically ill with mononucleosis for 4 years because of the stress over all this.
4 years?
4 years.
4
Rod
years
had
of mono from his parents
years.
treating him like shit. That's just, god damn.
Rod, he has all the sympathetic ailments of a Victorian dowager. It's great. It's so good. How he doesn't have long COVID or long vaccine hangover or whatever. I mean, just pick your poison, Rod. But I mean, just why you're tired all the time.
I think he's just gonna he's skipping all that shit, and I think he's gonna end up with stigmata pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing the right wing version of like those people on Tumblr you would see where it's like, huge day. I finally, I found a doctor who believes me about my always tired syndrome.
There's got to be a viral explanation for why I'm tired and sad all of the time.
Has anyone ever had mono for more than a year?
I-
or even 6 months?
I didn't know that they could hold on that long.
I thought it was the kissing disease. Rod, you cheeky devil. No, he had mono for 4 years because of the stress over all of this.
Okay.
Eventually, I recovered. Thank God.
Sure
I talk
he did.
about this.
Good.
I talk about
If you
this
want
in
to
my.
call it that.
I talk about this in my Dante book. Yeah, that's. Midway through life, I found myself with mono in a dark swamp in Louisiana. That's what people who bought the Dante book wanted to hear about. But he goes, and the key moment of my recovery was realizing that without knowing what I was doing, I had made an idol of family and place, and in particular of my father, who was the embodiment of this. I took it all to confession and repented of having placed my earthly father in the place of God, the Father in my mind. After that, I began to slowly heal and was able to be present when my dad, a few months before he died, apologized to me for the way he had treated me. He passed from this world with peace between us, a great gift from God. I like he says that I repented for placing my earthly father in the place of God, the Father in my mind. Yeah, what a weird thing to do, to identify with your dad rather than the deity that you focus your religious life around. Like I said, everyone needs a dad. Everyone needs a dad.
Everyone
Gotta
needs a
find
daddy.
it someplace. Yeah. But okay, here is this is where Rod, again, after going to great lengths to stress and relay the deep divisions that existed culturally, socially, and personally between him and his former Klansman father, Rod still can't help himself because he includes this paragraph. But they didn't have to, because the ambient culture, while post-segregationist, meant that one absorbed these values unconsciously. Plus, black people and white people were really very different in terms of culture. What a shock it was to me to go to a rare evening assembly at school when I was 13, and was then moved to the same building as high schoolers, and to see girls only a year or two older than me, whom I would see daily in the hallways at school carrying their babies while their mothers doted on them. This was how local black culture was. It was also very, very strange to me as a kid to learn from black classmates in elementary schools that they had no fathers in the home. I eventually began to wonder to what extent the white taboos against race mixing was merely out of pure race hatred, and to what extent it was a form of protection against the sexual code that was destroying the black family. So congratulations, Rod. Any iota of sympathy I had for you in your horrible childhood has now just been completely obliterated. You never miss.
He never fails to reveal his bone-deep sexual repression and terror.
I mean, I think there's something to that. I think there's something to this, the idea of how much race and sex and sexual pathology is is married in the minds of people like Rod, and what they hate and fear about black people is is just another extension of their own weird sexual horrors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I've definitely heard that. I have heard that from academics who have much less baggage, let's say, than Rod.
You heard it from DJ academics?
Heard from DJ academics, yeah. That a lot of anti-black racism in America is rooted in this on the part of white people, a pathological, psychotic fear and fascination sexually. And the fear
that their kids will become promiscuous or something if they
a base fear of cuckoldry, whether spiritual or literal,
And then now we get to the crowning achievement of this Rod article. This is top tier Rod we're finally getting to here. If you didn't think that was weird enough. He writes, "There's something eerie here too. Just last week in conversation with an Orthodox priest back in America, a cleric who is also an exorcist." Okay, so we're back in exorcism, baby. We're back. Rod is back. I mean, the idea that Rod could go even 1 week without consulting with an exorcist is frankly ludicrous to me. I'm glad that he's in daily communication with exorcists of all religious tendencies, Orthodox, Catholic, whatever. He says here, a cleric who is also an exorcist. The priest told me how he had discovered in his exorcism work how wicked Freemasonry is. He has seen people become possessed through it. I told him about my Catholic friend in New York whose grandfather was a high-level Freemason in Italy and who had become possessed through the curse he brought onto the family, which destroyed her father and his generation within the family and wreaked havoc on hers. I would love to know more of that story. But he says, in this conversation, I mentioned to the exorcist my belief that my late father, a 32nd degree Mason, had been involved with the Klan in the 60s, and how I suspected that had a lot to do with his prior involvement with Freemasonry. The exorcist told me that I must pray for my father's soul every day for the rest of my life. I agreed to do this. And now we find proof that my suspicions were accurate. Lord have mercy, I don't know what else to say. So there you go. Rod's father, member of the KKK, but much, much more serious than being in the Klan, a 32nd degree Freemason, which is way more evil than being in the Klan in Louisiana in the 60s.
Well, only one of those was responsible for the French Revolution.
Yeah, but like in the 60s, what are Freemasons in Louisiana doing? Like fucking driving around little gag toy cars? Oh, wait, no, those are the Shriners.
Yeah,
I don't
They're actually the Shriners are a section of Freemasons. They're budded
Demons.
off of Freemasons. Yes.
Demons.
They're like a charitable arm of Freemasonry.
Yeah, they're like the fruit of Islam to the Nation of Islam.
Yes.
How does he account for like the Freemasons who weren't in the Klan, which was a lot of them? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the Klan, the resurgent Klan that came out around right after Birth of a Nation, one of its goals was like against Freemasonry.
Yeah, they were.
If I'm
against
remembering right.
Freemasonry and Catholicism. Yeah.
Whatever.
Louisiana's obviously weird though. I mean, because like there most of the Klansmen were
Catholics
Catholic.
there. Yeah. Did you see that?
It reminds me of this thing that somebody told me about French Alcoholics Anonymous, about how they have wine at the meetings. Guess you could have like a little bit of Freemasonry and Catholicism at the Louisiana Klan.
Yeah, you know, we do things a bit different down here.
Good. 33 degree Freemasonry make the jackrabbit slap the bear. Woo. Oh, that's some good Freemasonry. Yeah. No, that reminds me of that, like, it was one of those, like, trad posts people were making fun of. It was some girl who was just, like, in a lot of ways, Southerners make the perfect Catholics. And then, unfortunately, there was a lot of people from the South in the replies just being like, yeah, my family thinks Catholics are pagan demons that aren't Christian. It's good stuff.
Yeah, but they love tradition.
Is the ultimate conclusion here that Rod's dad is in hell, though?
Yeah.
Is he just sort of like
that's why
leaving
the
that to
exorcist told me he has to pray for his soul every day of his life. But you know, the good news is that they'll be reunited, because that's where Rod's going.
Yeah,
for sure.
That is a pickle for Rod's dad. If he's just been in hell all this time, and it's like, we got bad news for you, Mr. Dreyer. Only one person can get you out of this. And it's your fruitcake bouillon-based cooking son. He has to pray. He has to get a him and his dumbass readers who send him fake stories have to make a prayer bomb like Goku that's big enough to create a path, a tunnel out of hell for you. And he's like, "Oh, damn it! Couldn't be anyone else. It's Rod." Rod's the one who's going to pray me out of hell. I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved in that Freemasonry joke.
So yeah, listeners, if you have any family members who are involved in Freemasonry, please intervene now before it's too late. I just love for Rod, like, the Freemasons are the demonic feature of his dad's life, and not literally being in the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was only in the Klan because of the Masons. All right.
It's like yeah, the gravity he assigns the part about the Klan versus the gravity of the thing about the Freemasons is just, it's like he talks about him being in the Klan like he found out his dad frequented strip clubs, and the Freemasons thing. It's like he discovered his dad was a concentration camp guard.
Yeah. No, like he says that, like, oh, me and my father ended with peace between us, and it's been a great gift from God. And then by the end, he's like, I consulted my exorcist friend, and I've been basically praying for my dad not to be tortured every day for an eternity because of his masonry. what's so wicked about the Freemasons again? Yeah, that they're an anti-Catholic church, that they did the French Revolution.
They're
hell on earth territory.
They did modernity.
Okay.
They got together in their little cliques with their little aprons, and they tried to turn man into God instead of worshiping God as they should.
It's so funny because it's like assigning like globalism to the Kiwanis Club.
At this point, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be a Rod story if it didn't involve a mage.
I just love like Rod is wondering, what is that old black cook who I loved more than my own family, and how I wished I could stay preparing meals with him when my dad and brothers are out hunting. Wish I could be setting the table with him. I mean, I wonder what preacher would think if he knew that my dad was a Freemason. So there you go. That was the major Rod news that transpired in the the Christmas to New Year's doldrums. Finally, but man, he keeps coming out with it's just like a kaleidoscope. Every time you turn it, his life reveals some new hilarious facet that has produced the man that we know and love, Rod Dreher.
And he is now going to continue finding himself in the plains of Hungary.
Well, hopefully, none of our listeners found out that any of their grandparents or dads or well, they don't let women in the Freemasons, so that's you don't have to worry about that. No Freemason family members. Hopefully, none of you discovered those over the holidays or the New Year.
I mean, there's a good chance your mom or aunt could be in an equally demonic organization, the female Freemasons, Daughters of the American Revolution,
or
who have been doing human sacrifice since 1776.
Yeah, well, I always wonder like how Rod's story is going to end. Like, I kind of give it like decent odds that he ends up like, I don't know, a member of BJP.
I could see him honestly doing that.
Yeah, it like kind of makes sense.
All that post 9/11 rage coming back to the surface. Like, oh right, Muslims.
What about, as we speculated about many other religious fanatics in this country, what about just the light of Islam, submission? I don't know. You know what? Islam's a little too butch for Rod.
Yeah, that's the thing. He needs more.
A little too macho, a little too guy heavy. Yeah.
It needs to be more fabulous.
Well, like, everyone always, like, speculates on right-wing reactionary, like, quasi-religious figures shifting over to Islam. And it's like, I don't really buy it because Islam is too, like, joyous for them, Like, the average Muslim just seems like, I don't know, a little too much joie de vivre for someone like Rod. I guess he could be like a hardcore Salafi. Even that's like a lot of work.
Probably too hard.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can't be eating pork knuckle and looking with sweaty Magyar men if you're get really
yeah.
All the delicious treats he loves to prepare and sup upon. Like is shellfish forbidden in Islamic dietary law?
Actually,
in Judaism,
I actually don't think so.
Okay, so maybe you can have oysters. We'll see. I don't know.
I'm not sure though. Yeah.
Hey, know who has no dietary restrictions? Freemasons.
It's
Eat
true.
What you want. Buffet is always open. All you can eat.
I mean, that's how you know they're up to no good.
All right, gang. Let's leave it there for today. Till next time, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. We are back. It is Monday, January 2nd, 2023. Hope everyone had a happy new year. But celebrations aside, it is time for us to kick off the new year the right way. That's right. It is finally time for us to talk about what really matters. Probably the most important thing that has happened last year or has happened this century and will continue to happen as time advances forward. That is right. It is finally time for us to do Avatar: The Way of Water. So I'd just like to begin by saying, listener, is there any of you out there who doubted Big Box Office Jim? Is there anyone left on the planet Earth who has any doubt about Big Box Office Jim? Box Office Jim cannot be doubted. The haters have been conclusively silent, and that Avatar, both Avatar 1, Avatar: The Way of Water, and the next bunch of Avatar movies that he's currently working on are not to be doubted. They are to be embraced as the paradigm shift in humanity that they represent.
There's some bitch-ass hater that I was talking to after Avatar: Way of Water's opening weekend, where he was saying, oh, they missed expectations. Oh, it's going to be a bomb. There has been zero drop-off week to week in Avatar.
I mean, the first weekend to the second, obviously, because the first was $500 million. But no drop-off from second to third weekend. Unprecedented. This does not happen, folks, in the modern blockbuster era. Only Big Jim can hold huge numbers of people coming to see a movie back over and over again. The vast majority of blockbusters that exist now in the IP era make their nut in one or two huge first weekend and then like the first 10 days, basically. And then they basically have to take their money and run because everyone has done their jury duty of tropping in and seeing this fucking thing. Everybody who feels like they have to, because that's it, obligation only. Fucking Jimbo puts a movie out there. People got to see it. They got to keep coming, like the fucking Field of Dreams. They have to come, and they have to keep coming because it makes them feel something that they literally cannot feel anywhere else.
Listener, rest assured, we would be talking about this movie, taking it seriously, and evangelizing it if it was a megaton bomb, or if it is in this reality. Just a little BO for you. This is the updated 3-day weekend estimate from Avatar: The Way of Water is $66.8 million. Updated 4-day weekend estimate, $86.3 million. Estimated total domestic gross through Monday stands at $444.2 million. So, look, the haters have been silenced. Avatar has no cultural resonance because I don't see any memes about it. Of course you don't, because it's in a theater for longer than a day. You can't put together a Jake Sully fan cam because, or if you do, it has to be recorded off your phone in a movie or taken from like a cam rip with Russian subtitles or something.
Right. This is not like a movie by the Russo brothers or someone like that, where frame by frame everything is engineered and sent to a sweatshop filled with slaves to determine the memeability of every individual line of dialogue and frame. This is a movie about love, but also a movie about the dictatorship of the third world proletariat, killing, to their white surprise, the Colonel Quadraches of the world.
Well, it's blue surprise now. All right,
Yeah.
well... Much to his blue surprise.
But the movies that they talk about, there's so many memes from Glass Onion. Glass Onion is all memes. The movie is a pre-digested slurry of already conceived memes. Every line of dialogue is a tweet. Of course it's disseminating that way. That's what it's meant to be. It's meant to reassure you that all of your opinions are correct. All your precious opinions are right. And so, of course, you can go and repeat them. Hey, look, these guys agree with me. Avatar, when I saw it anyway, it left me feeling this ache, this lack, this absence. That's not a thing you can meme. That's not something that you can turn into a chirpy little gif.
When Ryan Johnson sits down to write one of his blockbuster hits, or Couchbuster, because they're all on Netflix, he goes to one of those websites, one of those Indian websites that's like the 35 best tweets that summarized December, and he finds all the tweets, all of them, all the tweets by late night writers, all the tweets by the Andrea Corkboards of the world, all the things that used to be on BuzzFeed, every 120,000 like banger shit that's like I wish you could get a grade from your therapist. He takes all that in, and he writes a script based off that knowledge. He's basically, his mind is a NutriBullet, processing the memes of the elder millennials. So his movies, by the time you get them, it is, you're digesting something. You're digesting a bird pellet. Of course.
Yeah, it's already been processed.
Yeah, by the time you shit it out, it's like, what a surprise. There's a thing that Bennett Goodrich, or whatever the fuck Daniel Craig's character in those movies is called, said that matches this exact news cycle. But that, he is a processor of culture. James Cameron creates culture, but more than that, he creates longing. He creates a generation of people that include you, me, and all the listeners who will kill ourselves to be friends with Tolkien.
Yes. I mean, look, the movie honestly should have been called The Way of the Whale. But we need to build to the Tolkien. I will just say James Cameron is one of the last men standing. He is a visionary. He is using the power of cinema to create an immersive, emotional experience that, taken in whole, amounts to an attempt to save humanity, to say something important, and to inaugurate a shift in consciousness in human society on a global level. And he is doing that with these movies. Benoit Blanc just goes, Mr. Musk, we all bear witness to your corn cobbins, sir. And we all clap like seals for that. But
and moreover, my ice must be destroyed, sir. No, James Cameron is Napoleon of our time. And if you say, you can point out correctly, the Napoleon of our time makes movies. Yes, that's not an indictment of James Cameron. That's an indictment of our times. That's the only place that you can actually assert that sort of will to power is in make-believe, because all of the avenues of real subject making have been algorithmized into paralysis. We can't do that stuff anymore. But we can try with all of our fucking might to make people relate to this world differently.
And that's right. What does that make Rian Johnson? The Adolf Hitler of our time. I don't like saying it any more than you like hearing it, but it's true. He's Adolf Hitler,
truth, folks.
It's just the truth, because all our output is entertainment, and that is the kind of movie that Adolf Hitler would make, where the white man's always right. Get Benoit Blanc. I wonder what that name means.
Shit, you're right.
I say he's worse than Adolf Hitler, but right. Just a little bit, like into the assessment of the movie itself. We gave the BO rundown, and I did my part because to prepare for this, I saw this in theater, 3D IMAX. Well, first I saw it in the Dolby IMAX and the Dolby Atmos surround sound system, which was awesome. Saw it twice in the IMAX 3D, the movie theater experience. So I'm doing my part, but as research for the film, very similar to the first Avatar episode we did, I did see the second movie on just a little bit of mushrooms, just enough to make it, just to add a little something extra. Not to trip hard, because of course, I take my role as a film critic seriously. I wanted to, be locked into the movie and not disassociate from reality. But excellent experience. And then, okay, let's talk about the movie itself. My general impression of the movie, my review of the movie, is that it surpasses the first one in every regard. And you know my feelings on the first one of these movies. I thought that this was a sequel that builds and expands on the first one, but is in every respect superior to the first one, and that is no knock on the first movie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it was always going to be better than the first movie, because the first movie had the unfortunate the job of trying to explain this and explain this type of movie to the audience. There hasn't really been, there certainly had never been a blockbuster where the audience walks out cheering for the Taliban in 2009, so to speak. But there also had not been a blockbuster like this Star Wars, where you're introduced to a whole new world, a whole new lore, a whole new language. There was Lord of the Rings, there's other shit, but those were either, pre-existing media properties or nowhere near in scale or ambition as Avatar was. It had... the original Avatar is pretty long, but it has to spend so much time explaining
Yes.
what it is while still being a great movie, obviously.
But like
that-
you're right, Felix. The
yeah.
first third is very much it's about Jake Sully, the human being, and then introducing the concept of like the Avatar body, and then like what is Pandora, and there's a lot of like whereas the second one the plot just starts right away.
Yeah,
It just starts,
because-
and there's no more. They don't have to introduce you to this concept anymore. They're like, oh, there's blue Jake Sully.
Also, don't even remind people. Just
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, hey, yeah, remember Grace? Well, I'm not gonna fucking hold your hand, bitch. You saw this movie. Don't lie.
Well, there is, not to get too ahead of ourselves, but that is something I love about this movie and love about the character of Jake Sully, that they are able to do more so with the second movie. And it's something that we see very early on in the first 10 minutes. I made a note of it. When Jake Sully talks about how when they go out, they see some, beautiful wonder of the world of James Cameron. This is our date night, just a little bit away from our kids. The point of that being, though, that Jake Sully is just sort of a dum-dum.
Yeah.
There's nothing really that special about him as a character besides maybe his bravery or his compassion. The point of Jake Sully, which, hopefully you got this message in the first Avatar, and they definitely hammered home in the second one. It's not that Jake Sully is this unattainable, special Kyle Reese-esque character that you can never hope to be. It's that any of us dum-dums Jake Sully, if we exhibit the right compassion, togetherness, and love of the world around us.
And I mean, this is very much where the how we kind of summed up the first Avatar in our last Avatar episode. But it was the thing that hung me up the first time I saw Avatar, and I thought the weakness of the movie was like Sam Worthington and Jake Sully being just kind of a zero as a character. But the fact that he is, as you said, Felix, nothing special. He's not even the guy. It's his twin brother that's supposed to be sent to Pandora. He's just some guy, just like everyone else, who finds himself, basically by accident, reborn into a new body on this new planet. And then the end of Avatar is about he's nothing special, but what he has is that he made a moral stand against everything that he ever believed in and was a part of. And in order to do that, he had to his human body had to die to be reborn into freedom, into this angelic life form, and to be free and live on this new planet. He had to die. He had to make a stand. And the last shot of the first Avatar is his eyes opening.
Yep.
And that the idea is that Jake Sully is you. You're nothing special either, but you're part of you. But you, like Jake Sully in the first movie, are part of this world-destroying system that is that is ending human life and ending all life on this planet in pursuit of profit.
I remember one of the knocks on Avatar, the first one, is, oh sure, the white interloper. He's the one who's able to ride the Toruk. He's the guy who can ride the big guy. Oh, none of the native Na'vi could do it. No, all the Na'vi, of course, they wanted to save their village. They wanted to save their society, but only Jake Sully knew what they were in for. Only Jake Sully knew the stakes, because they couldn't. They were, of course, unhappy with these humans showing up, but they could not imagine what we were capable of. Only Jake Sully knew what we were capable of because he had seen what we did to fucking Earth. And so he's the one who can go and do the insane, dangerous thing of riding the goddamn Toruk.
So this is where the Avatar: The Way of Water begins. Some years have passed since their victory against the Sky People at the end of the first one, where they kicked him out, sent him home. But we all know this is a brief period of peace, because the humans are coming back. And Felix, you allude to there. We see Jake Sully now has a family, and honestly, a huge strength of this movie, and something that I wasn't anticipating, is that it is mostly about Jake and Neytiri's children. They're basically the main characters of this movie. So a good part of this movie is focused on teenagers, which is usually, for me, the kiss of death for any movie.
Awful.
However, in this movie, I found all of them. I found them authentic, credible, and not grating in the slightest.
And
So we
distinct characters. I don't even remember the names of either of the brothers. And you can say, oh, that's because they're stereotypes. It's like, well, yes, but all characters, when you have this kind of a palette of storytelling, are going to be archetypal. like the responsible, heir, and then sort of the a little alienated second son. There is a reason that is like an eternal fucking structure, but the thing is, they're embodied authentically. You believe they're kids, even though they're blue and CGI.
Right.
So-
just like the literal CGI itself, just like how it has a weight and a gravity to it that other CGI does not.
Yes.
Okay, Cameron, the thing that makes him special, the thing that makes him a true auteur, is not that he, decides to transcend or contradict the art form. It's that he takes the art form and does it better than anyone else in the world. And with this, he took the YA format and did a better job than anyone else.
Well, and the knocks on the movie about these are or the first movie too, these are just these are tropes. It's like, oh wow, you've identified a trope. Congratulations. But of course they're fucking tropes. Tropes work. That's why the story has resonance. And now, and a note on the special effects. The special effects, which I can't even call them special effects anymore. This is just reality. Make the first movie, which looked incredible, basically like a proof of concept for what he does in this movie. And you see that incredibly rare thing. Avatar came out highest grossing movie of all time. The fact that Jimbo still had the ability and clout to not have just a second one out as soon as possible, that he took 13 years to fucking do this, and you see it on screen every second of the movie. He took his time to fucking do this, and that is why it looks so extraordinary. And in a little prelude to the movie, we see Jake and Neytiri, and they're living their lives in the forest. They have a family now. They have 2 sons. They have a daughter of their own, and they have an adopted daughter who is the sort of parthenogenic, Christ-like virgin birth that was
Grace is Sigourney Weaver.
Weaver's avatar.
She died trying to transfer her consciousness at the end of the first one into her avatar, like Jake did, but she was too weak. Her spirit went into Eywa, into the tree, and then so they just had this avatar in a tank, and then all of a sudden it got pregnant. They don't know who impregnated it. It was pregnant, and then it gave birth, and it's a little Sigourney Weaver.
And,
There's been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of talk about community and togetherness on Pandora. Okay, the one Na'vi that knocked that dead avatar up and gave us this Sigourney Weaver child, that guy is out of the community. That guy is out of the vision of the future. You're a little too weird if you did that. I'm sorry.
Well, I feel like
sorry, not in my vision of the future.
Her progeny is not explained. That is a question that it remains open at the end of this movie. And like I said, I think it's heading in sort of a Jesus, she is the Jesus Christ of Eywa. She is the virgin birth, the physical manifestation of Eywa. And then they have a fourth kid who just sort of is in the crew, Spider, who's a human, a white kid with dreadlocks, which again I thought would be really annoying, but I kind of fucked with Spider. Spider was cool. And Spider is, in this universe, you cannot put an infant in a cryo stasis to send it back to Earth. So, he was an infant at the time of the end of the first Avatar movie. And, he's a teenager now. And he's just sort of part of the crew. He sort of wants to be Na'vi. He paints himself blue. He wears a loincloth, runs around in the jungle. And people pointed this out about the Spider character. It exists, if not for any other reason, it is just a flex for Cameron. Because if you see these beautiful Na'vi interacting in this jungle environment and running through the forest, and like you said, Felix, there's a weight and light and shadow, and it all feels real. But if they're all Na'vi, then you're like, okay, what I'm seeing is 100% digital. But if they just include a human actor and their body and movement and performance seamlessly integrated into the other bodies and spaces in this fucking movie, is such a stunning, and it's you don't even notice it. And that's how impressive the visual effects work in this movie is that you don't really even notice it for the most part. Like I said, there was no part in my brain where I was like, oh well, that was a really good special effect. I'm like, no, this is just reality. This is a dream given form.
Right. And, okay, it's special that he's a white guy with dreadlocks because it's not just any human, where you're doing that tech demo. It is a human that in real life, if you saw this person in real life, your attention would not be taken away from them. It's someone that is in the center of every scene of your life. The white guy with dreadlocks, a classic American character.
So that sort of sets the stage. Like the little prelude is if we're reintroduced to the planet of Pandora and the Na'vi people and what these characters have been up to. And what have they been up to is just being happy, having a life, starting a family. Then, of course, that ends because the human beings come back. They're on date night, and their little night away from the kids is interrupted because they notice a new star in the sky, and that can mean only one thing: giant human colonial ships decelerating after making the years-long voyage across the abyss of space to just, if you thought they were done with Pandora, wrong. They're back. And I would really like to talk now about the truly, I think maybe my favorite scene in the movie, or truly one of the most powerful moments in the movie for me, was that very early on in the movie, the scene of humanity coming back to Pandora. And I actually we talked about this a little bit with Ben Clarkson, our genius animator who did Chapo Ball Z for us, among other great works. But that scene, like, it basically sums up the stakes of the movie, and it sums up the entire first movie with just all visually. This movie, it really makes you realize how truly gifted a visual storyteller Cameron is, and you really realize how much of filmmaking has lost that ability. Like how much information he conveys with just images. And for me, like the image, like the image that was just so powerful and so horrifying, with these like arcs, like from the human spaceships, these arcs that are lowered into the atmosphere from orbit. They lowered into atmosphere and just scorch the planet of Na'vi. And Clarkson described it to me as like a birth scene, because it's almost like they're like these arcs are being emerging from between two legs, kind of. But they like these enormous, like monolith-like arcs are lowered from orbit onto the surface of Pandora, and just it's like a nuclear blast, just incinerating square miles of jungle space. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but in that scene, you see all these jungle animals shrieking and running as they're consumed in this wall of flame. And among them was like the really scary, like alpha predator, like tiger type Pandora creature from the first movie that was so scary and menacing. They're just all like running together in their death throes as they're incinerated by the birth of the human species on Pandora once again. And it's a profoundly, and again, and like the arc opens up and like the mech suits waddle out of it, and these huge bulldozers, and like each one of them, like as it lands, just clear cuts everything around it. And it's like this cancer that will be the beachhead for humanity's reconquest of the planet Pandora. And then like that's essentially where the movie begins. We jump ahead another year in time, and Jake Sully and his family have begun, once again, their insurgency against the human presence on Pandora and their exploitation of it. But then we are introduced to Miles Quaritch, played by Stephen Lang. You may remember him as the bad guy, Colonel Miles Quaritch, the bad guy from the first movie.
Wait a minute, he got killed at the end of the first one.
No,
What's going
my
on
friend.
here?
Yeah, no, he's not dead. He's back in Avatar form. So basically what happened is, they explained this right before the battle at the end of the first Avatar. Colonel Quaritch has all of his memories downloaded into like a thumb drive and sent back to Earth just as like a backup. So he died, but like, hey, he's an investment. So what do? They create a Na'vi body for him and download all of his human thoughts and memories, so he has every thought and memory he had up to the point of which the copy was made, but he doesn't remember his death because like it wasn't part of the backup. So like Jake Sully in the first movie, he wakes up now on Pandora in his like 8-foot-tall Na'vi body, and it takes a second, and then you realize that this is now all part of the human conquest of Na'vi, because like they can't breathe the air, and also like each one of these military these jarhead assholes, this is a big investment in their training, and they have in-country experience. Like he says, we need the saltiest operators, the saltiest on-world operators. And like as he's explaining to like all the jarhead assholes who were killed in the first movie, it just like they've just been rebooted as even more an even more powerful and dangerous adversary. Because as Quaritch says, you've got their speed, their endurance, their agility, their strength, but with like all of the fucking training of like a recon marine. A pretty powerful combo.
All of them dressed up. That's a potent mix. All of them dressed up within the dickhead operator fashion of the 21st century because
Matt, I
time
love that.
sticks and does not progress. We are the Hegelian bad infinity. That's what is our pursuit of individual ego extension into eternity that's what creates a culture that cannot move forward. The guy's got a no fear tattoo.
I love this plot device too, because it's like Cameron's nod to the U.S. military naming its hardware and its bases like the Apache helicopter.
Yes, all the helicopters are named after Indian tribes.
Yes,
Black Hawk.
Tomahawk
missile, Apache helicopter.
Yeah, his genius interpretation of America wearing the skin of its murdered, genocided races.
Yep, and contrast their outfits. Like, remember we talked about how the vital contrast in the fight at the end of the first one between the Na'vi fighters and their like feathers and jewels, and like they're all looking like these embodied beings again, and all these bug humans all dressed in the same fucking like plate carriers. And here you have these gorgeous Na'vi just looking like YouTube assholes who are going, well, we're going to test the Kimber for 1911 today with giant Oakleys. They made the giant Avatar Oakleys.
Right. The tactical operator gear worn by Quaritch and his crew, I thought was such a good detail, and it was so evil. It was such a blasphemy, because they all look like, oh god, they all look like such operator shitheads, but they're 8 feet tall and blue, and like you said, Matt, are wearing oversized Oakleys and have fucking the worst tattoos ever. So like they get to be Na'vi, but they're still Marines.
Yep.
A potent mix indeed. So Quaritch, he's in country now, and he has one mission, the same one he had fucking 18 years ago or whatever: kill Jake Sully, leader of the Na'vi resistance. And they go into like the human colony on Na'vi is this like huge industrial city, and they're just they're just getting ready to just pillage this planet. But then we meet, I don't know if you guys joy faced as hard as I did when Edie Falco shows up in this movie. But yes, she is the general now leading the human conquest of Pandora, and she's introduced in this spry and very, very, very flexible and fashionable mech suit. And I really like this because I found the mechs in the first one a little too clunky and boxy, whereas these ones are very light and like flexible. And where she's introduced and she's like working a heavy bag with mechanical arms and like walking around on stilts. But then she starts talking to Quaritch and she's sipping coffee, and she's using her human arm to use the motion of sipping coffee, but her mechanical arm is holding the cup and daintily allowing her to have a little sip of coffee. And that, to me, summed up all of Cameron's sort of interests and fetishes quite nicely. The sipping coffee with a perfect robot mech arm.
Yeah, for mech aficionados, the difference between the mechs in the first film and this film is the difference between Armored Core and Zone of the Enders.
Got it?
I'll take your word for it.
Take your word for it. And Edie Falco, she explains to Quaritch that you're the mission is Sully and his people have been we see them attack a maglev train and loot it of weapons. They're mounting an effective and disciplined resistance against the human occupation. So his message is his mission is take out Jake Sully. But also, we're introduced to the ball has been moved forward in the time that has passed between the first movie and the second. Because what she tells him now is that this isn't just a military providing for a mining operation to get unobtainium, the mineral of the future. No, this is all now a military operation to colonize Pandora, to make it Earth 2, because we fucked up our own planet. And to do that, as Edie Falco says, we got to subdue the hostiles. So it's no longer about we have to stop the hostiles from attacking the mining operation. This is about we are taking over the planet. We are colonizing Pandora for human immigration colonization. We're taking it's Earth now. We need it. Wait till Felix gets back.
I'll just say while we're waiting, I thought the subtle but persistent use of coffee among all the occupying Earth
Quaritch is drinking
forces.
coffee when they blow up the home tree.
They're always
first one.
all the military Earthlings are always consuming coffee, which is, I think of something very intentional. That's both a stimulant, something that we extractively take out of, often exploited third world. I don't know if that's the right term anymore. Countries. I think it's something that he's very much commenting on specifically. Coffee.
And it emphasizes the banality of American office culture and how, like, even in this amazing place, you're still just sitting there with a desk like that asshole, the Giovanni Ribisi playing fucking putting green in his fucking office.
They should put Lorelai Gilmore in charge of the human occupation of Navi of the Pandora. Coffee, 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 coffee.
That lady loves coffee.
Yeah. Right. So then, Quaritch and his people, they set out into the jungle to track down Jake Sully. And what do you know it? They're lucky enough to come across Jake Sully and his kids who are out. Jake Sully's kids who are out exploring in the jungle. And, they get the drop on them. And then, but also Quaritch goes back to the scene of his own death and discovers his own body. He looks at his own skeleton riddled with arrows. I thought that was a very interesting and profound scene as well. But of course, Sully's kids are saved by Jake and Neytiri. But they realize that Quaritch is back. He's now has his demon form, and that he's aware of where they live, and and he's going to track them down. So they have to leave. They have to leave the forest people, because as long as they're there, Quaritch and his people are just going to keep attacking them, keep coming back. They're the threat to the people of the forest, and they gotta light out. So they pack the family up. You cram everything in your dinosaur station wagon. You cram all your stuff. It's time for a trip. Kids are gonna be. Are we there yet? And this is, of course, what the way of what. This is where they seek refuge among the sea Navi, which is really what most of the movie is about. There's forest Navi, they live in the jungle, but then there's the whole other biomes and ecosystems on the planet Pandora, and that have corresponding Navi to go along with them. And shout out Cameron from Pot About List. He had the best review of The Way of the Water, in my opinion, where he said, in the first movie, Cameron showed us the forest Navi. In this movie, he showed us the ocean Navi. In the third one, he'll just show us the normal Navi who live in houses and drive cars.
Avatar 3, The Way of the Automobile.
So yeah, they have to come to, they have to come as a family to this new community as outsiders, and just sort of being like, hey guys, can we crash here? And there's a little bit of a culture clash here, because they have their tails are too small, and the sea people Navi have big forearms with fins on them, and the children of the ocean tribe leader, they have busted haircuts.
They do. They've got Zoomer haircuts.
Yeah. Talk about time standing still. They do all look like TikTok Braidens.
And they have to learn the customs, and then because as the leader played by Cliff Curtis, and his wife played by Kate Winslet as well. You may have missed that in case you weren't aware of it already, but that's another thing about this movie. Even more than the first movie, this movie really contains all of James Cameron's interests and previous movies in one movie.
Oh yeah.
And Kate Winslet's presence is just but one hell there. We can discover a few other threads there. But as the leader of the Ocean Navi tells Jake and his family, we will teach you our ways so you don't have to suffer the embarrassment of being useless. So that, the first movie, hey, got to learn how to fly a fucking pterodactyl. This movie, well, there's all kinds of new shit you can ride. They got, dolphin. They got dolphin cars. They got flying alligators. And then, of course, we will get to the whales. But
the Tolkien's folks.
I want to talk about the whole kind of the middle part of this movie. It's just sort of again, for a box office blockbuster movie. It's insane to me how much the middle third of this movie just really slows down and just lets you just spend time with these people and their lives. And obviously this is a a demonstration of all the amazing like underwater. The portrayal of an underwater environment in this movie is stunning. I mean, it's incredible. Like, I mean, most of the most memorable things of this movie are just like some sort of little some sort of like jellyfish that you just see in the corner of the screen just dart away. And Jake and his kids, they have to learn how to like they have to learn how to ride a dolphin, or like the Pandora equivalent of a dolphin. And if you're an adult, you get to ride the flying alligator. And let's talk about Sigourney Weaver in this movie. Sigourney Weaver, a fascinating performance from Sigourney Weaver, again, a James Cameron mainstay. But in this movie, she is playing a teenage version of herself. So this is Sigourney Weaver playing a teenager, but like herself as a teenager. And she does a different voice and everything. And I don't know, I just thought it was a very interesting performance. But we also are given hints that the Jesus Christ of Eywa, there's a little something more going on with her. She has a connection to the living neural network that is Eywa on the planet of Pandora. That's a little bit different. She doesn't need to use her tail to sort of port into things. She's a little bit witchy, a little bit hippie, she's a little bit weird, a little bit out there.
Yeah,
but there's something going on with her.
She's on AirPlay. Not even USB-C. It's like the new Macs, how you can do the backup just by putting them next to each other.
When she wires into the global hive mind underwater, she basically she meets her mom in Eywa, who's of course she's still hanging out there because that's where you go. But then she has a seizure. She gets overloaded. Like that's how she has a different brain. And then Norm, remember Norm? We all love Norm. He's the human who still has an avatar and stayed with them. He comes along. He comes to check her out when she has her thing and tells him she has epilepsy, and that he's got the brain structure that gives her religious visions and stuff. So, and then later on in the movie, she shows that isn't just like a subjective experience. It has influence on the things around her. So yeah, she's
I will make note that Paul Schrader and Martin Scorsese's Last Temptation of Christ also implies heavily that Jesus Christ was epileptic.
Yeah,
take that for what it's worth.
I do think that is of a piece, though, right? Sigourney Weaver's character being reborn as a teenager, but now with these religious connotations and this sort of holistic connection to the spirit neural network, but also Quadrich and his Marines and their rebirth. There's a major theme of just everything keeps going. Time is a flat circle. And that can mean that if you dedicated your life to benevolence, if you were like Sigourney Weaver's character, a pencil pusher for the Fourth Reich, and ended up giving your life to turn against them, that you get to live forever as this sort of childlike, innocent version of yourself with major implications for the survival of the species that you gave your life to protect. But also, if you're Quadrich, and if you are these Fourth Reich stormtroopers, you are forever condemned to be a Nazi, to just have your conscience recycled into new Nazi bodies and new Nazi missions, and committing new atrocities forever and ever and ever. And to look at your own arrow-riddled body and your own failures again and again and again.
Yeah, Hegelian bad infinity. It's like the two ways to deal with the reality of infinity and eternity is you can accept that it is a cycle, it is a continual circle of rebirth, or you can insist that it is a straight line. But if you try to make it real, and that is this human society in these movies has killed its biome in pursuit of human immortality. What is that? That is being the same asshole and suffering for it forever.
Oh, and that all comes together. We'll get to it when we get to the Tolkien. But, why are they whaling the Tolkien? Remember?
Yeah. Yes.
So humans can live forever.
Human immortality.
That's genius. It's an immortality potion. These beautiful whales that we'll talk about that they're also hunting. They're killing these gorgeous creatures because inside their brain case, their brains, which are larger and more complex than human brains by many factors, contains goop that makes humans immortal, that stops the aging process, and is worth every whale is worth $100 million space dollars, whatever the fuck currency they have at that time. It's a lot, whatever it is.
But before we get to the way of the whale, though, there's one more aspect of the plot. In the initial encounter between Sully's family and the reborn Quatrich, Spider, the human child, is captured by the Marines and taken back to like the human settlement. And then much of this movie also suggests many parallels between, like, they are sort of like the gothic doppelgangers of one another. Jake Sully and Quatrich, because they're both Marines, but what are they also both? Fathers. Spider is the child of the human body of Miles Quaritch. I mean, that we didn't see any evidence of that in the first movie, but like he's dead, and then the son that he had on Pandora has been raised by Jake Sully and the Na'vi and the humans who chose to stay behind because they were allied with the Na'vi. So that Spider, who like wants to be Na'vi, is now thrown in with these the demon Na'vi, the Marine Na'vis, and this guy who he's never known, who's like his dad, but not really, because he's an 8-foot-tall blue cat demon. So that he becomes sort of their like he has to embed himself with Quaritch and his squad as they go native and hunt Sully and his people. And it's sort of like he's getting to know his father, and he's getting to know human beings in a way that he really hasn't had before. So there's a question of like a divided loyalty, or you wonder like where he's really going to land here, because he's never really felt like he belonged among Na'vi, but he sees human beings in the way they are and like what he knows of them, and he's horrified by them, and rightly so. So like, okay, the Forest Na'vi in the first movie, like they had their animal kinships. They had their animal vehicles and animal friends that were very important to them. And we see in the Ocean Na'vi, they have these very sleek, not really like dolphin, but it's the closest thing I can say. These very like sleek underwater motorcycles that they're just jetting around on. And then they have like these things that are sort of a cross between a flying fish and a crocodile. If you're, a little bit, if you're a warrior. But more importantly, there are the Tulkun. And this is introduced when this Jake Sully's second son, the one who is not the good soldier, not the eldest son, the one who doesn't always do what dad tells him. He's always causing trouble. He's always messing up and feels like a kind of a failure and a fuck up. He's sort of a little bit of the black sheep. He is, trying to ingratiate himself to the Bussin teenagers, and they take him out of the
Bussin teenagers make fun of them because not only do they have narrower tails that can't swim, that can't propel them through the water, they don't have the fins on their arms. They also, the Sully children, because they're the sire of a avatar and not an actual Na'vi, have 4 fingers instead of 3.
Yeah. Yes, that's the mark. They have 5 fingers. They have 4.
Right, 5. Yeah, 4 fingers and a thumb. Sorry.
They keep saying like it's the mark of the demon. To have 5 fingers. So that, they're sort of demon kiss. They're sort of abominations. If you're a more orthodox traditional Na'vi, if you're not reformed Na'vi, having 5 fingers is like being uncircumcised or something.
And props to James Cameron, a non-Na'vi director, for tastefully addressing Na'vi colorism.
So like the Bussin, the Zoomer teens sort of trick him, and they just they ditch him outside the sort of like the safety of the reef to go hunting or whatever. And then of course he finds himself in deep shit as like, I don't know, like some sort of a shark with like a 3-pronged jaws, essentially. This is huge fucking ocean apex predator nearly just fucks his shit up bad. He's just like pummeling, just barreling through coral reefs, just like relentlessly trying to get him. And it's like, it looks like it's all over for the second son until this gigantic Pandora shark is fucking pancaked by an even bigger Pandora whale that comes out of nowhere and just flattens this fucking thing. And then the what's it? Lotax? I think it's the name of the
Lotax has been reborn on Na'vi.
No, I don't remember the boys' names at all.
I had to differentiate them from the necklaces they wore.
I could tell them. The thing
Yeah.
is, it didn't matter. I could tell the difference between them, and I knew they're distinct characters, and I cared about whether or not they got eaten by a shark. And then when one of them met Payakan, Renegade Tolkien, I cared about their friendship. So much
Okay,
did I
so-
care about their friendship.
So this is really, listeners, this is really where like the emotional core of this movie. They're truly like, for me, like the most profoundly emotionally affecting parts of this movie were about the relationship between Lotax and Pyakun, the renegade Tulkun.
Lotax
He is-
finally
he-
fixed Search. He goes into the forest. He leaves the forest and he goes to the sea and he discovers this amazing Navi fruit that can fix all of their problems. It's called mangosteen.
So yeah, like his life is saved by a whale, and like they just start hanging out and talking to each other and just
Well,
swimming
part of it is
around
that
and just chilling.
is that Payakan has a giant harpoon in his fin.
Yes.
And Lotax takes it out for him. And that's
Yeah,
the thing
and
about Payakan. He's all scarred up. He has the
and one of his
harpoon and
dorsal
his other
fins is,
fin
like,
is
missing.
cut off.
It's
But
like,
then
yeah,
he is helped. Like it's the the
line
mouse
in the
pulling
mouse.
the pie, the
Thorn.
sliver out of the paw of the lion. Yeah.
The amazing scene of them just playing together and just swimming and just having fun together and just
Vibing,
being
the kids
bros,
call it.
bonding. But then we find out that we need to talk about this. Then we find out that folks, the Navi and the Tulkun, they've been very unfair to Pyakun. They've treated him very badly, folks, very badly. He's been outcast. He's a renegade. He's been shunned by the Tulkun Whale Society. Why? Because the people got to know. Because he was a communist. No. It's because he used violence because he did violence.
He went
Within
against the
Whale
way of the Tolkien.
Yes.
The Tolkien way is of radical and total pacifism, because it is implied in the movie that the whales are much smarter than anything else. They're the smartest species on the planet, smarter than humans, and they, of course, have come to the rational conclusion that all violence ends up being worse than it is worth to do, and that the sacrifice of not doing violence in the long run pays off. So they enforce, through social discipline, which is the only thing you can have absent violence, shunning if you do violence. And the thing about what we find out is that Payakan, what he did was he led a pod of like the younger whales to fight this whaling fleet that the humans have brought to Pandora to kill the whales so they can suck the immortality juice out of their brains. And that's when he gets the harpoon in his thing. But then after that happens, and look, the Tolkiens are killed, humans are killed, and the Tolkiens say to him, "You got to go. Look, it's the rules." You know, and the Ocean Navi, who they all have their own like spirit brothers and sisters among the Tolkiens, and every like season they will come to their reef and they'll all hang out. They have a fucking cookout with the Tolkien.
like, "Hey,
and
what's up?"
they like to say, "Hey, how's your week?
How you
How's your
been?"
year been? What's going on?" They
And
like
I-
that.
I-
They
I
have
really
a little
liked-
chit chat. Powwow.
I really liked it in the when they, like the party when they all come back and they get to hang out with their like whale brothers and sisters. Is like the daughter of the ocean tribe leader is of course like she kind of has a crush on the second son Lotax, and she goes to her whale sister and she goes, "So I met a boy."
So they're able to tell him the other Blue Knight EV when he tells them, "Hey, I met this cool a whale guy." They're like, "Oh, dude,
Oh no, yeah.
he's
Very
outcast.
bad.
I'm sorry, man."
He's outcast. You can't bond with the outcast. And there's a part in this movie where out of nowhere, Lotax is talking to Pyakun, and when he first meets, he talks to him, and you just see Pyakun's like eye looking at him, and then as their relationship develops, he's asking him like, how did you get these scars? What happened? And then like the second or third time they talk, out of nowhere, Pyakun just starts speaking in subtitles. And he
Yep.
says, what happened to you? Like, it's okay, you can tell me. And Pyakun just goes in subtitle out of nowhere. It's too painful.
That's right, bitch.
Folks, I was bawling. I was devastated by that. It's just too painful for me to talk about. And it's about, and then eventually, of course, they do. He ports into to the whale. He got Jonah-like. He is consumed in his giant baleen, and then like unfurls his UCB cord, and then he experiences the memories of like his memory as a child of seeing his mother killed in front of him by human whalers. bro, I was like, these demons, they must die, all of them, for what they did. They are not making it out. They are not making it out.
Yeah, I mean, how does a movie make you cheer for the extinction of humanity in the age of space travel? This is how. This takes a shit all over Bambi.
Yeah.
Put these two scenes together and it's like, whatever, you dumb bitch. Who cares? Who cares? I hope that hunter made sausage. When you show me this scene, I'm poisoning my town's water reservoir.
So then we get into the Moby Dick part of this movie because, like, basically, like the humans, they get some fix on the coordinates of, like, you know, they have a general idea that Jake Sully and his family are hiding out in this, like, chain of islands, and, like, they're gonna go there, and to go there they sort of commandeer a whaling vessel, and they bring Spider along for it, and, like, a good part of the movie takes place on this futuristic, basically a futuristic James Cameron Pequod.
Yeah.
And I would just like to talk now about, like, Cameron's fetish for, like, futuristic military robotics technology really, really shines. Folks, this whaling, it's like there's the whaling mothership, which is like a hydrofoil. And it can actually even, like, take off as a plane and fly very low, like, you know, a very low altitude, and then just sort of land on the ocean surface. And these huge hydrofoils, and then it just sort of, like, unfolds and opens up. There's a harpoon boat. There's sort of, like, speed boats. There's crab mechs.
Crab mechs. I almost
Crab
fell out of my seat when he unveiled
Crab
the crab
mechs.
mechs.
They're personal submersibles. And then we're also introduced to Jermaine Clement's character, which is an odd choice for him to be speaking in an American accent when the captain of the whale boat is like, all right, listen, mate, we're gonna
get these bloody whales. We're gonna get them.
And okay, but I want to talk about the Jermaine Clement character for a second, because I thought this is an interesting character, because it was sort of a mirror with the Sigourney Weaver character in the first movie, is that he is essentially, he's a human marine biologist who is a scientist who studies the marine life forms of the planet Pandora, and the Tolkien specifically. But he's only doing it, he only has a job because his knowledge is useful in exterminating them and sucking out their brains to make fucking immortality juice for humanity. He is aware of how intelligent and how big the minds and how deep the reserve of emotional and emotion and memory that these living self-aware beings have, but just has to watch them be butchered by these fucking tattooed shitheads for money. And the most emotionally affecting scene in the movie for me is when Spider has to watch them do a whaling. They whale a pod of whales, and they just zone in, as human whalers do, on a mother and her calf. Why?
She won't leave
because
the calf.
The mother will never abandon the calf, and it makes her easier to kill. Once again, I was like, just hell. There is no redemption for what they did to that fucking whale mother and her calf. I was dying. I was fucking dying.
And think for what? Not immortality. Amazing. But for who? They stress this is the most valuable stuff of the universe, which means that it is keeping the richest people on Earth alive. Imagine these scumbags that are going to be kept alive forever off of this. Imagine who gets this potion. Like 22nd century Sheldon Adelson gets to fucking get the Pulp Fiction injection into his heart and live forever as a disgusting golem, because it just stops aging. So you know these gross old people who've had like 17,000 plastic surgeries, look like Kathleen Hellman in Brazil, are just going to live forever as these horrifying golems. And that's what we're getting for the death of these creatures.
And, you know, Jermaine Clement, like, he has guilt about what he does. But, like, to me, like, that is a stand-in for you in the audience. Like, he's aware of the evil that undergirds the everything about our life and economy and, like, our comfort and jobs and everything. He's aware of it, but what does he do about it? He's like, I drink. That's how I deal with it.
That's why I drink.
Because I'm just like, because, you know, like, unlike Jake Sully, like, he's not willing to sacrifice his life. He's not willing to, you have to be willing to abandon everything you are and everything you ever will be or know or have to have any hope of escape.
Yep.
And I don't know, like, just like all the details of how they kill this whale Like they fucking
they got it all
shoot
set up.
depth
They hit it with the
charges at
harpoons.
They hit it
and
with
the harpoons
sonic
have these quick
sound
exploding,
cannons.
Buoys that like pull him to the surface.
Oh yeah, like they hit it with a harpoon that explodes into this huge like fucking airbags to pull it up to the surface, and of course like the Quaritch character makes them do this because like usually they whale way further away from like Na'vi settlements because like they know if they kill one, it's like it's on sight, and the whole point is like they do this because like they want them to attack them because they're gonna draw out Jake and his people, and like what do? They kill like the best friend of like Kate Winslet, like her sister. They fucking butcher her and her fucking baby. So like from then it's just it's on. It's worn out. Like there's no peace. It is time to attack. There's no more of this hiding out or like no like they killed our brothers. There's only one thing for them, death. They must be killed. Which takes us to the climax of the movie, which was just thrilling. I mean, it's like just the attack on the whaling boat, man. Like I don't even know where you go with this.
Oh my God.
It's like a 40-minute scene. The battle between this is just astonishing.
Somebody has pointed this out. I forget who it was, but they pointed out that between these two movies, there are approximately 50 shots of one of those gigantic fucking Na'vi arrows going through the cockpit of a helicopter, spearing a guy. And every time it rules. It does not get old. Every time, just this massive concussive eruption, and this fucking guy's got a pool cue coming out of his chest, and then it's amazing.
I have not seen. Yeah, there have not been as. The only arrow scene I can even compare it to is the end of the movie Hero.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
but yeah, no. This climax was okay. I'm gonna make a little admission. I have seen this movie twice. I saw it in freestyle. I saw it in theaters where I enjoyed the Coke Freestyle machine. It was wonderful. But I have to say, I saw it, weeks before because we had scheduled to record this much sooner. So I did. I downloaded. I did a very legal download of this movie, so I could.
Hey, you saw it. You saw it in the theater. You're absolved.
Yeah, I did already pay for it. That's true. But anyway, okay, I got a torrent of this movie just to as a refresher before this episode, and it is, first of all, it's a cam. It's a terrible cam, and not just a cam. Every 20 minutes, there is a voice ad for an India-based cricket gambling service.
The way it was meant to be seen.
Yeah, and it plays throughout this amazing climax. And it made it no less emotionally impactful for me. It was still just as good. I'm still going to go back and watch the worst torrent I've ever downloaded until I can get this on streaming or Blu-ray.
Yeah, like it's a battle between, because the whaling ship, like they tag our boy Payakun, and like the kids, they have to go out and save him. But then oh shit, like there's a lot of cases in this movie where Jake tells his kids, hey, don't do that, and then they do, and then they're like, oh shit, well,
kids,
I guess action has to happen.
They gotta learn
now.
somehow.
Yeah. So it's Na'vi versus the demon Na'vi and their whaling compatriots, and it's on, which leads to, in my opinion, probably one of the most satisfying moments of cinema in recent memory, if not this century, which is at the exact right moment when it's looking grim for our heroes. That the whaling ship is like, it's Leviathan of like human technology and industry and everything that represents. Our boy Payakun on the bottom of the ocean, he spins around, he charges up an R2 attack, breaches the surface of the ocean, and fucking belly flops onto the deck of this whaling ship, crushing about a dozen guys at once, just scattering cranes, just the whole fucking ship just is like half sinking. He's just flopping about on the deck of this fucking ship, just smashing shit up. People are screaming, oh fuck, oh god. It's so satisfying. And then the Ahab character, the head of the Pequod, he spins back around with the harpoon boat. And it's got this huge like rocket-tipped harpoon right in the front of it. And he's like, bring us around for a shot, bring us around. And, it's a whale on the deck of the ship, so you think it's, like, vulnerable. It's just sort of, like, thrashing about. And he comes up close to it. He aims the rocket harpoon right at its head. And he's like, I need a good shot. He gets it off. What does Pike do? He just tilts his head down just a slight bit. And, the bone, like, the huge armored skull.
Yeah,
right on the front of his head.
You got to hit their underbelly, or they're not going to feel it.
You got to hit him from the bottom, whether or not armored. He just tilts his head down, and this rocket-fired harpoon at point-blank range just goes, bing, just bounces off of his dome and just explodes elsewhere in the ship. Pure cinema. Pure cinema.
And then he gets back in the water, and the Ahab guy comes around, and of course Jermaine Clement is in the boat, and now he's like, ha, fuck you. Of course he's also going to die, but at least he's enjoying it in the moment. But then I thought this was interesting. Cameron, it pains to show that, like, as the boat is going, as the guy is getting owned, like, there's a wire that, like, gets over his arm, and then the whole boat, like, goes over a rock, and he goes flying off of the boat with his arm flying in the other direction. And I'm willing to bet he comes back in the third one with, like, a robot arm and a fanatical desire to kill Payakun.
Ahab mode. He's nailing that gold doubloon to the AWA Earth trade. But yeah, like, and then, like, eventually, like, the Ocean Na'vi, like, all the whalers are dead for the most part. The Ocean Na'vi are like, all right, we did our thing. We're
done. Bye.
Yeah, we're done. Because then basically it's just cars with a gun to the head of, like, Jake Sully's kids. So then it's about 1v1. Like these two sort of mirrored opposites of each other. Like the two jarheads, but, like, both in Na'vi form. Like they have to have their final confrontation. I will say, Natiri, the Zoe Saldana character, she's very good at the end of this movie too. She goes demon mode too. There's a great scene of her just killing, like, a half dozen people, just stabbing them, shooting them through the head with arrows, just going beast mode. And then, like, Quaritch has a knife to Sigourney Weaver's throat, and then what does she do? She grabs that bitch ass dreadlock kid Spider, just puts a knife to his throat and says, one for the other. I thought it was an effective scene because, like, I really bought that she would have killed him, that she was going to kill him.
Yeah.
Well, but that's because that happens after, when the kids are trying to escape the boat, her eldest son gets killed.
Oh, right.
Whose name I don't remember. The good boy. But I was so sad when he died.
You know what I mean? The way less interesting son who is just doing everything the right way. I was shocked when he ended up dead.
Yeah.
No. So Jake Sully loses a kid. It was effective. This is a movie about family.
Yeah.
It's a movie about family.
When she cuts Spider across the chest, I mean, as you said, amazing scene because again, you think you really buy that she could slit this child's throat, but also Cameron flexing his technical abilities. Not only has he shown real human characters next to these giant CGI blue guys the entire movie, now he has one penetrate the skin of a real human, and it looks amazing. It looks great. You completely buy it.
So then, like, Jake and Miles, they have a knife fight. But then this is all as the giant whaling hydrofoil is sinking. We get now, of course, another one of Cameron's big fetishes. Being in a room on a sinking ship as it rapidly fills with water.
Yep, we get our little Titanic
as we talk
homage
about
there.
The forensics of a sinking ship. Cameron loves that shit.
Water flowing in. Loves
there's a
water
mini
pushing into
there's a
bulkhead.
mini Titanic within Avatar: The Way of Water, and of course Jake defeats Miles, who sinks to the bottom. Then of course he's gonna be around. Spider saves his dad. He saves his dad. He drags him out from the bottom of the ship. But then of course Jake and Natiri and their kids are trapped in the sinking ship, and you think Jake is gonna die, but then. The prodigal son returns. He teaches his dad how to slow his breathing. And then there's, I thought, a really great scene where Sigourney Weaver uses her airplay abilities to, like, send these streams of sort of bioluminescent jellyfish into the wreckage of the ship to light their path out of this sinking ship and into daylight or into the
Oh,
surface
and
of the
earlier
again.
she has a badass mode where she gets a bunch of giant sea cucumbers.
Oh,
and
God, that was
strangle
good.
some motherfuckers.
Oh, that was good. She these big sea anemones like crush one of the little personal submersibles. They crush it, and the guys are like, "Mass, we gotta get out!" They get out of the hatch, and then the tentacles just grab them, and just oh god, it was great. It was great. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's pretty much the movie. Miles, of course, will be back. Like Spider saves his father, but then rejects him, and is sort of reabsorbed into Sully and his family. And then, as Sully says, a son for a son, basically. Like he killed my son, but I have now taken his son as my own, and he has lost his son, even though his son saved his life. And then at the end, they have funeral rites for the good son who died, and his body is absorbed into into Awa, into the ocean version of their spirit world tree. And here's where I want to end up with my overarching thought I had about this movie, or where I think the end of this movie, what it made me feel. The last scene of the movie is Jake and Neytiri, after the funeral of their son, they tap into Awa and the ocean people's world tree, their port to the, like I said, the planet-wide neural network of all life on Pandora, and they port into it. And in doing so, Jake experiences a memory he has of his son. But here's the thing. It's a memory that his son also has, because it's something that they experience together. And that when he dies, his son, all of his memories, do not go away. They do not become nothing. They are data that is now housed in this, like I said, planet-wide neural
Organic
network.
supercomputer.
Exactly, an organic supercomputer, so that when they tap in, when Jake, who's still alive and experiencing reality as a discrete individual, his memory, him and his dead son, both experience as they did when they were alive, a memory that they both had. It's real. It's real because it's a memory that they both had, and all of the record stored in your brain of the memory itself, but also the physical feeling of it is there. And obviously Jake and Neytiri, because they are still they are still alive as discrete individuals, are aware in this moment that this is not life. This is just they're allowed to gain access to something that still exists of their son. His memories, his feelings, everything that he is not nothingness. It is stored somewhere. It does not go away forever. It still exists, and that they can gain access to it. And I was very moved by that. But also, I want to come back to something Felix said earlier on. The idea that stuck most with me in this movie is the competing depictions of life after death offered by this movie. Because we already mentioned how Quattrich is in this, like you said, Matt, Hegel's Bad Infinity. Quattrich is able to transcend death, the death of his physical body, because through human technology, they're able to record and create a backup of all of his thoughts and memories, and then just download it into a new body. But that is a vision of afterlife in which your soul, your memories, which is really that is what your soul is. We are nothing other than just a collection of memories. That is who we are, and nothing else. That means that your soul is owned forever by a military corporation. That is hell. That is a vision of hell that is inescapable now. Yeah. Oh, congratulations. There's life after death. But what that entails is that you get to be a Marine forever, and you're only alive because there's some utility in killing people and continuing to be wearing big Oakleys and fucking acting like an asshole. It is a vision of hell as compared to the vision of Awa and the promise of something of yourself existing that you can interact with, that you can interact with the thoughts and memories of people who are dead, that are now part of, like you said, a planet-wide, neural, spiritual supercomputer, of which everything that you ever are or will be does not go away, that it still exists, and it is a part of a universal chain of being. That once again, Earth is Pandora. It is no different. And what it suggests is, like the first movie, Jake Sully is a nobody. He's a cipher. He's a zero. He only matters because he is willing to take a moral stand and die for something bigger than himself, which is the only hope of escape. And I think what Cameron is saying is that, like, if we believed in or understood Earth, this experience of reality that we have, you know, when we leave the movie theater, as being part of something larger than ourselves, that, like, our memories, our spirit, whatever you want to call it, that there is something that will exist after our death, that we will not just disappear into nothingness forever, that we would lose our fear of death, and thus so doing, be able to stop the death of everything on this planet.
Yep. Because what are we doing this for? We're doing this so that a handful of Silicon Valley freaks can find the singularity. Singularity already exists, bitch. You're living in it. This is the singularity. There is only one point in the universe. It's the point you're in, you fucking dumbass. and it has that psychotic, literally psychotic separation of the self from everything around it. That insistence that that eternity is only eternal if it's me forever, which, as we said, is eventually and very quickly hell. Even for the rich people who buy the potion, that their life will become to the point where all earthly pleasure, all newness will fade into just dull nothingness. It is that cyclical rebirth that defines life. And, like, yeah, you can live forever, but only if you let go of the fantasy of living forever.
It is your choice whether you want all your good memories, all your connections, every moment of beauty in your life to be a moment of eternity, accessible forever, because it is a part of an eternity that you share. Or you can live forever in Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, it sounds good.
That's a very real choice.
If you're 15, it sounds good if you're 15, but if you do it long enough, guess what? It gets to be shitty. It sucks.
Yeah.
It gets bad. And then the thing is, once it gets bad, it only gets worse. It never gets better. It can only get worse with time. It can never get better.
Oh,
as opposed
maybe,
to life in a cycle which goes up and down but stabilizes around a stillness, a certainty of an existence of something beyond your fucking self. Although I do want to call this, I think this is going to happen in the future ones. Quaritch is going to switch.
Yes.
Because part of what he's trying to get at is that you can change, that there is a hope for people as long as they're alive to recognize their conditions. And I really do think that Quaritch, his connection to Spider and the fact that Spider saved his life, it is going to be a bridge that is going to see him.
He's going to have a
switch
face
sides.
turn. He's going to have a face turn in the next couple movies for sure.
Yeah.
But as long as we're talking about Quaritch, I just like to point out that, you know, in the first movie, Stephen Lang, a truly great villain performance. And I mean truly great because he is very frightening and ruthless and evil, but also has credible motivations and feelings for why he does the things he does. Like, I mean, like, there is a humanity in there that buttresses his villainy. And like I said, so many modern action movies, the villains are just not satisfyingly scary or relatable. Or just like I thought Quaritch is an excellent villain in these movies.
You know what the distinction is?
Die.
You know why? It's because the villains in most shit, their explanation that we get for why they're a villain is something innate to them. Some evil that is innate to their character. And that is alien to most normal people who don't think of themselves as a beyond the pale evil. The thing that is evil about Quaritch is his job.
He's not evil
about
he's a
Quaritch
Marine.
is the degree to which he has been instrumentalized by his society. And then he is a guy with recognizable human values whose values have been warped around living in the society that he lives in. That is why he is compelling and scary and evil, but also human.
So I think the overall message of this movie is that we must befriend whales.
You got to get a whale buddy.
We must befriend whales, but we also need to teach them to kill.
That's very
killing
important.
whales. Killing whales is bad. Killing people, it must be done. They need to be taught to drink blood. They can teach us so much about the balance of life and the meaning of life, but we can teach them how to kill. We can teach them violence.
The Tolkien way is the correct way. They're smarter than us. They get that. But the Tolkien way was developed in the environment of the homeostatic, natural environment of Pandora, the life they've only ever known. they don't know what humans are capable of. They can't know, no matter how smart they are. And so they're not going to violate the Tolkien way because it's held them together for their entire millennium. Someone's going to have to teach them. Someone's going to have to let them know this is different. We have to make an exception because, yes, you need to be able to break the glass in case of emergency. And the Tolkien got to get there. They have to realize that. And that is why that communication is the key to anything. And not trying to tell people something or reaching out from a point of vulnerability where you're like, I'm willing to learn from you. I'm willing to submit in some way to a knowledge of someone or something that is not mine, to accept being wrong, to accept being short-sighted. That is the only way that meaningful, productive communication can occur. And that's like, you leave the theater with this ache, I want a whale buddy. And of course, you can turn it into a meme and you can just be sad about it because there are no Tolkien and we do have whales, but we can't really be friends with them. It's hard to do. They want to leave us. They want to be away from us for very
They're
smart
sort of
reasons.
flaky. It's hard to make plans.
But that urge, that desire to have a whale friend, that doesn't just have to sit there. You can do something with it because you're a living being surrounded by other living beings. And you can take that desire to transcend a barrier and apply it to the relationships that you have in your life. Like that's why these movies, I think, if they are at all, are worthwhile. And you might say, well, that's pathetic. We got all of our hope rested in this megalomaniacs fantasy movies to like slowly recondition our brains until after the fifth one, we're literally like, we all enter a collective psychic break that wrests us free from the prison, the psychotic prison that we're in now. Yeah, that is bad, but that is all we got. I'm sorry. No one else is coming through that door. No, the revolutionary proletariat isn't coming through that door. We're here. We are zoo animals, and we're entertaining ourselves at the end of the world. And I would rather have an entertainment that leaves me with some sort of ache, some sort of yearning that I have to deal with, rather than something that just tells me every opinion I've ever had is correct. All emotions are kind of embarrassing, and you shouldn't publicly express them. And any kind of vulnerability has to be neutralized with irony.
Exactly, and like all the knocks on Cameron throughout his entire career, and certainly with the Avatar movies, just generally boils down to people being uncomfortable with earnestness. They're uncomfortable with that. He as big, hard on his sleeve, and you can say, oh, like some of it's clunky, or maybe you roll your eyes at it, whatever. He believes it and has the ability to, because there are people who believe in it, but they have no ability to achieve this. He understands that cinema, it creates an emotional experience for you. That you sit in that theater and you come out and you have experienced you've communed with something with feelings that we all have with the vision of the director, but he creates through like the medium of like a visual storytelling, a comprehensive emotional experience. It is not just it is not an experience that just like shows you or tells you things that you already believe or are correct or makes you feel good because you're like smart enough to get it. It's big, it's broad. You could say it's simple, but like no, this is about communing with your humanity that we all share. And shout out to our friend, and it's working because shout out to our friend Paul, who said that when he was leaving the theater for seeing Avatar and the Way of Water, it was a mother and daughter coming out of the theater, and the mother says to the daughter, I can't believe they killed that whole whale just for that little bit of gel. And the daughter goes, Mom, they're doing that right now.
It's true. We're on Pandora, folks.
And it really makes you think, the biggest libs in liberal-ass Hollywood, their anti-war movie, their typical anti-war movie is called, like, The Good Division. And it's about a group of brave Marines who did the Haditha massacre and weren't given the proper body armor by the Defense Department. Whereas Cameron portrays all of humanity and the current order, the current way of doing things of our entire species as the Fourth Reich, as Nazis, portraying us doing atrocities that just really aren't shown in big blockbusters being committed by humans unless it's a World War II movie. He really is the father of revolution.
Yeah, but it's because the humans still can be redeemed. They can change. Conditions change. And what makes them change? If they stop fucking doing what they're told to do and they stop doing what narrowly benefits them. if they sacrifice something, if they take the risk to believe in the humanity of someone other than themselves. And if they do that, then they can not be an eternal Nazi demon. Like that I do think that is going to be the story of the rest of these movies, is this transformation. I kind of have a hunch that the last one, if he gets to make it, is going to end on Earth. That's my, I don't know how they get there, but I think it's going to happen. Also, there's apparently going to be red lava guys in the next one.
Fire.
I'm very excited about
Fire
that.
not being. Ooh boy.
Yeah.
Ooh boy.
Also, yes, 3 hours long, 3 hours and 10. And yes, the middle hour is them just hanging out. It's them hanging out on the reef, talking to the Tolkiens, finding out the way of water. And when it ended, and he goes, it ends again like the first one does, with him opening his eyes after the funeral rite and coming out of the port, seeing his son. And his voiceover is about how, like, I can't run away anymore. I got to fight. And his eyes. If they had just said, take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. We're showing Avatar 3 right now. I would have gone back and watched the whole fucking thing. I would have been like, yes, give me 3 hours. Give me Jake Sully fighting back against these motherfuckers. Let's do it. Give me the lava guys. Whatever. I want more. This is the Soma. This is the thing. But that's what makes it not narcotic, is that you are left with feelings you have to deal with. And that is productive. I mean, it isn't much, but it is literally what we have at the end of history, where we're entertaining ourselves to death. And we should, I anyway, feel like there's value to reflecting on that, even if, the odds don't look too good.
Yeah, so I guess, like I said, I guess that sums it up. Once again, as we did in our first Avatar episode, you are on Pandora right now.
It's true.
This is Pandora.
I see you.
And yes, we see you. We see you. So yeah, that does it for Avatar: The Way of Water. However, before we end out this episode and inaugurate a new year for Chapo, I feel compelled to acknowledge some sad news that I think we should bring up, and just acknowledge the death of Gangsta Boo. I found out about that yesterday and was absolutely gutted by it. I just want to send from the Chapo family here just all our thoughts, love, and condolences to her friends and family. She was just an incredible talent. I mean, you can talk about best female rappers if you want, but like just an incredibly influential talent for all of music. But more than that, just in the little bit amount of time I got to hang out with her, a genuinely sweet and nice person. And I'm really sad about this, but she for someone like her, she was just so sweet and generous with her time, not just with us, but like with the Trillbillies, the amount of people she put on, just how nice and cool she was. Like I said, I did not know her very closely at all, but I really enjoyed the amount of time I got to hang out with her just a little bit.
Lola changed culture and music forever, and this is really crushing for a number of reasons, but it really seemed like she was entering a second act of her life where, through her engagement with us, with Trillbillies, she had realized that there were millions of people out there that wanted to hear from her, who had, her music had been the soundtrack to their adolescence. They had grown up in the South or the Midwest. She was, as Will alluded to, just this magnetic presence that lit up every room she was in. There's just no way to make sense of this loss, but yeah, all we can say is that we're going to miss her in every way.
Yeah, a really sad way to start this new year. It sucks. I was really, really depressed to read that waking up on January 1st. But as I said, just how influential she was, her DNA is everywhere in contemporary music. As she said, she wanted to be remembered as, the first lady of crunk, the first lady of 3 6 Mafia, the first lady of rap. I mean, how about just first lady of the United States? Gangsta Boo, I'm just, I gotta say, just to her friends and family, who knew her way better than we do. I can only imagine how sad this is for them. But just condolences and love to everyone who knew her.
Yeah.
I hate to follow up that touching tribute with plugs, but I do have to say, hell on earth. The 30 Years War and the Violent Rise of Capitalism premieres next Wednesday. That will be free everywhere you can get Chapo Trap House on the Chapo Trap House feed. Every subsequent episode will be on Patreon. And then also Matt and I are doing a little live launch party show that will be a recording of a supplemental episode plus a Q&A. Will be there for the Q&A part. Matt Karp will be joining us. That is at Littlefield the following Friday, January 20th. Some tickets are still available. Link will be in description.
All right, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final hinge points of the second season. I'm Danny Bessner, normally of the American Prestige podcast, and I am here, as always, with my friend Matt Chrisman. And we are excited, overjoyed, ecstatic to welcome to the podcast Megan Day. Megan is an editor at Jacobin and the author of literally hundreds of articles. She made you socialist, and we're glad you're here for that reason. Megan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Danny and Matt.
So today we're gonna this might be the most controversial one we did this season. This might be up there, Matt, with the SPD, doing things wrong in World War II episode, World War I episode from last season, or maybe the episode about the Soviet Union, which in my understanding angered some people. But today we're going to talk about what if Bernie would have won the 2020 presidential election. So Megan or Matt, whoever wants to start, what do you think was at stake with the Bernie run in 2020, and how did it differ from 2016? And whichever one of you want to take it, just go for it. Follow your hearts.
I think essentially what was at stake was whether or not we were going to persist in a kind of neoliberal malaise where it seems impossible to transform our society. It seems like the engine has been turned on and the motor is running and no one's driving and there's no intervention possible, right? Or whether or not politics can actually be used to transform the nature of society to improve people's lives. That was what was at stake in 2020. Now, it's not like over, right? Clearly, I still believe that politics can be used to transform people's lives, and I plan on, continuing to try to put my energies into that project. But you have to be honest, like, Bernie lost 2020, and we lost that vision for the foreseeable future. We're basically going to be seeing more of the same. Some things can get a little bit better. Biden sometimes does some good stuff, and we're glad he does that instead of the other stuff. But overall, the overall situation doesn't change much, and politics recedes into the background for most people because they correctly identify that there's not very much that they can do through politics to actually change the material conditions of their lives.
I mean, yeah, what we're seeing is a turn among those people who are turned on to politics to be oriented toward politics specifically because of the only remaining promise government can make, which is to inflict some sort of misery on someone that you don't like, some group that is composed of your political enemies, is cultural enemies, which basically, the same thing at this point. And so that's it. The notion of government as a force for positive good in people's lives, yeah, we kind of have
we lost a chance to see that that theory of governments attempt to take control of these cascading crises, all of which just started to ramp up at about the exact same time that the Bernie campaign collapsed, which is, I think, why at the end of the day, this is it is an interesting thing to wonder, like how would an isolated Sanders presidency have handled this specific confluence of crisis that we're certainly in the middle of. But it also is, in my mind, not terribly likely to have ever happened, at least now in retrospect, we can say, precisely because there just was not enough ambient faith remaining, certainly after Obama and what happened in the decade after his presidency, to kindle into widespread commitment to believing again, or to believing the specific things that Bernie was saying. Instead, even though his campaign was incredibly focused on trying to pitch a government solution to the problems of life in America, the people whose lives have been getting worse most precipitously have lost faith that any government can actually do those things for them.
So before we actually get into the hinge point, I think it might actually be interesting for listeners to talk about how do you guys see people having responded? Now it's a couple of years. What do you see as the tendencies of this post-Bernie moment? Because in some sense, we're saying these tendencies wouldn't have happened, or maybe we said they would have happened. But let's set the scene before we get into the actual hinge point. Megan's raising her hand. So Megan, why don't you start?
Yeah, I just wanted to give like a broad outline of what I see happening. So prior to 2015, when Bernie Sanders first announced his first run for the presidency and things really started to change politically, the mood started to change politically in response to that, I would say that the national political mood was characterized by a combination of depoliticization and demoralization. So those are two slightly different things. By that, what I mean is like, demoralization is what we just talked about. People don't believe, they don't believe anything is possible through politics. Depoliticization is sort of a consequence of that, which is that they don't really care. They don't pay attention to politics. They find it boring. It's not, they think of it as a hobby that other people have. It's not really their thing, right? So I guess you could say that with the beginning of the ascent of neoliberalism in the 1970s, there started to be a kind of serious campaign to imaginatively foreclose on alternatives for people. I mean, you saw this most clearly with Margaret Thatcher basically just straight up saying there is no alternative, right? In fact, that was in the context of a speech where she was essentially like, I know people don't like that I'm imposing austerity, but I also know that you can't do anything about it because we've won. That's to paraphrase, but that's the basic idea, was that, you can't really, you're demoralized because nothing can change, and you're depoliticized because there's no point in paying attention to politics if nothing can change. 2015 changed that, and not just because of Bernie Sanders, but also because of Donald Trump. So suddenly in 2015, and especially 2016, which is the year everything really, really sort of broke apart, the neoliberal center seemed to not be holding. And it seemed everybody across the spectrum started to see new political possibilities in either direction, whether those possibilities seemed very frightening to them or very exciting to them. Either way, it seemed like there was some slippage happening, and the future was as yet unwritten. Whereas before it had seemed very much locked into place. So during 2015 to 2020, which I think we should refer to as like the Bernie/Trump era, you started to see more politicization and more encouragement, which I guess is the opposite of demoralization, more of a sense that things might be possible to transform society in one way or another. And I better pay attention to politics because those possibilities are both really exciting and also really terrifying right now. So between 2015-ish, 2016 definitely, and 2020, the demoralization and the depoliticization both started to reduce. Now, 2020 has come and gone, and we're in the post-2020 era, and I don't think that we've reverted back to the original combination of demoralization and depoliticization. Instead, what I think has happened is that people are demoralized, like they were before. They don't think anything can change, but they got politicized between 2015 and 2020. And once you're politicized, it's really kind of hard to turn that off. And so people are more politically literate. They're paying attention to politics. Their identities are wrapped up in politics. Their social worlds are more structured around politics. They feel angrier at people who disagree with them politically. There's a hyper politicization and hyper political polarization. but without the belief that anything can change.
Yeah.
And this is like actually a really messed up combination if you think about it. People don't think that politics can actually transform anyone's lives. They don't believe that change is possible, but they are highly invested in politics and in their own identity as political creatures. So you have people sort of at each other's throats. People hate each other, but they don't think anything can change, is really what I'm saying.
That's why they're able to still be political, because they do think that things can change for the worse. And they think that the government can decide some people it's going to be worse for than others. And so even though things will be worse, it will be the downward trajectory. Within the moment, there will still be relative positions, and the relative positions can be and will be determined politically. And so that is the fuel for investing in a political identity, is picking somebody to go into the bone thresher first before you.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what I was going to say too, is that this unfortunate combination of demoralization and hyper politicization is really a breeding ground for reaction in all different, it takes on different faces, in my opinion. There's the obvious ones and the more subtle ones, but in any case, reactionary ideas, including just seething, blood-curdling hatred for your fellow man, and born out of sort of alienation and demoralization, plus hyper-politicization, is what we're going to see more and more of. So I'm unfortunately of the belief that we're sliding into a reactionary period, partly as a result of the politicization that a much better period, well, not better in some sense. I mean, Trump was president, that wasn't so great, but Bernie was around, and that contributed to the major politicization as well.
A more hopeful period, at least. And I think that's interesting, because I do think, my whole theory is that we actually don't live in an era of mass politics. So I think you're going to see a lot of this political energy be channeled in very strange directions, because it's very difficult to organize. Labor relations have been so reconfigured. The administrative state, which really started getting going during World War II, is now basically unassailable. You basically can't really take it over. Even if there was a coup, I don't see how someone would actually be able to exercise this power through the state. It's not the 1930s, when the state is just literally much simpler and you could get your hands around it. You can't really even get your hands around the state. So we're in this real moment where there is a lot of political energy, and that energy will be necessarily channeled in cultural directions. So building off of that, before we even get into the hinge point, what do you guys think are the formations that you see, and you were reporting this in September 2022, what do you think the formations that you see coming into being?
Well, I think there's a lot of variety at the grassroots. If people think that they're part of currents within broader cultural and political movements, but all of them tail the two major parties, because the Democrat and the Republican parties are the only political act. And because all we are doing to reinforce our political identity is consume political media for the most part, then we are always, our framing of every issue, our framing of every phenomenon as it emerges from the slow motion collapse of capitalism, is filtered through the actions of those people who are able to determine the news of the day. And that is the political class, who are fully invested in one of the two major parties, because that's where the money is. There's going to be no other formation, because there is no other material basis for one. So there are people who are still tailing the Democratic Party from the left, thinking that they're going to corral it into a socialist direction. But we've seen the party, even though it cannot defend itself from perhaps the ending of formal democracy on the medium term, but it can absolutely defend its narrow, specific, particular parochial interests against being overthrown from within, because again, there's no material basis outside of individual donors and the remnants of the labor movement, and even not most of them, because most of the formal structures of the labor movement are still totally subsumed within the Democratic Party. One way or another, they are going to determine, and then people can sift through the rubble and the refuse and build some sort of narrative about what's happening, but they're not going to be able to impose themselves on the moment. The same thing, there are now people who have convinced themselves that they can tail the Republicans from some sort of national populist conservatism. They can backdoor socialism, basically, by disarming culture war. But they are in the same material position related to the Republican Party that the left is to the Democrats. It is an unassailable redoubt. So that means we will only have the politics that the parties decide we can have. Even though we're going to be seeing, escalating crises, economic and ecological, and people's lives made worse in specific ways, the way we address them are going to be determined by the parties, filtered through the media, which means they will definitionally revolve around identifying a scapegoat and then seeking their destruction. Finding some political coalition that will make that happen. And then people with that, people are going to be materially contributing to that, but the only way most of us do materially contribute to politics by voting in their individual way, uncoordinated, outside of, their self-conception as part of a trance of political identity. But no matter what's in their head, what's going to be the actual material result of that is they're going to vote in a party full of people who can only answer to the material base that underlines that party. So, yeah, it can only escalate. The problem, though, and this is really where there is opportunity, is that the system, as it exists, cannot sustain that. Because the constitutional order that we have, what's made it such a miracle of the Western world and made us such a incredibly resilient structure compared to other democracies that have emerged in the years since, is that so much of it rests on agreed upon, essentially gentlemanly rules of political action that can only sustain in a context where everyone sort of understands that politics it's not life or death because of our material prosperity and the sort of unending horizon of material prosperity that allows us to disarm and to not go as hard to the paint as we could. The thing that makes us let up our blows with one another and allows us to blow off steam. I mean, even that, we say it's resilient. There was still a civil war that killed fucking 600,000 people with that system. That is how little it can sustain people deciding to just not pretend this stuff that is fake is real. Not pretend that that the floor is lava. And so it can't sustain politics where one half, and eventually the other one, because they're going to wise up eventually, they have to, breaks the compact. So, that's why you can't just assume that nothing can change, or even for the positive. But I think we increasingly have to come around to the idea that those opportunities are going to be found in crisis. They're not going to be something that can be built within the current structure. It needs to be movement building towards the specific end, the teleology of confrontation with a state in crisis, rather than towards getting short-term reformist goals. And that, it has its own contradictions, but I think it's the only way to clearly look at the current situation that we're in.
Megan, do you have any sense about the formations that you see in your day-to-day life as a socialist warrior?
Well, I agree with a lot of what Matt said. Difficult as it is to admit, because it's it's pretty depressing to think about how stuck we are in many ways. But I will say that this is also depressing. One of the things that I notice that I want to tack on to Matt's comments is the Democratic Party and the Republican Party being stand-ins for different, dominant hegemonic cultures, as we know. They actually share a lot of DNA, but they tend to elide that and, in fact, go out of their way to exaggerate their differences so as to rile up their base and get buy-in, political identity buy-in, which could pay off in elections. But the way that it actually pans out in real time is pretty interesting to watch. It's you have two divorced parents who are dealing with custody over the children, and they refuse to see each other, but there are moments of handoff. So by that, what I mean is think about early COVID, the very first signs of COVID, when we first understood that there was a pandemic but it hadn't quite hit American soil yet, for reasons that made sense at the time. It seemed like it was shaping up that was going to be a Republican issue, that Republicans were going to be the ones who were saying the pandemic is real, COVID is coming, it's very scary. And there's no reason why that shouldn't have necessarily been the case. It's just that because Trump was president, when the crisis started in the United States, and for a variety of other sort of minor reasons, the positions switched. And so the Democrats then became the ones who were saying you have to take COVID more seriously. And the Republicans started to become the ones who started to say, you're blowing it out of proportion and you're messing everything up with these heavy-handed responses and so on. But it wasn't preordained that way. The only thing that was guaranteed was that these two forces were not going to agree. These two forces were actually going to take the issue and polarize it as much as possible and drag as many people down rabbit holes of craziness and animus with them. That was the only thing that was guaranteed. The actual positions themselves were not guaranteed, though they were definitely influenced by real factors on the ground. So I feel like we're seeing more and more of this like endlessly recursive self-identification in opposition to the imagined behemoth other. Behemoth. My wife always says it's pronounced behemoth. Well, how is that word pronounced?
I've always been partial to Behemoth, but the nerds at
pretty sure
Webster's
it's
claim that it's Behemoth.
All right. So you see my point, which is that like it's crazy making, because you're basically taking people on, telling them if you want to have a consistent political identity, which because of increasing politicization means a consistent, coherent self-identity, period, which is a psychological need of all people, then you need to buy in as hard as possible to, our group take on said issue at the expense of all nuance and at the expense of all relationships that you might have with people sort of who might differ from you. And it's just, the problem is that it doesn't actually isn't on to reality in the world. You're asking people to basically behave irrationally in order to shore up a coherent identity, psychologically speaking. So basically everyone's going crazy, and it's going to probably go a little bit more crazy than this.
Well, let me propose a different world. Let's go back to early 2020.
We gotta go back.
And a beautiful man named Bernard Sanders wins the Democratic Party nomination, destroys Trump in the election, and becomes president. Let's start with the best case scenario. What do you think happens, and how are things different if Bernie enters in January 2021? We're still in the throes of COVID. I don't think the vaccine had even been released yet. What happens then?
Yeah, it was being first tentative rolls out by that point.
Yes. So what is the best case scenario? What does Bernie do?
Okay, I hadn't really necessarily prepared to answer this question in a world where the COVID-19 pandemic happens. But of course, I should have thought about it a little bit more because it was coming either way, right?
Yeah, it's already there.
This is like such a good question though, because there's only really so much that the president, especially an incoming administration, can do with the COVID crisis. I don't know 100% about the public health stuff, but I will say economically, you would have seen a big fat checks a lot sooner and with a lot more frequency. To make sure that people are not weren't getting their head held underwater by the pandemic economy. That would have just been a no-brainer to Bernie Sanders, and it's something that could be done and was done by executive order, if I'm correct. So, yeah, no question. Big fat checks all the time.
So we know the presidency is very constrained on domestic policy, and that it would be very difficult to imagine a Democratic Congress, even one that has better margins than the one that currently exists, which I think would have probably happened because you saw this big ticket splitting among affluent white suburbanites where they were voting Biden in the presidency and then voting for Republican senators and congresspeople, which ended up dampening the coattail effects, even though Biden won relatively comfortably nationwide and did incredibly well in these areas. But these are guys who, at the end of the day, they still support the Republican agenda. They want low taxes, and they would have probably voted for Trump against Bernie. But there would have been probably a huge swing among working class voters, and specifically the working class Latinos who voted for Trump in the end, or who voted more for Trump than they had for previous Republicans. I think Bernie would likely dominate that area and would have maybe canceled out that effect and led to a bigger Democratic majority. But even there, the center of gravity of the party is in Congress is going to be dominated by the machine itself, which is inveterately and endlessly hostile to Bernie, would not cooperate with any of his broad projects. You might see some checks, but they also might decide to close the purse strings on him. So what could he do realistically with executive orders to try to enact some sort of agenda independent of Congress?
I mean, theoretically, you could do quite a bit. I mean, if you look at someone like FDR, who over his term did over 3,000, I think you could actually do quite a bit, because even if the executive orders are eventually ruled unconstitutional, I mean, you still have to fight them. It's basically a way to divide your enemy and conquer your enemy. Just issue 1,000 executive orders in the first 3 months, and the enemy is going to have to deal with that. That you're going to have to pick and choose. The problem with someone like Biden is that an institutionalist like that would never do that. So the irony there, I think, and this is, I think, a broader problem, I'd like to hear what Megan thinks about it. I think the only way we would realistically get even minor forms of social democracy in the American state would be through profoundly anti-democratic means, which is frankly what an executive order is, as one could get in the formal system of government. But I think it would have been absolutely necessary for Bernie to sort of pursue those moves. So there's an inherent tension, I think, at the very beginning of a Sanders administration between the necessity of the executive order and the fact that that is sure to stoke resentment, sure to shore up a presidency that one doesn't necessarily want shoring up over the long term. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I wrote an article, the winter 2019 edition of Jacobin. I wrote an article called Wielding the Imperial Presidency, which was basically a roundup of executive order ideas for Bernie Sanders. And I'm at this point, I both like pine, but also cringe a little bit to recall that when I was writing this, I was thinking to myself, or especially like there were a couple of sweet months, or maybe 1 month, where we thought it was possible that he was going to win. I was like, well, he's going to really need my article, because that's going to be really useful for him when he goes about deciding which executive orders to implement. So, there's actually a lot that he could do with executive orders. And yes, you're right, Danny, there is a kind of contradiction there, because the whole purpose of the political project that Sanders represents is to increase democracy, broadly speaking, extended into the economy, for example, but also actually fulfill its promise in the political realm as well. And in order to do that, because of the constraints on the presidency, he would have to basically act alone, be like a sort of a one-man instigator of a kind of bubbling up of true democracy, right? But he would be obligated to use any tool at his disposal. Like if we the people had put him in power, he would be obligated to use any tool at his disposal to further the agenda that the people had voted on by voting for him. And that would include executive orders. And there's actually a ton that he could do via executive order. We tend to forget that because, like you said, it's just not the norm. We have so many institutionists, who become presidents, and people just aren't really that interested. Trump actually did go kind of nuts with some executive orders for a minute, and it worked. And when I say that it worked, I mean you can actually affect both real change via executive order, even though it's temporary, because the courts can strike it down, the next president can reverse it, so it's very tenuous. But you can affect real change right now. And then once people actually get a taste of that, sometimes it just becomes much harder politically to push back against it. You can create new constituencies for new ideas that didn't exist mere moments ago. And now,
for example, a national intelligence agency. The RSS was created by a lot of those wartime agencies were created by executive orders.
Exactly.
So it's a way to reshape the state in a very serious way.
Yeah, you can create agencies, which is very good. You can create task forces, which usually just means nothing, but you can actually create real task forces that set about, laying the groundwork for developing, new stuff. What were you going to say, Matt?
I was going to say all of those actions would have profound blowback, though. There would be a coordinated media and political resistance to that on all of the traditional grounds of big government overreach and using the same cultural language. Now, Bernie might be able to diffuse at the margins that appeal with his class politics, but you still have very durable political coalitions, and you would also have the fact that the Democratic Party itself would not have his back in these issues, would be doing the thing where they would ritually be disavowing him, that would be a significant challenge, and it would.
Well, Matt, could you expand on that? How do you think the party would have responded? That's very interesting to me.
I think the party would have gotten behind him formally, and you would have had Schumer and Pelosi, those guys, like, we're going to work with the president to get the agenda for Americans. But as soon as the White House did anything, they would obstruct it, leak about the administration like a fucking shiv in a way probably never seen before. make it so that there'd be basically nothing that they could